This is Councilwoman Galloway.
Hi, Ms. Galloway.
Hey, Janelle.
Now you have 8.
Okay, who's missing?
Mr. Griggs.
Did you text Mr. Griggs?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Could you please text him?
Sure.
Hey, this is Angela Wheeler.
Hi, did you get cut out?
I think so.
Okay.
We're just waiting a moment for Mr. Griggs.
It looks like he plans to be here.
Okay. Well, I think we do have quorum. We have at least 8 members here, so I'm going to go ahead. I'd like to say good evening and welcome to this recessed Flint City Council meeting. It is Monday, November 30th, 2020, 5:33 p.m. This meeting has been recessed from Monday, November 23rd, 2020. So I will now return this meeting to order. Roll call.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Mr. Davis?
Present.
Mr. Guerra?
Present.
Ms. Fields?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Mr. Winfrey?
Present.
Ms. Galloway?
Present.
Mr. Griggs? Okay, remember everybody comes in unmuted, or muted, so I had to unmute him. Mr. Griggs?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
That's 9 present.
9 present. So we do have quorum. It's now time for our member remote announcement pursuant to the revised Open Meetings Act. Each council member shall state that they are attending the meeting remotely and shall state where he or she is physically located, county or city and state.
Mr. Mays?
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm attending this Flint City Council meeting remotely in Flint, Michigan, which is located in Genesee County.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, I'm attending remotely from Genesee County, Flint, Michigan.
Mr. Guerra?
I'm attending remotely from Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Ms. Fields?
I'm attending this meeting remotely in Flint, Michigan.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, I'm attending this meeting remotely in Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Mr. Winfrey?
Remotely attending Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Ms. Galloway?
I'm attending remotely from Flint, Michigan.
Mr. Griggs?
attending remotely from Flint, Michigan and Genesee County.
Ms. Worthing.
I'm attending remotely in Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Okay.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is member contact information. There is contact information for all of city council members on that agenda. Next, I'll read from Procedures on Conducting Electronic Public Meetings. All boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan compiled laws and in accordance with the revisions to the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108 as passed on October 13th, 2020, and signed into law on October 16th, 2020. Next is the reading of disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. That brings us to presentation of minutes. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Davis, I heard you first.
Well, I'm just going to say I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented as last minute with corrections if necessary. Thank you.
Both sets of minutes, 200491 and 200492.
That's correct.
Madam Chair,
Okay, is there support for that motion?
Madam President,
Mr. Griggs?
I second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm looking at 200492, the summary minutes of November 12th. And I want to make a correction. If Janelle can hear me, I was warned in that meeting, and I appealed the warning. And then I also was removed in that meeting, and I appealed that. The appeals are a form of a motion which should be reflected in minutes. Minutes primarily reflect motions. So I want to correct those minutes for specifically those that what I'm calling a wrongful removal. I want that evidenced in the minutes of November 12th. And I wanted evidence at the point of the warning and also at the point of the removal and appeal. That appeal was never voted upon. It got lost after I was unlawfully removed. I want that reflected. It was an appeal. It was in progress. It never got voted
on. We shall note your opinion on this matter. The minutes
no, it's
will
not an
reflect
opinion, Ms.
your
Field.
opinion.
It's a correction, point of order.
No, Mr. Mays, what is your point of order? I did that correctly. What rule is being violated? Please state the rule number. A point of order is against the rule.
I don't have to restate the rule number, just like I don't have to tell you point of information is in our rules. I'm making a point of order.
Mr. Mays,
it's not an opinion.
You're out of order.
Point of order. I'm trying to state my point of order. You out of order for interrupting me when I'm stating my point of order.
That's your first warning, Mr. Mays. That's your first warning. We're going to move on to special orders.
Point of order.
You need to vote on the minutes,
Mays?
Madam President.
I appeal the ruling of the chair to warning.
We didn't.
I appeal the ruling of the chair to warning.
There's appeal
I
on
appeal the ruling of the chair.
Madam
Is there
President,
a second?
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
this is Councilwoman Galloway. I support that appeal.
The appeal has been moved and supported. Discussion. I stated that Mr. Mays opinion on his wrongful removal or appeal should be noted in the minutes, but this is his opinion. So, and then he called a point of order. You have to say a point of order is a breach of the rules. Mr. Mays could not state any rule that had been broken, so that's an abuse of a point of order, and he was just using this to get the floor. Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's really hard for me to say Madam President and Madam Chair, because in the first meeting to this one, you warned me wrongfully and you removed me, in my opinion, unlawfully. I said those were corrections. As far as the corrections on the appeals that was noted, my opinion is that I was removed wrongfully, just as my opinion is that I'm being warned wrongfully at the input stage of this meeting, and it's too much important business for me to let you do me and my ward this way. We've got the settlement, and you're already in the input stages on corrections and putting in what's my opinion. It's a fact that those things are not noted in the minutes. They're motions. I used to be the recording secretary for Local 699, UAW. I know what minutes and motions are. Those are privileged motions, and appeal is a motion. It should be reflected. My opinion has to do with the wrongful removal, and I want those votes and stuff and the no votes not reflected. That's factual. That's not opinion. And when you told me to state the rule and I started leading up to what I was getting to, you said I was out of order and wrong and warned me. You just took over the floor. I don't have to state my rules a certain way. I can give you a narrative of the rule. And if we take the time to go to the page, just like I'm going to direct you to page 17 and 18 of the council rules, because you kept hammering me about it's a request for information. Our rules supersede. It's a point of information by our rules. And you're doing it, and you don't know the rules. And you're abusing me and my ward. Now, I've got the right to answer you in my own words when you ask, what's the rule been breached? What's the rule been breached? I'm starting to tell you, you interrupt me. Hey, what's the page? What's the rule? I can talk just like Griggs, Eva Worthing, Maurice Davis, or anybody else without getting that instant warning. You're wrong. It's wrong. People know it's wrong, and you need to leave me alone and let me have my freedom of speech to get to where you want me to get to. So you were wrong for interrupting me. I had the floor. You said state the rule. I know what a breach of a rule is, and I know why I call point of order, because I'm dealing with the factual aspect of the minutes, what's missing. You hung up on an opinion, and I'm telling you that warning was wrong and premature. Don't try to get me out of here on this important business of the residents that I represent. Give me the leeway that you give Griggs, who don't be knowing what he doing. Eva Worthing spouts out. It's discriminatory and wrong. I don't have to be the smartest one and get warnings off the cuff by you. And so I'll be voting no, because this is ridiculous. In the infant stages, you're trying to remove me. I'll be voting no. That didn't want a warning. You interrupted me after you asked me to tell you the rule. I'll tell you rules all day long, but don't interrupt me and rule me out of order. You were wrong. You out of order. I wish I could warn you.
Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Madam President.
Any other discussion on the appeal?
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway.
Thank you, ma'am. The reason why I supported the appeal, Madam President, you felt it necessary. You are governing this meeting, but a change to the minutes does not require your added commentation, being a commentator. And so I think that it was inappropriate for you when he's asking, and the motion was made by Councilman Davis saying, I make a motion to accept the minutes with any corrections. It was properly supported by Councilman Griggs. And then when Councilman Mays makes his changes and or corrections, you had to minimize what he was saying. And so I guess my question would be to the chair, as you end your summary, is what is a council person to say when a point of order may not be identified in our rules, but President Fields, you know for a fact you minimized what he said. And that's not fair. And as the chair, you went too far. And hopefully my colleagues will not allow Councilman Mays to have one warning because you were wrong. If we don't have a valid point of order, point of information, or a way to make sure the chair is held accountable, then you need to set those guidelines now. There's no specific rule except the fact that you didn't have the right to act as though what he said was correct unless you could specifically say, I reviewed the tape and what Councilman Mays is saying is wrong. And so that's why I supported it. I will not be supporting the chair's rule to give him his first warning. It's not fair, and I hope that this council will be voting based on Councilman Mays' behavior in this meeting and the chair's behavior in this meeting and not prior meetings. Thank you for listening.
Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging. Yes, I would like to say this. I don't know how to state it, but I'm going to state it the best way I know how. On behalf of Councilman Mays, I agree with my colleague, Councilwoman Galloway, because we got a lot of important city business to get done today, more than normal. And the community is on edge with what's going on. We don't need no member today to leave their seat. So every ward could be represented proper. And I think it's only fair to indulge or be a little more lenient whenever possible, if not no other time today, because we don't want nobody to be not represented the way they should be with what's going on in this community today. And I agree with my colleague Mays on this one. Thank you so much for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other more discussion on the appeal?
Madam President?
Mr. Griggs.
I'm going to be voting yes on this because almost each meeting, Mays makes the comment of Griggs doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm getting tired of these derogatory and demeaning comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Any other discussion on the appeal? Well, then I would like to say, first of all, Mr. Mays wanted the minutes corrected in a way that you can't just automatically correct it because it's your opinion. I noted to the secretary to make note of Mr. Mays' objections and what he had to say, but I personally don't believe he was correct. And so the minutes can't just reflect something that you want it to say. It has to reflect what it actually said. So, and then I would like to say that regarding being represented in this meeting and receiving a warning, Mr. Mays called out a point of order. A point of order is a breach of the rules. In order to claim a rule has been broken, you have to be able to cite what rule it is. How can the chair give a ruling on a broken rule when even the person calling the point of order can't state what rule is being broken? That's ridiculous. That is clearly just an attempt to get the floor. And as far as getting warned early in this meeting, I would suggest that anyone who wants to stay in the meeting, we all stay in the meeting because we're following the rules. And I'm trying to chair according to the rules. Now, you may not like the rules, but the rules are what they are. So, and you break the rules by interrupting the chair after one point of order was called, and I ruled on it. Mr. Mays just kept talking. And when I asked him to state the rule, he just kept talking. And he was at that point out of order because you're supposed to cease talking at that point. And then if you want to appeal, then you appeal. He finally appealed, but he had a lot of dialogue in between calling the point of order and his appeal. So if you want to stay in the meeting, you have to follow the rules. I'm not arbitrarily doing this. I am trying to follow the rules. So, if you vote yes, you agree with the chair's ruling that Mr. Mays was out of order and received a first warning. If you say no, you agree with Mr. Mays. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays,
No.
Mr. Davis,
No.
Mr. Guerra,
Yes.
Ms. Fields,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Mr. Winfrey,
No.
Ms. Galloway,
No.
Mr. Griggs,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. That means that the appeal is not sustained by the chair. The appeal wins. So Mr. Mays does not have a first warning at this point in time. And I hope
Point of order.
later on in the meeting. Now we're on to special orders.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Would that take me back to having the floor to state what you were breaching, or do we move on?
We've moved on, Mr. Mays. We are
Not
now
really.
at special orders.
It would
Oh,
take
no, I
me
beg your
back
pardon.
to-
We have not voted. Please stop talking. We have not voted on presentation of the minutes. Roll call.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Guerra,
Yes.
Ms. Fields,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Ms. Galloway,
Yes, with the corrections noted by Councilman Mays.
Mr. Griggs,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes, with the corrections.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. We have accepted the presentation of the minutes. Now we move on to special orders. This first special order, number 200497. It's a special order resolution emergency amendment to council rules as requested by councilperson Eva Worthing. Ms. Worthing?
Yes. Before the COVID emergency happened, we voted on, I believe it was 5 rules. There were 5 council people there. I'm not sure if Davina has the yes votes through the chair to Davina. Were you able to figure out who voted yes on the 5 rules originally?
This is Davina. No, I wasn't able to look that up yet, but I might have it by the end of the meeting. I don't know that would help you, though.
Okay. I just, thank you anyways. I just wanted to remind those that did vote yes on this already. There was a majority. There was 5 that voted. According to the charter, section 1801, rulemaking procedure, I'm on letter H. It says, notwithstanding the preceding provision, if the mayor or the city council, by an affirmative vote of a majority of the council members elect, declare in writing that an emergency requires the adoption of a specific rule, the proposed rule may be given immediate effect by the rulemaking authority for a period not to exceed 60 days pending completion of the required procedure. And that procedure is to, in order to have an official adoption of the rules, have a public hearing. And so for 60 days, we can operate by the rules that we had approved before COVID. And not only that, we can have a committee meeting to discuss future changes that we would like, or maybe new rules or changes to existing rules. So this is an emergency rulemaking special order or motion. It is not to have a discussion about any other rules or changing the rules that we already approved. It is simply, let's operate with the rules we had approved before COVID, and then we can go from there.
Madam President, Madam
sorry, I was
President,
muted. Ms. Worthing, are you finished?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, Mr. Mays.
yeah, Madam President, I don't recall us voting on a roll call vote in council meeting on any rules, let alone that they had been posted according to 1-801, a minimum of 2 weeks, and then a public hearing. Now, I'm familiar with the... She's out of order.
Was there a request for
She's
information?
out of order. Warn her.
Mr. Mays, I heard a request for information. Ms. Worthing?
Point of order.
First, we will deal with Ms. Worthing's request for information.
Mr. Mays was not at the committee meeting in which the 5 voted. I believe he was not allowed at
Is
that
this
meeting.
a question, a request for information?
Does he
It's right.
know
She's out of order.
about
Point of
that?
order.
Mr. Mays, quit talking. Ms. Worthing?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Does Mr. Mays know that he was not at that meeting, so he would not remember it?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mays, you have a point of order?
Yeah.
Refer to the
You
rule
should
that has been broken?
Yeah, I didn't hear her say point of information. Maybe she said request for information, but my point of order is it's a point of information on page 17 and 18 of council rules. If you look at that, you done directed her and everybody else wrong. That's why I didn't know what was happening. Our rules say point of information. And so that's what we need to start going by. Will you look at page 17 and 18 of the council rules and rule on my point of order?
Mr. Mays, I will rule on your point of order. We were informed by the parliamentarian, Coco Stewart, that we were using that in the 11th edition of Robert's Rules, which we are using, it is no longer a point of information. It is a request for information. So that's what we are going by, a request for information.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Oh, there's been appeal to the ruling of the chair. Is there a support for that?
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
this is Councilwoman Galloway, and I support that appeal.
Ms. Galloway supports the appeal. Once again, so it's been moved and seconded, the appeal. We were informed by our parliamentarian that the correct way to say point of information is now request for information. We go by the 11th edition of Robert's Rules currently, even though there's a newer edition out, and it has been changed to request for information. The reason it was changed was because people were misunderstanding and abusing point of information. They thought they could give someone else information, and it is a request from one member to another member with a question. That's why I made Ms. Worthing restate her request for information. So that is what the correct way to go by is request for information. Anyone else care to discuss this?
Yeah, Madam President.
Ms. Galloway and then Mr. Mays.
Madam President, you are absolutely right that Coco advised us when she was advising us about changing our rules. The only problem is the chair does not have the authority to change what council rules are. Even though she gave us that recommendation, it was not just that recommendation. There were multiple, which I was under the impression that the very reason why Councilwoman Worthing brought this before us is to implement some of those changes that Coco had advised us on. The problem that I have is that we never voted to change that from the point of order. And although we go by Robert's rules are subject to council rules. And so council rules as adopted according to 26.1, incidental motion is still a point of information. And so if, in fact, the chair does not lose this appeal, the chair is opting to change rules outside of her authority. It takes council changes. Now, if we vote on it tonight and the changes in this emergency rule change includes a request for information, then fine. But, Madam President, I'm asking you, in this scenario, I'm asking you to rule against yourself because we didn't make that change. It was never brought to the public. It was never adopted. And we are using the same rules that were adopted in 2016 or 17. And so in this case, Madam President, I hope you will do what's right. Thank you.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, you know, it takes time to be a good president or a good chair. It takes a lot of reading, and it takes a lot of trial and error. And the trial and error ain't just on behalf of me, Mr. Griggs, Ms. Worthy. The trial and error can be on the part of the chair. In this case, it's on the part of the chair. Now, I listened to you the last meeting, and you were just badgering me on a request for information. So what I did in the interim, I said, I want to make a point to her. It's a point of information. Our rules supersede Robert's rules. You never have to look at Robert's rules until you first exhaust our rules. On page 17 and 18, if you allow it to be read by anybody, it'll tell you, and Ms. Galloway just alluded to it, I think she said 26.1, but I've been on this council for going on 8 years. I know when rules change and when they don't. And it's simple. A 7th grader, a 12th grader knows what it means when you say council rules supersedes Robert's rules. If it's not addressed in council rules, then and only then do you go to Robert's rules. Point of information is clearly addressed. You were wrong last meeting, and you're wrong this meeting. So we're going to continue to say point of information, and you have a duty to recognize us. You have a duty to correct others and not steer them wrong. It's really problematic when the chair steers people wrong and won't admit, I was wrong. It's kind of frustrating when I'm getting warnings and I'm 100% right. It's a lot of unnecessary confusion. Let's get off first base, follow the golden rule, talking to others as you would have them talking to you. Be nice to black, white, young, old, 1st Ward, 8th Ward, 9th Ward. Just be nice. And then see what happens with that. Be godly. God is love, not hate. Now, this shouldn't have to happen. This what I'm trying to show you clearly. I'll be voting no, because I'll continue to say point of information until the council rules change. I'm going to continue to try to get the new president to learn and quit being so a certain way. Because I'll tug a war for the rights of myself and the people. I'll be voting no, and anybody who looks at page 17 and 18 of council rules, Mr. Guerra, should vote no too. But if y'all continue to vote yes, you're just demonstrating to the public. They won't learn it in a day, but over weeks and months, they'll say, oh my God, this is a simple one. I'll be voting no and listening attentively to everybody else. It's a point of information.
Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Madam President.
I believe I heard Mr. Winfrey and Ms. Worthing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Winfrey?
Yeah, Madam President, I remember the meeting where Coco did say that it is no longer a point of information, but it's a request for information. I remember that meeting. But I also remember, since I've been on this council, that council rules supersede Robert's rules, and then we go to Robert's rules when we don't have a rule to move us along. So I believe that it's right. Well, even though it may be a request for information, it won't be a request for information, and we are not able to use that until this council changes it. Now, once we change the rule and we vote on it from a point of information to a request of information, then now we're ready to rock and roll. But until we change that, it's still, according to our rules, a point of order. So I'll have to vote in the negative on this one because it you know, even though Coco recommended it, it has to be changed. We have to change that rule before it takes effect. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Ms. Worthing.
I find this whole point of order and discussion childish and a way to take away from the city business. Here we are having an appeal over request or point of information, both
Point of order.
which means the same.
Point of order.
We are in an appeal. There is no point of order, Ms. Galloway. Ms. Worthing, continue.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, there's only one speaking time in an appeal. Only the chair gets to speak twice. So what does that fall
Ms.
under?
Galloway, Ms. Worthing, this is her first time speaking on this appeal. Continue, Ms. Worthing.
And again, it just goes to show that some members are more about gotcha moments, making others miserable, constant negativity, instead of getting this business of the city done. Who cares if it's point of information or request for information? We all know they both mean the same thing, as all the other members have admitted. And so why are we having, this childish debate? Let's get on with the business of the city. I'll be voting yes to support the chair.
Is there any other discussion on this appeal? Then I would like to say, Ms. Galloway, it's quite interesting that, excuse me, after we had that training session with Coco, when you would be chairing, you would switch over to request for information. And then you slowly just went back to point of information. So while you were doing that, I didn't waste council time by making a big deal over this little picayune thing. I was trying to go by, we have trainings by experts for a reason. And I was trying to go by the recommendations that were being made by this expert parliamentarian. You would go back and forth, back and forth. It's been used back and forth, back and forth. I am just trying to get this council on track to use the rules, to use them correctly, and hopefully we can get through this dysfunction and this waste of time on matters that are so minor that I believe the intention here is simply to obstruct and thwart the flow of city business. So it is a request for information. That is the correct way to say it. We have used it in the past, so I am requesting it now because that is the correct way to do it. And if you vote yes for the chair, then you're sustaining the chair. If you vote no, then you're voting for, I guess it was Mr. Mays. I can't remember if it was Galloway or Mays, but whatever. Yes supports the chair, no does not. Roll call, please.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
No.
4 yes and 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. The appeal wins. All right, where were we? We were on special orders.
I had the floor.
Well, I don't really remember because we wasted so much time, but Mr. Mays, I'm happy to give you the floor.
I had the floor. A good chair got to remember. But anyway, my position is this. But it's tough being a chair. Everybody want to be a chair. But it's tough. I had the floor. I'm not trying to fool you. And I think Ms. Galloway had finished, and then maybe you were calling on me. I don't know. I might have had it. I might not. But regardless of that, if you've given it to me now, and if you want to call me Mays and Galloway, I'll just start recognizing the chair as Fields. I'm Councilman Mays, First Ward. Fields, Madam President, Madam Chair. You know, it go both ways. I'm Councilman Mays. That's Councilwoman Galloway. My position is this. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Worthing. And I know the clock is running. I'm not going to be asked to suspend the rules. Ms. Worthing, what rules are you trying to get adopted in an emergency way? Ms. Fields, however y'all do it, you got to state on the record, and you say in writing to do it in an emergency way. What are the 5 rules? I'll do it through you to Angela Wheeler. I just don't want to use my time up. So I said through you to Miss Worthing. I don't want to mess her time up. Through you to Miss Wheeler. I'm not even asking you, Miss, under these cockamamie rules. Maybe Miss Wheeler can read the 5 changes into the record.
Point of
information. And my time can stop.
Just a moment. Is there a point of information by Ms. Galloway?
That's what the council rule says. Yes, ma'am. Point of information.
And what is your point of information?
Does Councilman Mays realize that the clock is not running? We're on a special order.
There was a motion made, I thought, by Ms. Worthing. Is there a motion that we're in?
No, Mr. Mays. We are on a special order, but I will accede to your request. I will have Ms. Wheeler read from the William Kim type that, you know how we change ordinances where the new thing is in bold and the old thing is slashed out. I will ask Ms. Wheeler to read the new rules for us. Do you have that handy, Ms. Wheeler? I can tell you what rule number it is.
I'm asking her just through you to her. Let me communicate. That's not you taking the floor, please.
Ms. Wheeler?
So can you chair through you to Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Do you know the 5 rules they propose to enact in an emergency way?
Let me pull those up 1 second.
And then my second question going to be the distribution requirement in writing. Let's look closely at that. But first, let's see what the 5 rules they think is such an emergency.
I have a request for information to you, Mr. Mays. I have a request for information to you. Are you aware that you were emailed all of this information?
I don't use email. Remember that? Are you aware after 7 years of my policy? Ever since Scott Kincaid and the laptop thing that I think you know good and well about. I'm a different type of council person and proud of it. So to answer your request, point of information, I'm answering.
Are you referring to when you pawned your laptop?
I'm referring to when I went through legal proceedings when they were breaking in my office in the mayor's too, and I'm not going to be responsible for a $1,000 laptop. Had you been in court, we said, yeah, we stored it over there and paid for the storage. So, Ms. Fields, please, don't try to use point of information to make a political statement. You want to use it to talk about 4 flats and 475. You want to use it to talk about in jail. So let's talk. But you don't have to do a false point of information in the middle of me and Miss Wheeler taking care of business. I'm a vintage politician. I like to talk politics. Should we talk about the grant that you didn't pay the city and your point of information to me about a laptop? Come on now, stick with the business, but I'll go all night on laptops, people putting stuff in my drink, Murdoch jumping on me, you messing up grant money.
Call for the orders
The
of the
worst
day.
of
Ms. Wheeler, are
Okay,
you prepared to
Ms.
answer,
Wheeler.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, because I'll do it. I'll talk about your attendance record and you President Miss Wheeler. Have you got it yet?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Should I? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I got the flow. I'm talking to you. They want to
Okay,
play ball.
The first one is
Go ahead.
Mr. Mays, please don't interrupt Miss Wheeler, and Miss Wheeler won't interrupt you. Miss Wheeler?
Madam President, you interrupting both of us. We got the floor. You gave it to us on record.
I am
Let
the
me
chair,
handle it.
Mr. Mays. I can
Don't
share the
abuse it.
meeting.
Sure.
Miss Wheeler?
Don't abuse it.
Please
No,
proceed.
I say to Miss Wheeler, I direct that. It's through you to Miss Wheeler. You ain't got the floor. Miss Wheeler, go ahead.
Yeah, the first one is Rule 25.1 under incidental motions point of order. It's been amended to also state a point of order request for information or parliamentary inquiry cannot interrupt the chair or any other or another member who has been properly recognized to speak. The chair may still call members to order. That's Rule 25.1.
Okay, so let's stop there if I can, Miss Wheeler. So you saying they proposing a rule when somebody got the floor, the chair, or any member, you can't say a point of order, a point of information? Is that what I'm interpreting that what you just said to be? If so, I need that separated. That's ridiculous. That's point of information and point of order is. If I'm clear that that's what they're proposing, we just can't nobody never say point of order, point of information. That's ludicrous. I can't support that. Am I hearing you right? Do I have to ask you to say it again, or is that the rule that's proposed for my interpretation?
The reading says that a point of order or point of information or parliamentary inquiry cannot interrupt another member who has been properly recognized to speak, and
yeah,
the
that's
chair
ridiculous.
may call the member to order. So that's
we have made the chaos. So that's
Mr. Mays, would you please stop interrupting when you call
Ma'am.
someone to speak? It's only courteous for you to allow them to finish speaking. Then you can speak again.
Madam Chair, this is for my clarification. Any other council person, including you, can clarify. I know Miss Wheeler for years. Let me have my conversation on the floor. Miss Wheeler, let's go to the second one. We'll circle back on that when we can get Miss Fields out of it. Go to the second one now. I know how to talk to people, please, and particularly people I work with.
So the next one under that same section, 25.3, it's a strike through. So it reads originally, a point of order does not need a second. Can interrupt a speaker, is not debatable, and is decided by the chair. The strike through is this language that says can interrupt a speaker. So that section is stricken through. So now it reads a point of order does not need a second, is not debatable, and is decided by the chair. So that's what that section says.
And it's what decided by the chair? You say not?
No, is decided by the chair. It's still that was in there originally. It just has a stricken through part that says can interrupt a speaker. That's stricken through.
Okay, if it can interrupt the speaker, that's exactly what point of orders and point of information are designed to do. So that's two of them. Let's go to the third one.
Okay. Let's see.
No wonder I'm Miss Worthing say I wasn't there. Evidently I wasn't, because I never would have agreed on this. But go ahead.
Then Rule 26.1, it originally states a request for information generally applies to information desired from the speaker. Now the section that's added in there says a point of information, request for information, or parliamentary inquiry cannot interrupt the chair or another member who has been properly recognized to speak. The chair may still call members to order.
Now that's similar to the first one, saying that you can't use a privilege motion to interrupt the speaker. Am I interpreting that right?
Yeah, it takes that out of there, so it's just.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's intended for. So let's go to what? We on the fourth one now?
Point of information.
Madam President, that throws the ball to you. Madam President, there's a point of information.
Sorry, I was muted. What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
I'm sorry. Can she repeat that fourth rule number? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hold on a second, let me go back to it.
I think she wants the fourth one read. You know, how many we done did? 3. And Miss Galloway, if you want the fourth one, we on now.
Request for information. Ms. Wheeler, to my knowledge, the
point of order.
I think we have. I need her to confirm the rule numbers, Ms. Galloway. You covered 25.1, 26.1, and then I think you misspoke. You said 25.3, but I believe it was 25.6.
Point of order, Ms. Field. Point of order. You using a point of information
I'm on a request
to take
for
the floor.
information.
You making statements. You'll get the floor. You're abusing the point of information.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway?
My breach is that you did not allow my point of information before you overrode and did a request for information. That's a breach. You must deal with one at a time.
Excuse me, Ms. Galloway. I believe I did hear your request for information. I thought you were finished, and then you were asking for clarification, and then I was asking for clarification because I believe she had given the wrong rule number. I was just trying to assist you with getting the right rule number.
I just asked for the last one, Madam President. I just asked for the last one she was on, and you took over.
Can I just give you the
do you want Ms. Wheeler to continue?
I do want to continue with the floor. That's what I want. I want to continue with the floor, and I had no problem with Ms. Galloway's point of information. I had no problem with yours if you do it as a point of information, but don't use it to take the floor and don't abuse other people who come before you. It's okay. It's tough being a president. It's tough being a chair. You know, I was warned before. So just let's keep going. Ms. Wheeler, are you on the fourth one that they're proposing to be changed? And if so, go ahead and you straighten it out and communicate. But I already know where I was at. But, you know, go ahead, Ms. Wheeler.
Okay, so we had 25.1, 25.3, and the last one that we were on, let's see, let me get back to it. It's 26.1. And Then there's 27.5. 27.5, let's do that one. Oh, then there's, I skipped one. Hold on a second. Before we get to that one, there's 26.5. In order to call for a point of order, a specific rule number must be noted or it is considered an abuse of a point of order. Then
is that how it reads originally, or is that the change?
That's the change.
Okay, how does it read originally? Or is nothing there?
No, there's nothing there. This is a new one to that section.
Okay, so that's why when I keep hearing them say state the rule number, for example, they got a rule that says you must put a motion on the floor first before you get a discussion. They ain't going to find that nowhere in the rules, but, you know, they'll rule you out of order if you don't do it. So this is a new rule that they want to add and say when you say point of order, whenever you can say it, you must have to get the floor to say it. That's problematic because it'll be stale. By the time you get the floor, if you can't use a privilege motion, a point of information, or a point of order at that time, or the breach or the rule, I knew now they want to put on there when you say it, this is, I'm understanding this fourth one to be, now you must state the specific rule. All of them ain't even got numbers, so I can't go on that one. What else we got left? It was a total of how many of them? 5 or 6?
I think it might be 6. So let me
Okay,
go through.
so I done heard 4 changes. I'll keep listening.
Okay. Next one is Rule 26.1. This has an addition to it. It reads, and that was the last one. I had skipped one, so this is the next one.
That's okay.
And the part that's originally in there is a request for information generally applies to information desired from a speaker. The addition is the point of request for information or parliamentary inquiry cannot interrupt the chair or another member who has been properly recognized to speak. The chair may still call members to order.
Okay, same type of flavor. They taking away any opportunity to do a privilege motion until you get the floor. And by the time you get the floor, if you don't change the other rules about immediately, it'll be stale. And it just don't work. What's the next one?
And I think this is the last. This here, 27.5. This is new. It says for agenda items, there will be an untimed question and answer period for department heads and others, but no debate or general comments will be allowed during that time.
Okay, I'm trying to understand that. That has to do with the administration putting on agenda items or anybody putting on agenda items. What do it say? Can you read it verbatim, what they're trying to propose? This is new language they're trying to put in there. What does it say?
It says for agenda items, there will be an untimed question and answer period for department heads and others, but no debate or general comments will be allowed during that time.
Okay, now what that seems to say to me, maybe they can clarify it, but if it's an agenda item, Clyde Edwards, any department head, anybody just can talk and go on and on in a council meeting about whatever they want to sell or get us to vote on. It says, I guess, others. I don't know if that refer to me or anybody else who needs clarification and questions answered during this period of time, because they refer to debate. It ain't debate until a motion is made and properly seconded. But never in 30 years of the council have I not seen the council, who I call them trustees, board of directors, they can't ask department heads questions before they vote. And they have to do it in a 3 to 5 minute period of time, and we're spending millions of dollars. All of these things should be vetted in a legislative or rules committee meeting. We ain't had a rules committee meeting to do this, and I don't know if I'm going to do it in this COVID-19 unless they're more sensible. I can't let them take away privilege motions. That's what Robert's rules and council rules. You don't have to wait to get the floor to say a point of order, point of information, Ms. Worthing. I don't know why you're so excited about these rules. Ms. Wheeler, did they run these past your department, the legal department? Have you had any input or conversation with anybody, and if so, who? And what was your opinion?
Yeah, we've had a little bit of conversation about it with council persons, Bills and councilpersons Worthing. There's 2 other additional items that are in here too. If I can give
I'm all ears.
Okay, and then the last 2 items, it's in section 28, Rule 28.3 and Rule 28.4 are additions. 28.3 says a discussion of any matter, resolution, special order, etc., will be limited to 5 minutes total per member on any given item, with members permitted to reserve part of their time to speak a second time. No further ranking of time and no yielding of time is permitted. And the last thing,
anything else?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. We on the same page. Go ahead.
Okay, and then the last item is 28.4. This is a new addition. Discussion or debate on any agenda item, resolution, ordinance, etc., cannot take place until there was a motion on the floor.
Okay, so that's the body of law that they're trying to put in place without the minimum 2-week posting, a public hearing. They want to do it extraordinary with 6 affirmative votes. So 6 out of 9. Is it requiring 5 or 6, Ms. Wheeler, to do an emergency rule change?
It
speaks for that in 1-801. What have the preliminary in writing? Who do that go to? Can you look at that?
Who does what go to?
You telling me you interpret it to be 5 votes, and I'm now asking you to look at the other part of it. To do emergency sometimes takes 6.
I didn't say it was 5, it was 6. It takes
okay,
6.
I'm sorry then.
It's a majority.
Okay, we on the same.
So that's 6.
It say the majority of the members what?
The members elect, so that will be 6
That's
to 9.
5. The majority of the members elect is 5, correct?
No, it's 6.
The majority of the members elect is 5. 5 is the majority of 9. I'm trying to ask you to do the language for emergency enactment under 1-801 refer to 5 or 6 for emergency. It also refers to in writing. And so before I get to the in writing, the vote, does it take 5 or 6? Let's go over that one more time. Members elect is, the majority of members elect is 5.
It says, notwithstanding the preceding provisions, if the mayor or the city council, by an affirmative vote of the majority of council members elect, declare in writing that an emergency requires the adoption of specific rules, the proposed rules may be given immediate effect by the rulemaking authority for a period not to exceed 60 days.
Okay. I got you. Can we explore something? Right quick? Let me explore this with you. If it says the mayor or the majority of council members elect do it in writing. So we haven't agreed to do it in writing yet, have we?
I believe the resolution is the writing is the resolution in the rules.
And so when we pass the resolution with 5, or if it passed with 5, then that would be an emergency. Because we normally pass all resolutions this manner. And I'm thinking the intent of 1-801 is saying that if the majority meet and vote first, it don't say first, and decide 5 or more want to do this in writing, then that comes to the council, and then seem like the majority elect have to do something in writing. Can you read that one more time, and then I'll be ready to understand it? Can you read that notwithstanding and go through it? I'm not going to interrupt you and hope nobody does. I want to listen to every word.
And Section 1-801H, notwithstanding the preceding provisions, if the mayor or the city council by an affirmative vote of the majority of the council members elect declare in writing that an emergency requires the adoption of a specific rule, the proposed rule may be given immediate effect by the rulemaking authority for a period not to exceed 60 days pending completion of the required procedure. I believe that the majority of the members elect is 6. It's not a simple majority.
No, it's not. The majority of members elect is 5. I'm clear on that. But let me say this. What I'm not clear on is this, and I think I'm now clear on this. We have to declare the emergency. Now, anywhere in this resolution, is it stating why this needs to be an emergency rule? Where's the declaration of the emergency? Through you, Madam President, I'm going to continue with Ms. Wheeler before I go to you and Ms. Worden. Do you see a declaration defining the emergency, the necessary emergency for these rules to be brought? That's what it seems to indicate clearly. In writing, the mayor or the council must have a declaration of some type of emergency. Have we got that?
Yes, it's in your resolution, your council resolution.
Okay. What is the reason for the emergency? Tell me what that declaration is and tell this council what words in it Ms. Fields figured that we need. What is their definition of emergency that causes us to change these rules in an emergency manner? Let me look for the resolution and see if I can see it, but I'm telling you, I want to hear it. And then you tell me where they declare that. Because this is a two-step thing.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Griggs?
I'd like for Mr. Mays to tell us where it states that it's an emergency.
If you bear with me, Mr. Griggs, me and Ms. Wheeler going to tell you together. So you don't have to believe just me. If she helped me and I help her, we going to see where the declaration of the emergency. Right now, we saying,
Mr.
well,
Griggs,
we gonna
Mr.
see
Griggs,
you out of order. I'm gonna give you your first
Mr.
warning.
Griggs, Mr. Mays, you can't give anyone a warning. Mr. Griggs, you get one opportunity when you call for a request for information or a point of order. You're welcome.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, does Councilman Griggs realize that Resolution 200493 is titled Resolution to Approve Emergency Amendment to the Council Rules?
To you, Madam President, Ms. Galloway. Ms. Galloway, could you read the resolution?
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
resolution to approve emergency amendment to council rules by the City Council. Whereas the City Council adopted its last version of rulings governing meetings of the council, in parentheses, council rules, on June 12, 2017. And that City Council's annual review of council rules takes place every December during the Special Affairs Committee agenda. And whereas it has been impractical for City Council to hold council committee meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic, since it was deemed an unnecessary hardship to the City Council staff and put their health, safety at risk. And whereas it has been over 3 years since the previous amendment of City Council rules, and whereas on October 9th, 2019, the Rules Committee approved various amendments to the council rules as proposed in the attached version of the council rules. And whereas to have productive meetings during this pandemic, it is of utmost importance to have the council rules include those amendments on an emergency basis pursuant to Flint City Charter Section 1-801H, as in Harry, for a period of 60 days. Therefore, be it resolved that the Flint City Council approves the attached amendments to the City Council rules for 60 days with immediate effect.
Ms. Wheeler, through you, Madam President, back to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, I seem to tend to believe that the declaration of the emergency is the COVID-19 and a lack of committee meetings and a lack of changing any rules. Would you gather that to be the declaration of the emergency?
I'm reading from the paragraph 2, and it says the statement for it states that it has been impractical for City Council to hold council committee meetings during COVID pandemic, since it was deemed an unnecessary hardship to the council staff and put their health and safety at risk. So that's what the resolution states for the reason.
Okay, I'll buy into that, but now we better really look at it because that's charter language. The charter gives 5 council people the right to make emergency rules that last for 60 days. But if they do anything like the recreational marijuana emergency ordinance, it'll be 60 days, 120 days, 180 days. And I don't think that was the intent of the 60-day clause, just to go on and on. And I don't think that because of the convenience of the electronic meetings, because we have too many days where we don't electronically meet. Now, I'll buy into keeping Davina and Janelle and staff safe, but I don't buy into whoever got with legal and made up these rules, and our rules supersedes Robert's rules. But for many, I'm going to say 10 or 20 or 100 years, the intent of a privileged motion, a point of order and a point of information, would be to interrupt the speaker or to interrupt the chair. And this would be rigged. And I've been around since Melvin McCree, Chester Simmons, Woody Eppley, McManaman, McCoy, Sargentson, Ed Taylor, Johnny Coleman. And this would be the second set of rules Ms. Fields done had her hand on. Nobody discusses business in 5 minutes, spend multi-millions of dollars, and have 5 council people vote lockstep. It's scary. Scary, scary, scary. I won't be a part of it. I'll make a motion since we're in a special order. This is a special order. Let me ask this question, Madam Chair. Is this up for action later on in the meeting or when?
Mr. Mays, it is, but I have a request for information for you. Are you willing, since we don't currently have any rules on how long somebody can spend for a special order, but it is in the next rules, and the intent is, my question to you is, are you willing to yield the floor so other council people can weigh in?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I ain't willing to yield it now, but I am willing to yield it. But when I'm doing multi-million-dollar city business, been in council meetings for 30 years and never seen prestigious and honorable council people. That's what our males say, they're honorable Councilman Mays. I've never seen the people whose shoulders I stand on, the Chester Simmons, the Kincaids, I won't say Kincaid because he let you do it when he was there, but all of these mentors of mine, never before have the public been able to witness multi-million-dollar business legal policy boxed into 3 and 5 minute discussions. So I have to wiggle and be educated any way I can through Ms. Wheeler, through the rules that you adopting, and these would be really dictatorship-type chairmanship rules. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You want to let people have free discussion. You don't want to have to, excuse the pun, have us walk through these maze of rules. Because when they started, they were trying to box me in a corner, as I remember the old council. The new council have never seen the relaxed rules that Chester Simmons, Woody Eppley, McManaman, McCoy, the Daddy Sargentson, even Neely Near. People didn't have these rules, and you're messing up city business. Follow the golden rule. The public just learned something, and I did too. I done learned I can't vote on these rules in an affirmative way. I was going to make a motion to postpone it, to have a special meeting. We can do that any day of the week. I was surprised you adjourned this one from Monday to Monday. You usually could adjourn them from Monday to Wednesday. We got to take care of business, and we can discuss these rules. And is it an emergency to give somebody that type of boxed-in structure? No point of information, no point of order. It seems to me you'd have to get the flow to say point of order, point of information, and something could didn't happen procedurally wrong to affect our city. Oh, no. So it ain't yielding the floor. It's that I'm done with the floor. And once I'm done with the floor and my mind is satisfied based upon my election and who I am and the ward I represent, then others can have the floor. It's a special order. Remember, I do the meetings to 11, 12 at night, 1 o'clock, and got it done. Got it done. Don't y'all believe we didn't get business done when 5 of us would be here, 4 would be gone, and you were one of them. You want the floor, your job is to give it to other people first when you're the big shot. See who wants the floor. If I have to, I'll come back. It's a serious discussion.
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
if he's done.
I think
ma'am,
Mr. Mays is finished. You may have the floor.
For now.
Oh.
Ms. Galloway, I would ask, have you had the floor yet under the special order? Because I'd like to give those who have not spoken once.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Madam President. Ms. Worthing,
okay, then you have the floor.
Councilman Mays did. Thank you so much. I just want to say to my colleagues that as I listen to Attorney Wheeler share the rule changes, I'm looking at it and I just don't even have words. And the word that came to my head, the word that popped out in my mind was tyranny, which means cruel and oppressive government or rule. Cruel, unreasonable, or arbitration use of power or control. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to read Rule 25.1 for the public so that the public can hear what is being proposed by this council. Incidental motions or point of order. 25.1 states this. This is Robert's rules. The purpose of a point of order
information or request for information.
What is your request for information, Ms. Worthing?
Is Ms. Galloway aware that she voted yes?
Point of order.
We're in the middle of a request for information, Mr. Mays. Please continue, Ms. Worthing.
May I answer her? I heard her. And she's
didn't.
absolutely wrong.
Miss Galloway, can you wait a moment? I'd like her to repeat it because I don't think she finished her sentence. Please repeat it, Ms. Worthing.
I was done. I just wanted to ask Ms. Galloway if she was aware that she voted yes for all of these changes.
And now do I have the floor back, Madam President?
You do, Ms. Galloway.
Councilwoman Worthy is absolutely in error. Because as I read these rule proposals, these didn't come from Coco, and I'm going to tell you why. But she's so busy. It says the purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach in the rules when the presiding officer does not correct it or when the presiding officer makes a breach of the rules. That's what Robert's rule says. The request and addition of this council, not from Coco, because Coco would never state what's about to be stated on a privileged motion that's designed to keep order. The added part that this council is recommending is a point of order, request for information, or parliamentary inquiry cannot interrupt the chair or another member who has been properly recognized to speak. The chair may still call members to order. That very addition supersedes, overrides the very intention of an incidental privilege motion. And that is the same reading for a request for information. And so even in 25.3, a point of order does not need a second, normally says can interrupt the speaker, is not debatable, and is decided by the chair. This council struck out can interrupt the speaker. This is tyranny. Coco, if Coco is watching, which she sometimes does, the fact that my colleague would make it seem like Coco gave these recommendations and that this council is adopting what she said is totally, I don't even have the words. But what I'm saying to this council is if, in fact, you are wanting these rules, what you're saying is council is not going by Robert's rules. We're making our own rules. And the rules that are being proposed here today are oppressive because if we agree to this, what it means is that when the chair is out of order or when the chair allows her colleagues, like the ones that continue to do outbursts and are treated in a way, oh, you need to rephrase that, or you can't say that, no warning, but gives them a fair opportunity to say, hey, that's wrong. Do you want, instead of taking the floor and making a statement right now, Councilwoman, would you like to phrase that in a question? We don't all get that. And so if these rules are adopted, the chair will have unlimited power. And if that is what this council wants, then they can do that with a vote of the majority. But to accept these rules, and I can't even go to the rest of them, because these two right here paint a picture of what is being proposed by this council. And I won't take part in it. I won't be abused by it. And any council person that says yes to these rules is saying we're not going by Robert's rules. We're going by a new set of rules. And therefore, in 25.1, this council, whoever put these rules together, didn't even have the foreknowledge to recognize that they should have eliminated the first three lines, because it says the purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach. And then they add a point of order cannot interrupt. So you don't want Robert's rules, you want tyranny. And thank you, Madam President. I will not be supporting these rules, no emergency rules, or any rules that look like this.
Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Ms. Worthing.
I knew this would happen, and this is why I asked Davina who voted yes. in my recollection, the 5 who voted yes for these rules were Monica Galloway, me, Kate Fields, Maurice Davis, Alan Gregg, I believe. And some of them may have had 6. I am not sure. But I could be corrected. But at the time, Miss Galloway was not best buddies with Mr. Mays. She would leave meetings crying. She had called the cops. She was very frustrated.
Madam President.
What is your point of order? What rule has been breached?
What rule is being breached is now she's trying to attack me. Leave the meetings crying? Wrong. Madam President, you better correct Eva Worthing and let her stick to her purview. I'm telling you.
Cease talking, Miss Galloway. You called a point of order, then you cease talking so the chair can rule. I don't really think it's an attack, but I am going to ask Ms. Worthing to be very careful of her language.
Yeah, I was just called a tyrannist, so I think my language is pretty good. But thank you very much for pointing that out, Miss Galloway. You were very upset.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that it was not an attack.
Mr. Mays, you're too late on the ruling. The speaker had already began to speak. You have to call an appeal immediately. So, Ms. Worthing, continue.
This is the perfect example. Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Thank you, Mr. Mays. You have just illustrated the reason that at least 5 council members put in the rules that you cannot interrupt a speaker for a point of information, point of order, because it's abusive. Both Mr. Mays and Ms. Galloway abuse this privilege when they hear something they do not like. It is constant, and it is absolutely impeding the business of this city. Shame on council members who abuse the rules, who think that only their opinion matters, only they can attack other members, but when others talk about them, it's not acceptable. Shame on you. Secondly, I would like to make a motion to approve the rules as the motion states.
Ms. Worthing, just a moment. This is in a resolution. Could you state the resolution number?
Oh, I stepped away.
I believe it's 200493.
Thank you. What was it again? Sorry,
200493.
200493. I'd like to move that motion, please.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs?
Point of order.
Second that.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Wouldn't she have to move that resolution up to that point in agenda change? Did she do that? And if that's not done, then we got to follow the agenda. We on a special order, wouldn't that be correct?
Mr. Mays, I'm going to read this special order to you. A special order is requested by Councilperson Eva Worthing to discuss resolution number 200493, a resolution to approve emergency amendment to City Council rules. So it is in the special order. Now we have a motion on the floor.
Point of information, Ms. Fields.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Did not you just read to discuss it, and isn't it still on another spot in this agenda?
Yes.
Mr. Mays, it's appropriate to make a motion to approve that resolution. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? And
yeah,
can we hear from someone who did not get a chance to talk on the special order?
That ain't how the rules work.
Sure isn't.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Once a motion is made and properly seconded,
what rule has been broken, Mr. Mays?
I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you. If you quit interrupting me, you're out of order. You called on me. You want me to tell you, let me tell you. Do you know what order is? Can I give you a warning for interrupting me within seconds?
You're out of order. You're out of order, Mr. Mays.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Number. You must state
I
the rule
appeal
number.
the ruling that I'm out of order.
There's an appeal to the ruling of the chair. Is there support?
Madam President, this is Councilwoman Galloway. I support that appeal.
The appeal has been moved and seconded. Discussion on the appeal. I have been consistent. When someone calls a point of order, in order for me to rule, I need to know what rule number has been broken. Mr. Mays continues to, I believe, abuse a point of order by refusing to give a rule number. If I can't read the rule number, how do I know whether a rule has been broken or not? So Mr. Mays is out of order, and he is abusing the point of order. He is out of order. Who else would like to speak on the appeal?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Madam President, let me say this. Once a motion is made and properly seconded, don't matter if I had spoke for a half an hour on the special order. Once I say Madam President and nobody else says it, you're supposed to recognize any legitimate member. Not say I don't want to hear from Mr. Mays, somebody who ain't spoken. Ain't nobody spoken once the motion has been made and properly seconded. You are being argumentative with me. You're out of order. You're being argumentative. You're attacking me, and you're trying to demonstrate to the public how smart you are, and you ain't really seeming that smart even to the public because everybody heard you interrupt me within seconds. If I say point of order and it ain't no number there, I can tell you verbally what's happening out of order. Discrimination ain't no number, but it's in the charter. You can't discriminate based upon my ward, the sound of my voice, my political persuasion, my race, my gender. You can't try to make a black man look stupid. Y'all still saying request for information and lost the appeal. It's a point of information. Y'all done went rogue. And I'm telling you, you can huff and puff and try as hard as you want, but I'm a college graduate with some sense. I know when somebody interrupt me within 2 to 3 minutes. What's your point of order? I'm trying to tell you. What's your point of order? Let me speak. You're out of order. I wasn't out of order. You was out of order. How do I remove a chair under these conditions? I wouldn't care if 5 people voted till the cows come home. That ain't how I judge my politics. I'll be voting no on this out of order. I'll be voting no that every rule of breach has a number. They don't. That's factual. And you need to listen to what the point of order is before you interrupt. You trying to pass a rule right now that says state the number first. That ain't passed yet. Ain't that ironic? That's one of the rules you trying to put in. And I can work by numbers and books. You don't want me to pull my books out. You'll get clobbered, in my opinion. So, once again, I'm voting no. You need to let us be grown folks and quit condoning her saying request for information. And you, when it's your request for information, we done voted and ruled it's a point of information. Y'all hard-headed. My daddy used to say, Pastor Mays, a hard head make a soft rump. Y'all is wrong. So I'll be voting no. This is ridiculous how you coming at me and how you treating the white constituents politely. We hear it, we see it, we feel it. You don't realize it?
Madam President.
God bless you.
Madam President, Councilwoman Galloway.
Madam President, you're
right
now. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I was muted. I'd like to recognize Ms. Galloway to speak on the appeal.
So according to the agenda, there is a special order, and the special order says a special order as requested by Councilperson Even Worthing to discuss resolution number 200493, a resolution to approve emergency amendment to the City Council rules. After that is resolutions. Normally we complete a section and then you say this special order is over. We move to resolutions. Under the heading of resolutions, it says note. During agenda change on November 23rd, Councilperson Worthing asked to have a special order on emergency rules and then to vote on the resolution to approve them after the executive session. The vote was 9-1. And so 2 things, Madam President. The special order was not over. We had not gotten to her request, which we were going there. That's one thing. But then 2, according to council rules of order of business for regular council meetings, Rule 7.1, 13, resolutions. A council member who desires to speak in debate must obtain the floor by being recognized by the presiding chair. In the debate, each member has the right to speak twice for a maximum of 5 minutes on the same question on the same day, but cannot make a second speech on the same question so long as any member who has not spoken on that question desires the floor. And so, Madam President, I'm hoping that you're, one, recognizing that his original point of order of we were still on a special order, we had not gotten to her resolution, and then you said that his point of order was not valid, that was in error. And then you continue to act as though that wasn't important. But then when you allow the motion to go, he rightfully was the person that asked for the floor. The chair should not, in a new motion that is free and clear with no one speaking, should not be saying, I want somebody that hasn't spoke on this to speak. And I would be interested in knowing, eventually, through our Attorney Wheeler, I want to know what council members are using phones, and I want to know if it's possible for phone conversation, text messages to be requested under the Open Meetings Act, because I think that there's some things going on. She made a statement to say, I want some people to get to speak that haven't spoken. All of this is wrong, Council President Fields. You are being very unfair. You are being wrong. You are allowing some people to abuse others. And I'm hoping you're willing to turn. That motion should not have been made without you officially saying this special, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this special order? Those people that said no, then you should have said, well, this special order is over. We are now moving to the resolution. And so I'll be voting no in this appeal because the chair, in my opinion, did not do the right thing.
Would someone else like to speak on the appeal?
Madam President.
Ms. Worthing?
Once again, this is shameful that we have to go through points of order, appeals, just to simply do the business of the city. And it is 2 consistent people. A motion is always in order. Always. That's never changed. And Mr. Mays will be the first to say that. And so will Ms. Galloway. Again, obstruction just to be obstructive it's just ridiculous. I'd love to get real city business done without the childish games. It's frustrating. And as a council member who gets paid for these meetings, and I'm frustrated, think about your constituents in which you continually waste their time. I apologize to the public for this display, and I sure hope that we pass this motion so that this does not happen over and over again.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Will Ms. Worthing address why she said anybody but me and I was trying to get the floor properly? Will you address that?
I have no idea what Mr. Mays is talking about.
I don't either. Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam President,
Mr. Griggs?
I'm going to vote yes just to get rid of this unnecessary filibustering so that we can continue with city business. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Okay, I'd like to say this. Ms. Worthing made a motion and Mr. Griggs seconded it. A motion is in order at any time. That's a rule we've always gone through. It's Robert's rules. We've always abided by that. So I feel that the motion was correct and was allowable. It was made and seconded.
Point of information.
The what is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, isn't that correct, except we voted to change the agenda and therefore we voted in the order that it is in?
No, Ms. Galloway, I'm not in agreement with that, but if you'd let me finish uninterrupted, I didn't interrupt you. But I'd like to say this appeal, if you go back to, and it's hard to keep track of, his point of order was actually not about the motion. It was about the fact that he asked for the floor first, and I stated, would somebody else like to speak that hasn't spoken? Now, I said that because under a special order, Mr. Mays and Ms. Galloway had pretty much monopolized the time, quite a bit of time. No one else had a chance for any type of discussion or debate under that special order. So I felt it would be courteous and grown up to acknowledge that and perhaps give someone else a chance to speak first under the discussion on the motion. But technically, Mr. Mays is correct. He asked for the floor first after the motion had been made and seconded and there was discussion, and he should have been given the floor first, even though I felt he should have been a little more courteous to his other colleagues. So actually, I'm going to vote against my own ruling because he was correct and that he should have been given the floor first. So if you vote yes, you agree with the chair. If you vote no, you agree with Mr. Mays. And on this particular thing, I'm going to vote no. Roll call, please.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Vote is 2 yes, 7 no.
Vote is 2 yes, 7 no. The appeal wins. Now, we are now under discussion on the motion on the floor. Would anyone like to have discussion on this motion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Davis?
thanks for indulging. Yeah, I would like to say something about it. About me formerly being Council Rules Chair. Anytime there's a point of information, it must be acknowledged. That's how you interrupt somebody for breaching a rule. Now, that's my understanding when I was the chair. And a point of information is a question. Point of order, I'm trying to say. Point of order, you interrupt because there's a breach of the rule. Point of information is I'm requesting for knowledge, but it's a point of information. Now, I said that to say this. But you can't continually just haphazardly do it just to do it. But you, at all times, must cease talking and acknowledge the person with a point of order, the breach of the order. And that's been done if it's the Pledge of Allegiance or what have you. So I can't see something need to be revisited if somebody come up with some rules where you don't acknowledge immediately, cease talking, and it's a point of order. Ain't no way in the world I could go along with something like that. That's out of order. Even if we're trying to control a gain order, that cannot work. So we must revisit whatever. If something been added, and like my colleague Galloway, Councilwoman Galloway stated, Coco and them, they go by, and I have the newest 12th edition of Robert's Rules. Everything should also line up to that. We should never have our rules to where they train wreck our meetings. It's clear that something's going wrong because we've been on this going on an hour in a train wreck, and it don't make no sense. So we need to put this on the back burner and get the business of the city done, because this clearly ain't making no kind of sense. So I'm with my colleagues. We're going to have to push this back. If some words been added, it's out of order, especially if you don't acknowledge and cease talking when it's a point of order or a point of information. And, you know, that's just the way it is now. And I'm a former chair of Rules Committee. I was the chair. And I know I studied diligently them rules. Thank you for indulging.
Would anyone else like to discuss the motion? I would. I haven't had my first chance. First, I want to correct some misinformation that's been given. These were not Coco's rules. These were council rules, and it states in the resolution, we were having committee meetings prior to COVID. In October 9th, 2019, there were 5 new rules that were voted on and approved by the majority of council. Now, I've tried to find out if it was a voice vote or who actually voted, but it doesn't matter because the record shows we did a vote to approve these rules. Normally, under the rulemaking procedure, okay, then it would be moved to council for final approval, a public hearing, and to publish the rules. But, unfortunately, we didn't have a rules committee, and then COVID broke out, and now the last rules that we have reviewed was in June 2017. These 5 rules, which are repeated in various ways in various sections of the rules, that's the only reason why you see some of them in multiple places, because they're referenced in multiple places in the rules, okay? These were already voted on by a majority of council members. And the reason they voted on them, I believe, is because it's clear that in the past 3 years, almost 4 now that I've been on council, but 3 for sure, there has been an absolute deliberate attempt to interrupt colleagues with what is known as dilatory motions, which are a point of order or a point of information, request for information, that are not truly that. They're just meant to thwart the business of the city. Now, the way the one rule reads about you can't interrupt a speaker, the new rule with a point of order, you can call a point of order after that speaker finishes, but you can't call a point of order and interrupt them while they're speaking. And I think this meeting so far, talking about these rules, has been a perfect example of an attempt by 2 members to basically thwart the business of this council. Now, in one place, our rules did not specify that a motion had to be on the floor, but Robert's rules did. And we had to put it specifically in council rules just to clarify. Some of these rules were just things that were in Robert's rules that we didn't have council rules, but we wanted to clarify. Council rules take precedence. Once again, these rules were previously approved by a majority vote of council in committee. And regarding the cruel and arbitrary tyranny, I am seeing tyranny from 2 council members that are hijacking every meeting, every agenda item to carry on for hours and hours with points of order that are not points of order. They're not a breach in the rules. I can't even tell you what rule number they think has been broken, because there is no rule that has been broken. They're just using it as a way to interrupt the business and to get the floor. and to create chaos and disruption. So, City Council has not had a review of its rules for 3 years, and we're supposed to do it at the minimum every year. We already voted on in committee and approved by a majority vote these rules. There's nothing new in here. They are the rules that this council already voted on to approve in committee. And in order to get these meetings aligned towards doing the business of the city and not catering to certain individuals who just want to cause disruption, I'm certainly going to be supporting this motion for the emergency adoption of these rules, which requires, I'm in agreement with Mr. Mays, 5 votes majority. Within the next 60 days, I hope there is some way we can have another rules committee where everyone can send in or in some manner communicate what rules they would like to change, like we do in a committee. Propose, change, delete, add to, revise. But for the next 60 days, I would like to see these rules take effect. Once again, rules that the majority of this council has already approved. And we just didn't follow through and take care of the business of making sure these rules were revised. So, would anyone else care to speak?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm going to actually, and I want to just say this, I'm going to pray for y'all. I'm going to pray for y'all. Because let me say this, no committee can take action. Them 5 votes you're talking about, the terminology is we move it from committee to council. We don't take action like that in committee meetings. We take action in regular council meetings, roll call vote. So y'all quit saying these rules were approved by a majority in a committee meeting. That ain't even how it worked. So first, touch on that. And then listen to what you're saying. You're saying for the next 60 days, you want people to call a point of order or a point of information after the speaker stops. But you just told me in this meeting, you can't do that. We done moved on to something else now. That ain't how Robert's rules work. These are privileged motions. Don't reinvent the wheel. Now I want to take you back when I was the chair. I was vice president and finance chair. I entertained every point of order and point of information you and Miss Worthing brought to me. I never said I'm not going to entertain that. Y'all was doing me like a ping pong ball. Y'all even had press conferences on me. I'm telling you, is this not deja vu? Go get the recordings Ms. Fields used to say, Mr. Mays, you can't interrupt me. I'm speaking. I got the floor. And you repeatedly interrupted. It's what a chair do. I told you then. A chair can interrupt to keep stuff on track. No, you can't interrupt us. Hypocritical. These rules ain't ready yet. Now that I got the floor, if I wanted to postpone this to the end of the meeting, and I'll stay here to 2, 3, 4 in the morning, I wanted to suggest that we have a special meeting for rules. These rules ain't ready yet, and they're contradictory to Robert's rules, 50 and 100-year traditions. You can't make this stuff up. And believe me, when you voted no, I say the Lord is in control, because that's exactly what point of orders and points of information should do. Them two that just don't like to hear my voice are the senior councilmen. The Lord blessed me with knowledge to be around council. Believe me, ma'am, I want to get to the business of the city. I done got to it. Remember, I had something to do along with Huey Newsom with a $24 million fund balance that's now been destroyed under certain leadership. I've had to do with business when I had to put motions on the floor to go back to Detroit during the water crisis. I brought lawyers in here. You can't minimize the work I do in the middle of chaos. This is chaos. I moved to postpone this and to the last thing on the agenda. And I'll stay long, Kate, Eva. Y'all be gone. So let's vote to postpone this and get on with the real business and come back at the end of the meeting. I so move.
There's a motion on the floor to postpone this resolution till the end of the meeting. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam President?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, I will support that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair, Santino here.
Mr. Guerrera?
I thank you for the floor. I just want to say to my colleagues, we're either going to agree or disagree. And I've been listening to you guys talk over in circles, saying the same thing. You know, either these rules are going to pass or they're going to fail. So I really don't see a point of postponing.
Point of
until
order.
later.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway, and what's the rule number?
I will tell the rule number. According to Rule 15.5, a motion to postpone temporarily or to resume consideration shall be decided without debate.
She's right. I'll cease talking. My apologies.
Okay, so if we're not going to have debate, I'm trying to find it here. It can interrupt, requires a second. Postponed to a certain time, there is debate, Ms. Galloway. If you look at the yellow sheet that Coco gave us,
Point of order.
To a certain time.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Madam Chair, council rules override that yellow sheet. And it is Rule 15.5. I have read it into the record. And now it's time for the chair to rule according to what council rules say, not Robert's rules.
Ms. Galloway, wait a moment while I read Rule 15.5. You are correct, Ms. Galloway. 15.5 says a motion to postpone temporarily or to resume consideration shall be decided without debate. Okay, so roll call. This motion is to postpone till the end of the meeting this resolution 200493. Roll call, please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 4 no. This resolution will be moved to the end of the agenda. Okay, let me look at the agenda. We're going to move off this special order, and we're going to go to it's special orders continued. It is special order 200495 to discuss the Pierce Golf Course, and Ms. Galloway had asked that the administration speak first, or was that only on resolutions, Ms. Galloway? Ms. Galloway?
Sorry, I was on mute. Is Clyde or someone here from the administration that we can have a discussion on Pierce Golf Course?
Madam Chair, I am here. This is Clyde Edwards.
Thank you, Clyde. And is someone from? It was a burnout. Is Chief Barton on the line as well?
I believe the chief is Chief Barton. Yes.
How are you, Chief Barton?
Good. How about yourself?
Good. Through you, Madam President, to Chief Barton, can I ask him a couple of questions?
Of course.
Thank you. Chief, can you tell us what the status is on Pierce Golf Course so that we can kind of understand what the next steps are?
Look, basically, it was basically 90% destroyed. I'm saying you still have some pillars up and things like that. Firefighters pulled up with fire. They had to go all the way back out to the street to catch a hydrant because the hydrant that was in front of the center had been turned off. I don't know if that was water department turned it off or whoever, but it was inoperable. And by the time they were able to catch the line and get back to it, the fire had spread it quickly because it was open, and so it created like a tunnel effect from the fire. And I guess that day was probably a little windy. But when they came back in, it was too much fire to try to make an entry. So they ultimately went defensive. We did contact the Michigan State Police because they are the arson investigators, and request them to come down. But because it was a total loss, they did show up on scene. They brought their dog in. The dog couldn't smell any accelerants or anything like that. And so because the dog didn't hit on anything, it ruled a suspicious fire. And so at that point, because it was the city's property, the city started talking with the insurance company, and from there, it's in the hands of administration.
Thank you for that. And so through you, Madam Chair, to Clyde Edwards or Angela Wheeler, who I don't know if this insurance falls under the purview of the city attorney. Can we share where we are and when we think that this will be cleaned up?
This is Angela Wheeler. This would be something that's handled by the finance department.
Thank you. Is someone from finance on? Clyde, why don't I start with you, Clyde? Because I'm sure you oversee all of department heads. So what is your understanding of where we are on Pierce Golf Course?
Well, 2 points I can make based on my understanding. One, the property has been secured. It's been properly fenced off at this point. And then the second thing is that the appropriate paperwork has been filed with our insurance company, and it is now in the hands of the adjuster. Now, I was just recently told that adjuster was off just recently. So it's my understanding that we'll be making contact again tomorrow to see if we can get some determination from the adjuster. But it is in their hands, and they've been reviewing it, re-reviewing it, and I guess reviewing it again. So that's where it's at right now.
So, Madam President, if I may, I'm asking, since they're saying that the adjuster is off and they hope to make contact with the adjuster, I'm asking that this special order can be on the next council agenda for December 14th.
So noted, without objection.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, through you to whoever, anybody, is that in the 9th Ward?
I believe it's in the 7th Ward.
Is it in the 7th?
Yeah, it's over there off Court Street in Brookside.
Yeah, over there, back in there by those streets. What's the name of the center that we allocated $180,000 to? That was in the 9th Ward. What's the name of that one?
I am not sure, Mr. Mays. I would have to.
Through you, Madam President, to Ms. Worthing, you remember that's in your ward? Didn't we allocate $180,000 to rehab a center?
I don't remember that at all. I don't think it was the 9th Ward. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to.
Okay. Is Suzanne Wilcox on the line? Madam President, through you to Suzanne.
I'm on the line.
If
I think you're talking.
Suzanne, through you, Madam President, to Suzanne. Suzanne, do you remember we allocated $180,000 to repair some center?
McKinley Center.
McKinley. Now, what ward is that in?
I believe it's 9th.
Yeah, I was getting it mixed up with Pierce. I was listening to that allocation of $180,000. Then I'm hearing insurance and total loss. So I'll eagerly wait for more information on Pierce. I've got the two. The Lord blessed me with a brain, but not all that good. So I'm straight on that. I'll wait to the next meeting when it shows back up. Sake of time. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this special order? No, then we'll move on. The next special order, 200496, a special order regarding composting, as requested by Councilperson Monica Galloway to discuss composting, and I believe Mr. Hicks is on the line.
Thank you, Madam President. So you said Mr. Hicks is on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How are you, Gary?
I am well.
Good. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to, I know that this has been a challenging time for all those that have been in positions where they still are working during this COVID. I do have a question. I've experienced, and I keep pretty good contact with you, I've experienced multiple areas in my ward in which people's compost had not been picked up for at least 2 weeks, some of them 3 weeks straight. So my question to you is, I understand that you guys have extended the compost. I think this may be the last week. But my question to you is, what are you doing for those people whose compost has not been picked up? Are you doing anything so that the residents that hear this will know that, one, they can put all their compost out? Because one of the problems that I'm getting, Gary, people whose compost has not been picked up 2 and 3 weeks, and the weather changes, it begins to cause dirt. The drivers, of course, because the bags are heavier, are throwing them on, and it's leaving a mess in front of their houses. And so what is it that you would like to share with those constituents in my ward, because they are upset? What would you like them to walk away with, knowing that in this last week, is there possible that you would do an additional week because of the weeks that were missed?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the city. You are correct. This has been a year unlike any year I've ever experienced in my 20+ years in the trash industry. COVID affected us not only in the beginning when no one knew if we could touch stuff, and the drivers were very concerned as essential workers. Could we touch this safely without having the virus spread? Really, when you consider the number of positive cases in the city, in Genesee County, in the state, our guys touch every one of these homes, and their concerns were legitimate. And I'm very thankful that up until recently we made it through with limited effect from COVID. Now recently it has spread through the drivers heavily. At one point in time, 15 of them were out. Fortunately, Republic has the resources to bring in folks from around the country. We call them SOS drivers. Obviously, for that reason, they come in to support when we're in trouble, and they did. And as of Wednesday, we were completely caught up in all wards. Today we are in the normal Monday route collecting. We found a little bit out, not a lot. If we get into a ward and it's heavy, we will bring in an additional truck to get caught up, or to get it all off the ground. Our intentions are at the end of this week to be completely done. If we have a situation where they were missed or something along those lines, just like with any collection in the city of Flint, we will figure out a way to get the resident taken care of. I think at the end of this week we'll evaluate, see how it looks from a collection standpoint. Today the volume was very light in the Monday collection. So as we go through the week and we see how much is out there, I think that's what we'll evaluate it on. The administration reached out to us a couple of weeks ago and obviously knew we were behind. You have to look at the way the weather hit. You had cold weather caused the leaves to drop. And then you had 2 weeks of beautiful 60, 70-degree weather that allowed everyone, folks that aren't working, to get out and pick the stuff up. I can tell you I heard multiple reports that you couldn't even buy bags anymore because they were all gone. We were pulling loads unprecedented from any collection that we've ever provided in the city. So everyone got them cleaned up. The benefit is next spring, we're not going to have anything left over from this year that we're going to have to worry about in the spring, which is awesome. If you remember the way the season fell last year, we had snow. As a matter of fact, we made an emergency collection in December last year because of the way the weather fell. So, and this was in the middle of December. This wasn't like the first week of December. I would say that I'm proud of the guys and their effort. They busted their butt. As I drove through the city this afternoon, which I do almost daily, I saw very little out. I will admit I did not get into your ward today. I was up in the Monday, Tuesday stuff. So I think we'll just kind of play it by ear. But again, I just want to say, thank you to the city for the patience. And again, this has been a trying year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all set. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this special order? I would just like to say, Mr. Hill.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, then Mr. Mays, and then I would like to speak as well. Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Okay. Madam Chair, through you to Gary. Hi, Gary.
Hello, ma'am.
How are you? Gary, I did take a drive around the 5th Ward today, and I did see several compost bags out that were missed. So I'm hoping that, I think my days are Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I'm hoping that the compost bags will also be collected along with garbage. And also, I called in a couple of big loads, whereas apparently residents are clearing out homes or landlords are clearing out homes. I called a couple of those issues in as well. So I'm hoping that these things will be taken care of this week, right?
Yes, ma'am. And
okay.
By law at present, we can't mix compost with trash, so we're still running a compost truck through.
Right.
And if you get something out there after tomorrow, well, like you are correct, your ward does cover 3 different collection days. You see something out there, shoot me a text.
Okay, I sure will. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Mr. Mays?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Gary?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Fine. Gary, we talk regularly, but I want to say this to you in front of this council, in front of Mr. Edwards and anybody else that's listening. We got 2 co-equal branches of government. You know that very well because of who approved contracts, and that type of thing. So we got 2 co-equal branches of government. I've heard you a couple of times on 1420 AM with the mayor, but I'm going to ask in the future, whenever you got things going on, and I've been trying to convene a meeting since March with certain folks because we are in an emergency. My prayers goes out to your drivers, your employees, and their families. Because I've known people through the first ward in the city of Flint who done actually died. And I know some of them on oxygen now. So your workers, because garbage would pile up, are essential. And I've told residents who call me, we're in an emergency. I can talk to these guys, but we pick up on Monday, and I've already got a call because they look at the same day that the garbage would be picked up as the same day as the compost. And we'll continue to communicate and take care of them. What was the actual day of the extension expiring? I remember seeing something about November 28th. What is the last day for compost?
Yeah, technically your last day would have been the last full week in November, which would have been the 28th, Saturday, due to the holiday.
So the extension was to the 28th, or the last day regular was the 28th?
The last day regular was the 28th. Your extension week is this current week that we're in now, ending on the 4th.
On the 4th. So if I'm scheduled for pickup on Monday, it would be good for all those Monday pickups to let me know by Tuesday or Wednesday, because the 4th falls on what day? Friday, Saturday?
Friday, yes, sir.
Okay. So we in the last week. The regular last day pickup was the 28th, and the new one has been extended to the 4th. For all those in the hearing, spread the word. But Gary, we do meetings on an open meeting thing by law. So whenever we get in, hopefully pray to God, we never get in this COVID-19 situation. Come to us, pop up. It's easy. It's on the phone. Do what you did today. It'll help. I have no problem with you. You know, I was a Rizzo guy, but, you know, you put politics aside, and we've been being serviced in the first ward. I'll stick with the special order for compost. But, Gary, peek your head back up here, and if they don't know you're here, let me know. I'll give you a special order. Then we'll talk garbage more so than just compost. You stay safe. God bless you and your family. And we'll see if we can get this work done. Thanks for showing up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, ma'am. Just briefly, Gary, how you doing?
I'm doing well,
Listen, good. Listen, I just want to thank you for how you respond whenever my constituents call and say that some garbage was left or leaves didn't get picked up. I want to thank you for responding the way that you do. And I know it's been rough for you this year because of all the things that you said, but just continue to, as my colleague said, just continue to let's stay in contact with one another, because again, that compost and the garbage is what our taxpayers pay their taxes to have. This is a service that they pay for, and I appreciate you for the way that you, when I call you, you'll send a truck over. You'll send a truck back, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've said it a million times to you guys. You mean a tremendous amount to us, and anything that we can do to provide exceptional service to the city. Just, I'd love the residents to know we work really hard, and this year I've apologized, and boy, it's just been. This has been a year that I'll never forget. From just, boy. Thank you, sir.
Would anyone else like to speak on this special order?
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs?
Yeah, I think Mr. Hicks and I, we are open and talk with each other either weekly or daily sometimes, and there's really no need to waste any more time with trash collection problems. I've known for 2 weeks what the extension was. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Gary, how's it going this evening?
I am well, sir. How are you?
Always good to hear from you, but I just like to just thank you for being so responding whenever I need something. And you put out fires for me all the time, Gary. You feel like an old friend. Even send out pickup trucks to pick up garbage. I just thank you, Gary, because every time you say you're going to respond, you call me back, and there's never a hesitation. And I know, especially dealing with these evictions and different things, that these folks should not do. And I thank you so much on record. I thank all of what you and your whole staff and management does for us. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Appreciate
you, sir. I truly appreciate it.
Anyone else like to speak? And I'd like to say,
I'm sorry. I just want to tell Gary, thank you as well. My residents know that you do respond, and so thank you for that, Madam President.
Would anyone else like to speak? I'd like to say, Mr. Hicks, thank you so much for being here for this special order. And I want to say you're apologizing. Well, you know, the pandemic, COVID, is not your fault. And when you have 10 to 12 drivers out sick with COVID, I think you're doing quite a commendable job doing as well as you're doing. It is sometimes hard to explain to the residents who tend to forget the extreme exposure that your workers have to COVID and what you're dealing with, but once you explain it to them, they normally become a little more understanding for. So thank you for all that you are doing. I appreciate it.
No,
okay,
yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, before we conclude the special order, through you to Mr. Hicks, I'll say Gary so much. I'm scared I'm saying the wrong last name. But, Gary, I'm going to try to get this council and this administration to take assessment of COVID-19 expenses, whether those expenses is in the water department, whether they're going to make you want to come to us for a change order to the contract, or whether they're going to affect some things. Right now, the city has to do a list of expenses as the state, as the federal, for hundreds of millions of dollars. This council and finance committee and all of what we have to do, even in the middle of a COVID-19, we got to put together a budget of what we asking the state for. You can't let the state ask the federal government, and we don't ask the state as a municipality. So all of those open conversations and amounts in different areas got to come to play. Right now, do you see you, based upon the contract and what y'all won, how y'all doing on that since you're here? If you're looking at change orders, increases, are we still on track for the same amount of money, even during the COVID-19 crisis? Whether you know, if you don't want to go into it even a little bit now or touch on it, just tell me and we'll set up some type of special communications, because we've got to take inventory on the dollars we're asking for, and we're behind. What do you say?
Well, that's an interesting. It's an interesting statement. I can tell you that volumes across the board, whether it be in compost, recycle, or especially solid waste, are up over 30%. We believe that a lot of that is based on the fact that people are home. Obviously, the restaurants are closed, so folks are cooking at home a lot more. People are home from school all day long. The volumes have increased tremendously. I would also say that, you know, Republic entered into a contract with the city, and we're certainly honoring that by not coming to you guys and saying, hey, we need more money. I would certainly open the discussions as we move forward, you know, years down the road. But as it stands right now, we're just honored to be a part of the city. You know, we see a lot of positive in the city. As I was driving up ML King today, it was nice and clean, and the new construction up there, and we're just proud to be a part of it. And we'll do everything that we can to help beautify the city, including as we really start talking blight, and how we want to address that coming forth. So I appreciate the opportunity to share that. It is a big part of the business. The simple fact that the volumes have increased tremendously. So thank you for allowing me to share that, because I think it's important for the residents to know that, while they're home, they're taking advantage and they're cleaning. And when they clean, where does that stuff go? Right out to the curb. So I appreciate the opportunity to share that. Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Yeah. I understand a contract is a contract. I thought about you all out in California. I seen Blue Republic, then come back through Chattanooga, Tennessee. So I'm saying to you, I'm conscious, and I'm glad you said it's interesting. I'm an interesting type of finance guy, municipal financing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Would anyone else like to speak on this special order? If not, I'd like to move on. Madam Clerk, do we have any petitions and unofficial communications?
Yes, we do, ma'am.
Do we normally note them or just answer yes?
We just answer yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any communications from the mayor and
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, when we look at the petitions and unofficial communications, I see at 200473, I see the agenda and attachments, Carragandi Water Authority meeting. Could you, as President, state for the record which council people, if any, that you have knowledge of is on the KWA board put there by Mr. Neely, and who was gone?
Well, I don't know who was gone, Mr. Mays, but Councilwoman Galloway is on it. I am on it, and Councilman Alan Griggs is on it. But their last meeting was canceled, I think, due to COVID. So there's not been any. That's what that notification is.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I'm on it because I wouldn't sit on a board with 4 council people discussing anything to do with the city. I would caution those 3 appointees of Mr. Neely. I would have probably keep it at 2. I think that's kind of splitting hairs when you got 3 council people that could possibly be discussing pipelines and additions to pipelines, and which is stuff that's going to come before council as well. I've been on there. I know the business, and I just wanted to chime in on that official communication or unofficial. It would be a courtesy to let me know if and when I'm being replaced. So this administration and certain council members, don't be so happy to get on these boards, because you still got to keep in mind if it conflicts with your 3-member policy. Thank you so much.
Janelle, are there other communications from the mayor and other city officials?
Yes, ma'am, 1.
Thank you. Are there any additional communications?
No, there are not.
Okay, that brings us to appointments. Appointment 200478, the appointment to the Human Relations Commission of Ron Luzak, Ward 4. He lives on North Averill Avenue in Flint, Michigan. I believe Mr. Luzak is on the line.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I need a motion, please.
Madam President.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Do you know a chair in a small body can make a motion? This is your appointment, correct?
Thank you for the instruction, Mr. Mays. Mr.
No,
Griggs,
it's just information, no instruction. Don't get me wrong. I just asked if you knew.
Well, you're out of order because you just continued talking. You didn't have the floor again. Mr. Griggs, you have the floor.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
That was a point of information, and I was waiting for you to answer if you knew or not.
That is not a point of order. That's an abuse of the point of order. There is no rule, which you didn't state a rule number, okay? And there is no rule that I have to answer you. So that was a dilatory motion, another abuse of a point of order. Mr. Griggs, you have the floor. Mr. Griggs, did you ask for the floor? Janelle, can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Griggs.
Muted myself. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 200-478, I believe, for the appointment of Mr. Lusak.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there support for the motion?
Madam President,
Ms. Worthing?
I support that.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
You said Mr. Ron Luzak was on the phone. Through you to Mr. Luzak. Are you there?
He may have left. I don't see him on there anymore. This is Janelle. I'm sorry, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Janelle. Apparently he's not there any longer, Mr. Mays.
Okay, and he got a resume attached. I'm looking at a
Yep.
Ronald Luzak on April, the resume say.
Correct.
And employment from Luzak get started. I wish he was here because Ms. Fields, do you want to state what the purpose of the Human Relations Commission is, if you know? If not, I'll kind of proceed. But if you do, your appointee, he ain't here. And I want to ask him a couple of questions.
If you'd like to read from the charter, or if you'd like Ms. Wheeler to read
No, I'm
from
going
the
to just
charter.
say what I know what it is. It deals with certain discrimination and things of that nature. It's kind of like the city NAACP, from what I can gather. It deals with certain civil rights and that type of thing. And so I wanted to meet Mr. Luzak. After coming through this last 4 years of government and with all other protests and rallies, I like to see if I know I got a colleague I heard say publicly that Black Lives was racist. I just don't think Black Lives is racist. And I don't know what Mr. Luzak thinks. If he's not here, I might abstain. But before I put somebody on the Human Relations Commission, I want to know their background. I'm looking at the resume, but I'm looking at people from civil rights. One thing I know about him, it says in 1980 he was a graduate of Elizabeth Ann Johnson High School in Mount Morris. I went to that school for many years. It was 9 white and 15 black. And I'm talking to Lindsay and them now, and they be listening to you and others, Miss Fields, and they'd be like, do we need to call in? Or, you know, people don't know my background. Beecher, Mount Morris, that's Mount Morris High School, Elizabeth Ann Johnson. Flint Northern, Michigan State, very diverse, Miss Worthing. So, Luzak, Mr. Luzak, come out in 1980, I guess. I come out in 76. He'd have been a freshman out there. And, boy, we had some challenges out there back in the day. So I might abstain unless he pop on. I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, I did review the resume, and I just would like to hear from you on the record, because human relations is an in-depth position. It talks about fostering and assisting against reducing unlawful discrimination, and increasing mutual understanding among residents and the community. Can you share, because there's no, I don't see any classes on human resources or relations. So can you share with us why you brought forth Mr. Luzak and what you think he'll bring to that board, since he's not on the line, if he's still back on the line? But I would like to know how you came to make your decision on this appointment. And then I'd like the floor back, if I may.
Happy to share with you. Mr. Luzak is pretty much a quiet fellow, but he is in how do I explain this, kind of a protected class that I really don't want to discuss. That's Mr. Luzak's own private business. But I believe he will be bringing an element to the Human Relations Commission that is needed and a perspective.
So you're bringing an appointment because of a protective class, not necessarily.
I'm bringing an appointment.
I didn't finish my question. Not necessarily
I know, proceed.
Because of education, but in an effort to ensure that class has representation on the Human Relations Board.
Basically, I think if I may answer your question, I think Mr. Luzak would be a welcome addition on the Human Relations Commission.
Thank you. Is Mr. Luzak back on the line?
No, ma'am.
I'd like to ask him some questions, and so I may not vote. I might abstain if I can't hear from him to find out why he's interested, what he would like to bring to it. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Madam President.
I'm sorry. Ms. Worthing?
Yes, I would just like to add that I personally know Mr. Luzak. He is an upstanding gentleman. As you stated, he is quiet, but he is thoughtful, and he is all about human rights. He and I have had discussions on these issues, and I also think that he would be a wonderful addition to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. All right, roll call.
Yeah, no, Madam President, point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Mays? What rule
You
is
got
going
a chair right. You got to ask, is it a second round? That's the rules.
Mr. Mays, it's not in the rules that I have to ask, is there a second round? I asked if there's additional discussion. No one spoke up, so I called for roll call.
Point of order. Ms. Worthing spoke
up. Not through speaking. Please stop talking. Yes, and I allowed her to speak. But it's not, once again, this is a dilatory motion. I don't literally have to say, is there a second round? And you can't point to a rule number, a rule that has been breached. It is possible to have a second round if people so wish, but it's not a rule that you must. Would you like to point me to the rule number that says I must say, is there a second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we got a rule that say you get 5 minutes on a motion, and if you don't use your 5 minutes up, which I say I reserve the balance of my time, I purposely did that so I could finish it up in the second round. Now, we've been doing that since y'all put that rule in play. I don't even like that rule. But now don't say you don't have to ask, is it anybody else? You went from Ms. Worthing to roll call. I called the point of order because I, for one, had something to say. Again, that's why I reserved my time. And so don't blame me for making these meetings long. Blame you sometime for not adhering to the rules. You got to ask, is there any more discussion?
Madam President?
Somebody said something.
Excuse me, Janelle?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Luzak's back on the line.
Oh, good. Well, I'd like to finish with Mr. Mays, first of all, on this point of order. A rule has to be broken to call a point of order. If there is no rule, if you can't point to a rule, no rule has been broken, then you are abusing, once again, Mr. Mays, a point of order just to gain the floor. Now, I did say, is there any additional discussion? Nobody said anything. Ms. Worthing spoke. You didn't speak up. So I moved on to roll call. And once I'm on roll call, we should move ahead. But since Mr. Luzak has returned, I will give you the floor, Mr. Mays, in case you would like to ask him any questions.
Madam Chair, I'm about
point of order.
So I got the floor. I will appeal if I need to that point because I don't want to get in trouble with that again. You know darn well that you got a second round. So I appeal that. You talking about you don't have
to the ruling of the chair. Is there a second to that appeal? Is there a second to that appeal? Is there
Madam
a second
President,
to that appeal? Who's that?
Madam President, this is Councilwoman Galloway. I support
Ms. Galloway?
that appeal.
Ms. Galloway has seconded that appeal. Okay, once again, Mr. Mays has made a dilatory motion. It's a motion made just to obstruct the flow of business. There is no rule. He can't point to a rule that says that I have to say literally, as he suggested, does anyone want a second round? I asked clearly, was there any additional discussion? Only Ms. Worthing spoke up at that point. Mr. Mays didn't speak up until I had asked for roll call. And once I was in roll call, really, the rule is Robert's rules. You're supposed to, and I can look that up in Robert's rules if necessary. But I don't want to waste any more time. Just Mr. Mays was out of order for abusing a point of order when no rule has been breached.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway.
So, Madam President, I supported his appeal because you can try and say rule, but the reality is there are some precedents that have been set. Madam President Winfrey and the council presidents before would generally say, is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion 3 times and then move on. We do it with the public when there is a hearing or any of that. And so you can I mean, this is just sad. You normally do say, and I heard him say he banked his time. You usually say, is there any further discussion? And if you're going to say now that you're going to not do what we've become accustomed to, and because it's not in the rules, then just let us know. Are you saying, and I'd like you to end with this, are you saying that you're only going to ask one time, is there any further discussion? Because let us know. None of that is in the rules. What is in the rule, if you want to look at it, 7.1, number 13, a council in the debate, each member has the right to speak twice. And so if a person, in fact, has a right to speak twice, how do we normally know that we're there? We've had chairs in the past that have said, you know what, I'm not going to hear from you right now because we're still on the first round. And so that's something that you said as a chair as well. And so if there's going to be a change and it's not going to be in writing, just tell us. Just let us know what we're up against. And so thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays, would you like to speak on the appeal?
Yeah, Madam President. 28.3 reads in bold black discussion. Discussion of any matter, resolution, special order, etc. will be limited to 5 minutes total per member on any given item, with the members permitted to reserve part of their time to speak a second time. No further banking of time and no yielding of time is permitted. Now, I coincidentally used the term I would reserve the remainder of my time, and that lets you know a second time. So 28.3, See, it ain't easy being a chair, but unlike Miss Galloway, you can't just tell me you going to change a rule. And when I try to call it to your a point of order, don't call it dilatory. When did you learn that word dilatory and you using it wrongfully? That was a legitimate point of order. I didn't appeal it. I'm trying to save time. Anybody who didn't sit on this council for the last year or two know that when a motion is on the floor, you got 5 minutes under these cockamamie rules. And then if you don't use the 5, you can go the second round. Any good chair, before they call for roll, will say, after Ms. Worthing in this case had spoke, is there anybody else who want to speak on the first round? If not, anybody on the second round. Then and only then do you call for the vote. So don't try to say you did it properly and then call for the vote and that my motion was dilatory because we're in roll call. I was polite to you and Ms. Worthing. I listened. I tried to immediately call for the floor. And here we are at this again. It's a waste of time. You should review the tape. If you don't review the tape, believe me, I'm honest, I'm godly. Ain't nobody playing no games, and I don't want to hear Ms. Worthing. See what I mean? It's a waste of time. No, it ain't. We're trying to get the parameters right.
You're out of order. Please don't mock other council members.
Okay, I don't want to hear Ms. Worthing say that it's a waste of time to do this. It's a good use of time because this is your first or second meeting. We're trying to help get you on track. That's our job. We're senior council people. We ain't idiots. Might have been born black, but not dumb. So cut it out and just quit it, please. We can move faster if we don't have to, and it ain't nitpicking. These are some major rulings you trying to rule me out of order on. I got to vote no. 28.3, Ms. Fields. That's the rule. You don't want me to start turning to them. You should know these rules. Guerra, you should know them. Now, how you going to vote on this one, Mr. Guerra, Mr. Griggs, Ms. Worthing? Show me who you are.
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey and then Ms. Worthing, I think I heard.
Yeah, I really don't know if I've got, I think I want a point of information, and then I'd like to speak after I get the answer. But what is the appeal for? I missed that.
The appeal? Yes. Mr. Mays, would you like to repeat what your appeal is about?
Yes, ma'am. She had asked did anybody want to speak. Ms. Worthing asked for the floor. She got it. I think the record might show I might have tried to chime in, but when Ms. Worthing was immediately finished, as I unmute my phone, I say, Ms. Fields, try to get the floor. She said, we on roll call. I say, point of order. I'm trying to get the floor. It hasn't been real roll call. She said, it's a dilatory point of order and that you out of order. I say, no. The rules say you go second round. She say, cite the rule. Now, I could say, hold on and cite the rule. I ain't even got confidential weight on me. But now I've cited the rule. I thank Ms. Galloway for a second in that, because if we can get these basic rules right, point of information, is there a second round? If we can get these basic rules right, I will recognize a point of order, a point of information if I learn. So my answer is that's what we appealed. We appeal in her trying to move on without even asking for a second round, or is it anybody else in the first? She says it ain't mandatory. She say that's her discretion. I'm like, please.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's Mr. May's answer. I recall it differently. The appeal is over. He called a point of order because I had asked, was there any additional discussion? And then I had moved on to roll call. Ms. Worthing spoke up right away and said she wanted to speak, so I let her speak. I asked for any additional discussion. Mr. Mays didn't speak up, so I moved on to roll call. Then he decided he wanted to speak. And I asked him what rule he could point to. He couldn't point to a rule. Okay? He pointed to, you can talk 2 times. Well, it's not a rule that you have to be. And he said, I had to say, would somebody like to speak in a second round? There is no rule that says I have to say, does somebody want to speak in a second round? After I've said additional discussion, you can speak up. So that's my answer on the appeal. Now, you want the floor, Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, ma'am, please. And that's
yes,
what
sir,
I thought.
You have it.
I'm sorry?
You have it.
That's what I thought. I thought that there was some disagreement as to whether or not you had to say that there was a second round. I heard you ask, would anybody else like to speak? And I thought that he was appealing that you had to say, is there a second round? And I heard the discussion between you and he when he said, or you and Councilman Mays, when you said, well, I don't have to say that there's a second round. All I have to do is say, does anyone else want to speak? And I did that. So that's why I was confused as to what the appeal was about. Okay, thank you. I got it now.
You're welcome. Would anyone else like to speak on the appeal that hasn't spoken?
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I was muted, trying to get unmuted. My point of information is through you to Mr. Winfrey. Are you sure she even asked after Ms. Worthing, is there anybody want to speak, or just went to roll call?
May I answer, Madam President?
Mr. Winfrey, go ahead.
Yes, I heard her say, is there anybody else who would like to speak?
And then one other point of information, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Do you believe in these electronic meetings you could be trying to unmute yourself?
Is that a question?
Mr. Mays, Mr. Winfrey, would you like to speak? He's
yes,
asked
ma'am.
me a question.
I don't know. Was that question towards me?
No, I believe it was to me.
It was to Mr. Winfrey.
To Mr. Winfrey. Sorry, I thought it was to me. Go ahead.
What was the question, if I may ask?
Is it possible that council members trying to speak could be trying to them forgot to unmute themselves?
Through to Councilman Mays, through the President, Madam President, yes, it's very well possible.
Are you through, Mr. Mays?
Yeah. Other than to ask him a point of information, that are you aware that will happen in about 10 seconds?
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Ms. Worthing?
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate the facts and what happened. You said, would anyone else like to speak? No one said anything. And then you called roll call. And then Mr. Mays wanted you to say specifically, does anyone want to speak on their second round? And so I agree with Ms. Galloway. This is sad. It is very sad that we wasted precious city time to appeal this when it's just a simple, we should have been voted and gone on to the next business. So once again, as we think about these rules, this point of order, appeals, point of information, it's just, I mean, it couldn't be more handed to us by Mr. Mays and Ms. Galloway why they need to be voted in. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Santino, Guerrera.
Yeah, so I think that it's clear that you did ask, so I don't think, I think your ruling was right. I mean, I would recommend, I understand the point of, well, maybe the phone wasn't unmuted in time because I've tried talking before and forgot that I was unmuted. So, like, maybe for future, maybe we can just give a couple seconds before we jump into roll call votes, just in case somebody does want to after you say, is there any more discussion? But I don't think you did anything wrong. I think what you did was within the rules, and your ruling was correct. I'm just saying, maybe in the future, just kind of keep that in mind. And I do think that these constant appeals and stuff, we're not even really getting through the stuff that we possibly could be getting through. We're just constantly arguing with one another and just wasting a lot of time. So hopefully we can get through tonight's meeting on time. I mean, it's already 8:26, and we still haven't really got to some of the key issues. So I'll be supporting your appeal, and hopefully, I'll be supporting your ruling on the appeal. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone who hasn't spoken like to speak on the appeal? Well, then I'd like to finish. First of all, I'd like to answer a couple of questions that have been asked here. Where did I learn dilatory motions? Through a parliamentarian training I attended via being a guest of Coco with her, part of the Michigan Association of Parliamentarians. They had a special training on parliamentary dilatory motions. So I attended that training. And to Ms. Galloway, you're talking about precedent. There have been a lot of things that have happened before you claim are precedent. Well, I want to tell you that, excuse me, precedent was nobody in the previous year that I was on council called point of order and point of information as dilatory motions at all, much less to the extent we're seeing it now. And basically, point of order is being abused. It's being abused to disrupt, cause chaos. It's certainly not necessary. I think it makes, I don't know if you think it makes you look good that you're looking at the rules, but actually I don't think it makes those people who are trying to hijack the meeting and basically harass the chair over unnecessary things, I don't think it's making members look very good. And I think you really need to think about that. And I was absolutely right in that it was a dilatory motion, point of order. So I denied the point because there was no rule that was being broken. There is no rule that states how many times you have to state it. And I had asked previously. Mr. Mays jumped in at the end. I expect he could do that any number of times. I don't know how many times you think is satisfactory, but there is no precedent. The only one I know of is really when there's a public hearing, you have to say it 3 times. There's no rule, no precedent. So if you vote yes, you agree with the chair, you sustain the chair. If you vote no, you agree with Mr. Mays. Roll call, please.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yeah.
Hello, Ms. Galloway?
I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Woodford Carter?
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
6 yes, 3 no. The chair's ruling is sustained. Now we are moving on to roll call on this appointment.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstained because I was wrongfully denied the opportunity in my second round according to Rule 28.3 after I reserved time to talk to the person who had now showed up on the line prior to roll call. I adamantly abstained for those reasons that I've made on the record.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
That's 8 yes and 1 abstention.
8 yes, 1 abstention. Mr. Ron Luzak has been successfully appointed to the Human Relations Commission. Congratulations, Mr. Luzak. Next on the agenda is licenses. Do we have any licenses, Madam Clerk?
No, we do not, Madam President.
Thank you. Moving on to special order 200477. Special order need for change order for our auditors, Raymond Robson. I have requested this, and I have asked Mr. Dieter to be on the line. Is he on the line?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Thank you. Mr. Robeson, according to, this is my special order, according to our contract, okay, we had a fixed fee, but we had clauses in there that allow for a change order under certain conditions. Can you explain what the need for this change order is? I believe it's for an additional $7,500. Could you explain the need for this change order?
Sure. So a change order for the audit is similar to a construction contractor. When the scope changes based on, or when you estimate the cost for a project, it's based on a certain scope. If that scope changes, then there are change orders that are necessary. And based on our agreement with the city, our agreement was that anytime the scope was going to change or needed to change in order to do the audit appropriately and correctly, we were going to provide a change order to council. So that's what we have done. And so this change order relates to the single audit, which is the federal award compliance on the different grants that the city received during the year. And when we priced out our fixed fee, that was based on 3 what's called major programs. So 3 single audit grants that are required to be audited. That was what was included in our initial fee estimate. This year, due to several different factors, but 2 of the largest factors, there is a need to audit a 4th major program, major grant from the federal award perspective. And those 2 major drivers of that is, last year, as you know, the city had many, many findings related to the single audit as well as the financial audit. So that plays into the risk assessment as set out by the federal government. And therefore, the city is not considered what's called a low-risk auditee because they had these significant material findings in the previous year. The second part of that is the city expended approximately 50% more in federal awards this year than they did last year. So 2019, the city expended just over $23 million in federal awards, and for 2020 fiscal year, they expended over $37 million. So about a $14 million increase in federal awards expended. Therefore, it requires additional testing, additional work that was not, incorporated into our base fee per the engagement letter. Is that enough information, or would you like more?
Well, I'll now ask if any council members have any questions of Mr. Dieter.
Yeah, I do. Councilman Mays. Yeah, I'll be hopping in and worry about the courtesy because I'm telling you, I've never seen where we didn't ask if there's any other additional discussion. But so I'm going to hop in quick from now on, and you'll hear my voice chiming in, hopefully, to the 6th council person who missed something. Through you to the auditors. We have a year-end audit coming up. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, the year-end audit's in progress and nearing the end of the financial statement audit. As we did last year, the single audit portion will mostly be done in January, but we are working on portions of that now as well.
And, I don't want to get you tied up into our council politics. Some of it is in litigation. But are you on schedule right now to meet the deadline for the year-end audit? I think that's the end of December.
Yes, so the financial statement audit is due December 31st to the state, and yes, we are on target for that. We're hoping that we'll have things wrapped up within the next couple weeks. There are a couple items that we are working on trying to work through and finalize, as well as we are waiting on the Downtown Development Authority's auditors to provide their audit report that needs to be included in your the city's audit report. The single audit portion is not due until March 31st. That's why that's going to be done mostly in January.
And I'm referring to the December deadline. So you started earlier than before?
We did start earlier than before, yes.
And so you're telling me now this date, the last day of November, in a couple of weeks, we should have the year-end audit.
Yes, that is our expectation at this point. Like I said, there's still a couple things we're working through, and one of the biggest one right now is the DDA, where we need to make sure we get their audit report. They need to have their audit report finalized before we can finalize yours.
Yeah, that's fine. You can give any answer in detail you want, but I got a pattern I'm moving in. Were you one of the ones that I had worked directly with, or you're somebody new on the scene? Do you know?
No, I worked with you last year and talked to you multiple times last year.
When I was finance chair. Let me ask this question. You mentioned the material findings last year, and in your spiel today for this change order, you mentioned material finding and related to last year, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, if you know, if we got one person, because part of the material findings was having more than one person check and balance stuff, have you noticed our treasurer and chief financial officer is the same person at this point in the audit? Have you noticed that?
Yes, of course, yep.
Of course. And you've noticed how long that's been like that?
Yes.
And I don't want to ask you your findings and stuff at this point. I got a little sense, but those material findings last year had to do with more than one person in a certain checking and balancing of finances, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so I'll wait eagerly for this. So when can the council expect, maybe about the middle of, before Christmas, we should have your audit and any findings, correct?
Yes, that is the goal, correct. Yeah. And last year we did provide a draft version to, I think, the council president and the finance chair before we finalized stuff for them to review as well. I think they shared it with the full council as well. But
yeah, I think I did. I know I shared it with everybody. I ain't sure what's going to happen this year, but when I get it, I'll get it. It's got to come to me by law, and you'll be willing to come back and talk about it in an open meeting, correct?
That's correct.
You or somebody affiliated with your organization. Now, this change order is for how much, sir? How many more additional dollars?
7,500.
Yeah. I don't oppose that. I did oppose the way that y'all got the contract, no bid. You familiar with that process?
Yes.
Yeah, and I wasn't in favor of that. But I want to see you get your work done, and I want to see if you're going to do it well. And I'll eagerly await that. I got an idea of what some of it is going to be and what it will say. And so without knowing, so this is mainly, as I'm hearing you say, mainly this is because of an increase in about 10,000 or more in grants?
No, about 14 million in additional in grants.
14 million. So it went from 20-something million to 30-something million?
Yeah, 23 million to 37 million. round numbers.
Yeah, I heard you say the 20 and 30. I was in the thousands, and you saying millions. That should. So that's why I'm glad I listened. So you said and asked the question again. So you said the grants that increase that type of money, the material findings. Why did you allude to that?
Because that is the federal government has a process that the auditors are required to follow to assess the risk of the client. And whenever there's material findings such as you had last year, the city in this instance is considered a high-risk auditee from a federal award compliance perspective, and that goes into how many awards the federal government requires us to audit each year.
So you knew that before we gave the contract out, correct? Because it was based on last year.
Correct.
So
no, I was just giving you the two
I
main
would
criteria.
add that into the change order criteria because it should have been in the original. Wasn't no bid. My colleague gave a no bid, but you knew that last year. What is the other category which requests a change order? The grants, material findings, and what was the other?
The large increase in the amount of grants, the dollar amount, the $14 million.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
Are those the only two?
That's the two. No. Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote on the 7,000 because if those material findings were there last year, and I know what's been going on this year, but I hate to be wrong, sir. So I'm going to see, particularly in the material finding area, in one particular area, what you find. And so for $7,000, you got my vote. And in 2 weeks or so, you met the deadline last year. What did I do when I was finance chair? I applauded you and say, anything I can do to help, let me know. Correct?
Correct.
And so here we go this year. I'll be voting yes for the 7,000 for Raymond. I still didn't vote for y'all for no bid. I don't know if I would do it today. I ain't changing, but I want you to finish that audit. So God bless you and your organization, sir. And I'm going to be waiting like a child waiting for Christmas. Thank you so much.
Is there any additional discussion? Anyone like to ask Mr. Dieter a question? Anyone else? And hearing none, we conclude the special order. Thank you, Mr. Dieter.
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
I make a motion that we approve 200479, the amendment to the budget for the audit.
Madam President?
Interesting. The motion's been made to approve 200479. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President?
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, I support that motion.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Madam President, was that you who said on the record, interesting?
Yes, Mr. Mays, that was me.
Okay, well, in discussion on this motion, I hope that don't happen again. A real professional would say there's been a motion made, and they might state the motion and ask, is there a second? We don't get into debate out of order. If I had the power, I would have been and rule you out order 3-4 times. You would have been muted, and Mr. Davis would be chairing this meeting. Let's not get carried away, because if you win an appeal wrongfully, because the record speaks for itself. You didn't ask, was there any more discussion? You after Ms. Worthing, you went to roll call. But on this one, and in my discussion on this motion, I'm going to vote for it, but I don't need you going into debate out of order. Don't say interesting or nothing else. Be a professional. Say a motion has been made by Ms. Galloway, and if you want to state the motion, then ask, is it a second? And Miss Worthing, Mr. Griggs, Mr. Gary, I don't care how long you uphold the wrongness of this chair. I'm going to make a point of it. I'm going to try to make these meetings flow without condescending statements and without bias, discrimination, and wrong voting. And so believe me, I'm not envious of nobody. I got a job to do. I'm going to vote yes on this motion. I'm going to nitpick at the beginning of this presidency before it get out of hand. I ain't no ways tired. Is that interesting?
Does anyone else like to discuss this motion?
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway?
You know what? I want to apologize. I thought that this was, I thought that the agenda changes from the last meeting, that when you moved Raymond's special order, I thought that you immediately followed it with the resolution. I didn't realize that this resolution was a part of the master resolution. So if you'd like for me to make an amended motion to include it as part of the master resolution, because on my page there's a clean cut. And so that's the reason why.
Ms. Galloway, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
It's on the floor now.
Yep, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, I would like to say something. I did not say Mr. Mays was out of order because I could have. According to Robert's rules, under decorum and debate, refraining from speaking adversely on a prior action not pending. In debate, a member cannot reflect adversely on any prior act of the society that is not then pending, unless a motion to reconsider, rescind, or amend it is pending, or unless he intends to conclude his remarks by making or giving notice of one of these motions. I will also, that's on page 393 in Decorum and Debate of Robert's Rules, 11th edition. Also, there's a page 392 that I suggest all of council reads. There's a whole paragraph on refraining from attacking a member's motives and also confining remarks to the merits of the pending question. So I did not rule Mr. Mays out of order, although I certainly could have. And basically, I've been muting and unmuting myself because I have a very squeaky chair, and I thought I was muted when I said interesting, but I thought it was interesting now that you brought this up, Ms. Galloway, because you were very verbal about the wrongness of Ms. Worthing making a motion to approve a resolution that was next on the agenda. So I thought that was quite interesting that you yourself then did the same thing. So I guess we're all capable of some mistakes. Point of order?
No, I'll wait for the floor, Madam President.
Okay. And I would just like to say, last here, if possible, if council could make their comments without making derogatory remarks about the chair or about any other member or colleague, let's stick to the issues. It's not necessary to denigrate other members in order to make your point. So you want the floor now, Ms. Galloway, on this resolution?
And then I want it after her.
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
Hopefully we can stop the back and forth. It wasn't that I said that Councilwoman Worthing couldn't make the motion. You didn't end the special order as you did with this one with Raymond. You ended the special order. You said we will move on now. There's a difference. So you're not talking about the same thing, but maybe the chair can set a foundation and set the stage by not attacking everyone's decision and or remarks in her remarks. And I'll do my best to not do that either. But this was not the same thing. You ended that special order, and Raymond's resolution immediately followed. And so normally there can be no debate until a motion is made. And so since you ended it, I thought it was proper. I wasn't trying to do something contrary. Thank you, and I will be supporting this motion.
Point of information, Ms. Galloway.
You don't need to. I'm done. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I have a question for you. What you just stated, that you would hope that the chair would set the foundation of not doing that. I was going to ask you, as you did when you were chair?
Madam President, now, you're so sad. I just said in that same statement that I would do it, but you're so petty. And so we'll just move from there, and you just chair. You're doing a great job.
I'm sorry, who asked for the floor next?
I did.
Mr. Mays, and then I heard someone else. Was that Ms. Worthing?
Ms. Fields.
Mr. Mays? No.
Ms. Fields,
Mr. Mays?
Thank you so much for the floor. If I got 2 minutes left, I can do it. Second round. Ms. Fields, you just did to me what you said I had did to you. And you don't even realize it. You do it so often towards me, you don't even realize when you're doing it. And then what you do is say, I wish people would not do that. Let me tell you what type of politician I am. I'm not one to get knocked down, beat up, kicked in the face politically with people's words in an open meeting, and then when they get in position, try to think they different. You done prove to me, even in this motion, that I'm going to vote yes on. You done prove to me that it's very hypocritical. I'm a nice guy, but I'm a good politician.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. You're only supposed to be speaking to the motion, which is to approve Resolution 200479. You're going far afield. Do you have anything you'd like to say regarding this motion?
Yeah, when I'm discussing you and you discussing me and us, don't discriminate. When you don't want to get interrupted and I listen to you talk about me, grit your teeth, and then in the same motion, let me point out how and what you're doing, because it can go a long way in the future if you can comprehend it. And I think you can if you're a professor, or if I'm dumb, then I don't think so.
Mr. Mays, once again, you're out of order. Could you speak to the motion that's on the floor?
And that's my point. You should have did that. Strictly to the motion, strictly to the audit, not about how things and how people are. It's different treatment. It's discriminatory. And so that's to this motion.
This time I've asked you. You are out of order. You are not speaking to the motion, and you persist on speaking to other than the motion. Could you please, I'm asking you very nicely for the third time, the discussion is on the motion. Do you have something to add to the discussion regarding the motion? Janelle, is Mr. Mays on the line?
Madam President, I'm on the line. You can move on. I've been proving my point. Move on, please.
Is there any other discussion on this motion? Hearing none, roll call on resolution approving 200479 budget amendment, transfer of city funds, city council audit.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Ms.
Yes.
Worthing? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. The resolution is approved. Now, before we move on to the master resolution, I have a question for Ms. Galloway. The note under resolutions says During agenda changes on November 23rd, Councilperson Galloway asked the administration to discuss each resolution prior to the vote without being interrupted by city council members. The vote on the request was 9-0. So I'm not clear on your request when this is a master resolution. Do you want them to speak to every resolution on this prior to, you said prior to the vote, okay? So do you want them to speak?
Having to make a motion.
Well, what it said was prior to the vote. That's what's typed here.
No, that's not. I didn't say prior to the vote, prior to the motion. I didn't say a vote because the vote comes so far at the end. And I was pretty detailed in saying that way when we do make a motion and start to discuss it, we'll have all the information. And if any colleague wants to use further information, they can.
I'd like to make a referral to our staff. I don't know if you transcribed this exactly, but I would like to know exactly.
Point of order.
To change the request.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Y'all done told me time and time again, when we get to the resolutions on the resolutions, a motion must be made. Now you're making referrals. Either they should be reading the resolutions as we voted for Ms. Galloway, or we should be entertaining a motion for the master resolution, not making referrals at this time. You got time for that later. Write a note.
Mr. Mays, as chair, I'm trying to clarify what we had voted on, what Ms. Galloway had asked for. So I'm just trying to find out whether she wants the administration to discuss each of the several resolutions around this prior to a motion being on the floor, where normally we have a motion on the floor before we have any
point of information.
Discussion. What's your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Didn't you and Ms. Galloway just do that, and is a referral part of that? No. Is that a fair statement?
No, it's not a fair statement, Mr. Mays. So, Ms. Galloway, can I just ask one last time for clarification? Do you want us to have the motion on the floor and then have them address each of the resolutions?
No.
Or do you want them to discuss it first and then a motion?
Just give a brief overview of each resolution and then a motion. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Edwards, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm still here. I've had to unmute myself. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. We're going to go down one by one on the resolution, and you or someone from the administration will give us a slight overview. This is not a Q&A time from council. Council is not to interrupt you with any questions. You're just to give a brief recap of what each one is for. So the first one is Resolution 200480, Contract Lighthouse Group General Liability and Terrorism Coverage.
Okay, I believe Amanda's on the line from Finance, and she could give you some insight there.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, this liability insurance is for excessive liability. It's not about property. Property insurance is liability. It's actions, not property. And also we included the terrorism coverage on this due to the fact with all the civil unrest happening in all the other cities. That is why we added that additional coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 200481, City of Flint Opt-in Pay-As-You-Stay PACE Program. Mr. Edwards?
Yes, that one would be Stacy. Stacy K. She should be on the line, and she could provide you some insight with that.
Yes. What that is, it is a program through the county for residents that owe back taxes and also qualify for the hardship exemption. If they qualify for that hardship exemption between 2019 and 2022, if the outstanding back taxes that they owe are higher than what their taxable value is, that those taxes will be reduced to that taxable value. If they're able to pay within 60 days, they'll also get an additional 10% off of what they owe. So it is a great program to help our residents who owe those back taxes.
Thank you, Ms. Cake. Resolution 200482, approval, City of Flint, temporary policy prohibiting in-person work for employees based on feasibility of work activities. Mr. Edwards.
Madam Chair, that would be our city attorney, Angela. She could give you more insight on that particular resolution.
Thank you.
Yes, from this one, the Myosha, Michigan Occupational Health and Safety, they put a rule in place that requires each city to adopt a temporary policy prohibiting in-person work for employees based on feasibility, so there are some exceptions. The rule is in place for 6 months. It's pursuant to Myosha Rule 5.8.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. 200483, setting a public hearing, street vacation, Decker Street between Robert T. Longway Boulevard and Kersley Street.
Madam Chair, that
Mr.
one
Edwards?
would be, yes, Madam Chair, that one would be referred to Suzanne. In fact, the next 4 would be out of Ms. Wilcox's department.
Okay, Ms. Wilcox?
Madam Chair, the first resolution is, and these all 4 of them are just to set public hearings for street vacations. The first 2, 200483 and 200484, are both related to an expansion that Applewood, Ruth Mott is doing at Applewood Estates. And so this resolution, as required by council, is just to set the public hearing. It's already been approved by the Planning Commission, but it has to go for council for approval. The first resolution is a street vacation on Decker Street between Robert T. and Kersley. The second associated with that same project is a street vacation on Kersley between Walnut and Robert T. And the developers will be at the actual public hearing and be able to speak to the specific projects and the street vacations. This is just to set the public hearing for that project. Then the next, if you'd like, I can go on to the next 2 resolutions.
Yes, 200485 and 486.
So those are also the same circumstance. This is for a different project, though. This is associated with the Genesee Health System construction, which is proposed to happen in the area of Saginaw Street and Beach Street, and there are 2 street vacations associated with this. The first is Simpson Court between 9th and 10th Street, and the second is Beach Street between 9th and 10th Street. Again, Planning Commission has approved those street vacations, but they're required for council to go before council for approval, and these again are just to set the public hearings, and we will have the developer available the night of the public hearing to speak to the projects in more detail.
Thank you. Next is 200487.
Yes,
Settlement Euless Van Palt versus City of Flint Workers' Compensation, number W1800-1851.
Madam Chair, that would be our city attorney, Angela Wheeler.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, this one was brought before the council for a closed session last Monday. I believe that was the 23rd, and we are requesting the amount that is cited in the resolution. I believe it's about $38,003 and some change there.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Resolution 200494. Setting a public hearing, adoption of City of Flint Board and Commission procedures on conducting electronic public meetings.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays? What rule has been breached?
Well, I'm thinking if you just did 200487, wouldn't we be on 200488?
Mr. Mays, that's not a point of order. That's a dilatory motion. On the agenda, it says 200494. I'll ask Janelle. Janelle, is that number correct?
Yes, it is. It depends on what else goes into the computer, like communications and things like that. That's how the order comes out.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Do we have a 200488?
I'm sure we do. I can check what it is.
It's the water litigation settlement. It came right behind this workers' comp on my agenda.
Okay, well, that was
Mr. Mays?
postponed until December 14th.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, would you like to speak, Ms. Wheeler, to 200494? Or Mr. Edwards?
I'm not familiar with this one. This was added. This one was not something that was submitted directly through our office, so I'm not. I would believe this might be in relationship to the clerk's office, but this one wasn't something we added to the agenda.
Attorney Wheeler did give us this one. I don't know if she wants to talk on it. It was part of the Open Meetings Act that we have to set this public hearing, and then all City of Flint boards and commissions will follow it once council approves it. It should have been on a previous agenda, and it was my mistake that it wasn't, so it is on this agenda to set a public hearing for it.
Understood. Thank you. Is she still on the line?
Point of information.
Ms. Wheeler? What's your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Didn't we leave that on the last agenda as an add-on?
Well, yes, and then I put it on this agenda.
Yeah, but it's got to stay. We recessed, didn't we?
Yes,
Can't change stuff.
We discussed it, so it was put on the agenda.
No.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler? Is Ms. Wheeler there?
Oh, I'm sorry. She was muted for some reason.
My phone call dropped. I'm sorry, my phone dropped, so I had to get back on the line. So I'm sorry, I did not hear what you were discussing up there.
We need a short explanation, Ms. Wheeler, of 200494, setting a public hearing, adoption of City of Flint Board and Commission procedures on conducting electronic public meetings. Short explanation.
Yes, this is just the official adoption of the rules that have been enacted through the Open Meetings Act. So this puts everything in order, and the import of this is that it covers all boards and commissions for the covered by the City of Flint. These are ones that have been provided in support of Senate Bill 1108.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we've come to the master resolution. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve the master resolution?
Yeah, Madam President.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Did we finish with Ms. Galloway's whole thing? Is did she intend for us to be able to communicate or go to motion? It doesn't matter. If she meant the motion, I'll make it. If she didn't, I want to know before I make the motion. Is that completed?
We go to motion now. I clarified that earlier.
Okay, I would move that we approve the master resolution.
Madam President?
Is there, Mr. Griggs?
I'll second that motion.
The motion's been made and supported to approve the master resolution. Are there any separations?
Madam
President.
Ms. Galloway, and then Mr. Mays.
I'd like to separate 200482. Thank you.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I would like to say this. if it's appropriate, because the motion is on the floor. It ain't just limited to separations, but I can appreciate you asking that. In the motion, you get 5 minutes, 2 rounds. In this particular motion, I disagree within a recess. You know, if we leave them as add-ons, when they come back out of recess, they should still be add-ons because we've already voted to approve the agenda away certain. Think about what I'm telling you. I don't want to recess a meeting and then come back with a different agenda than what we recessed on. I got a problem with that. When we recess and we approve an agenda, I want it to come back in the same form. Now, the separation that I had, beg your pardon?
Mr. Mays, I just wanted to state that we hadn't...
No, I got the floor. You can do that when you get the floor. You out of order.
No, Mr. Mays, you're out of order. We're on separations. We haven't moved to discussion yet. We're only on separations.
Madam Chair, has a motion been made and properly seconded? I made it and Mr. Griggs seconded. We're in discussion on a motion to approve the master resolution. You got to get better at this, and I ain't going to be your whipping post. You will lose. We on a motion. You get 5 minutes, and you get 2 rounds if you don't use up your 5 minutes.
Hearing no further separations, we're now moving on to discussion. Mr. Mays, would you like the floor?
I had the floor. And you was constantly out of order trying to belittle me, and I'm trying to be professional. I got it then. Let me talk. We heard you loud and clear. I had it before. You gonna lose trying to belittle me. Once a motion has been made and properly seconded, it ain't just for separations. That's part of the discussion. You can discuss and ask questions on motion, and you done ate up my time by distracting me wrongfully again and again. Don't tell me I'm a senior councilman. You're a new president. Don't tell me I just can discuss a separation. Ain't such a rule. A motion been made and properly seconded. I'm gonna end up separating some, but I'm gonna also talk about the agenda. Somebody tell me, you mean to tell me the whole time I've been looking at the news, y'all telling me 200488 ain't in this master resolution? And how did it get off?
That's correct, Mr.
Anybody know?
Janelle?
Through you, Madam President, to anybody who know. I want to see if my memory can be refreshed.
The request was made at the last meeting to postpone the water litigation resolution. There was also a vote on the electronic public meetings public hearing to add that to the agenda. So everything was accounted for.
Oh, I understand what the add-on was. It was the add-on number 1 and 2. They would come under resolutions. They didn't have a number. We left them as add-ons. They still should be add-ons, but neither here nor there. Tell me specifically what vote and what passed to move that water settlement thing to what meeting, if you know.
I don't think there was a vote on it. That was what.
Then it should be on the agenda, shouldn't it?
That was what the city attorney requested.
I'm sorry.
The city attorney requested that it be postponed to the next.
Davina would like to explain. Davina?
Yeah, well, I'm talking right now. You'll get a chance to have anybody explain. To you, Madam President.
A question, Mr. Mays.
Fine.
I'm trying to get your question answered. Davina,
I want to get my own answered. I don't want you wasting my time. It's my time.
Well,
so if you're going to be fair,
keeping track of time.
Yeah, and if you're going to be fair, don't interrupt it. For you to Miss Wheeler. Miss Wheeler, you asked this to be postponed for how many weeks or how many days? Do you recall?
Yeah, at the meeting last week, before it was recessed to today, we asked for it to be adjourned to the first meeting in December, and I believe that meeting is December 14th.
Okay. Well, we'll get with it in the discussion. That's kind of a long period of time for certain things that's important that got internal deadlines. So it's surprising to me because I've never seen a meeting recess for that long, a week. Usually we'll recess them to that Wednesday, but that motion went by so fast and you couldn't speak on it because of the way they did it, and 5 people voted. But the crowd that's talking about how we put stuff off and never get nothing done, I want them to know that the objection period to this litigation, the clock is ticking, and we got a duty. So in discussion, we'll see. Was it a vote on that? Do it need a vote to reconsider? Do you know, Janelle? If it wasn't no vote on it, then it shouldn't have happened without a vote in a real council meeting.
I think Davina wanted to speak on it.
Yeah, through you, Madam President, to Davina. Go ahead, please. If you allowed in this environment.
Yes, this is Davina, and you have to forgive me, I'm driving. But I just wanted to say, and I think somebody said it during the course, that it was just requested through the administration that it be pulled from the agenda. And I don't know that you voted on it, but yeah, it was at their request.
Right, it was a special order that was moved, that I recall. It was a special order to discuss this. And to me, it was also an executive session that was requested. The actual resolution, I don't recall that. But, you know, who am I? But I do recall they asked that the closed session be dropped. And we dropped it. And we did that. But the resolution, now that the news, and everybody in Flint been watching for, I don't recall voting to do that. And so I'm concerned about this resolution. For the record, if 20048 hadn't been technically dropped, I'm going to ask that it be separated, and I'll get to that later. If I have to bring it up under council discussion, I will. I also want to separate 200481. And 200. Did you separate 482, Ms. Galloway? I don't know. If not, I'll separate 482, and that would do it.
Madam President.
Point of information, Madam President, if you're talking to people while we're trying to do a meeting, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Yes, I was muted. I said to Ms. Galloway, Mr. Mays, I'm going to allow him to continue doing separations, even though he moved on into discussion, and I believe his time was up. So I was just asking him to wrap up. I have his separation of 200481, and I can't separate a resolution that is not on the agenda. So 488.
What about 20? Point of information.
What's your point of information, Mr. Mays?
What about 200482? Was that already separated, or did I separate that in your hearing?
Ms. Galloway separated that.
Okay. And if I may, you understand how I worded the separation on the water settlement, because I think technically it might still be there. I don't want to vote on a resolution and take a chance on it. So if it's there technically, I separate it. That's what I said.
Mr. Mays, it is not on the agenda. The administration withdrew the resolution. They were the one that put the resolution on the agenda. They had a right to pull the resolution. which they did.
Well,
and they have
through
pulled
you,
it.
through,
Mr. Mays, I'm not through speaking, please. They have a right to bring it back, and they've notified us of their intent to bring it back on December 14th. But I can't separate a resolution that is not on the agenda. So you've used up your time. Would anyone else have any discussion on the master resolution?
Council President.
Yes, Ms. Galloway.
So I have a question because you said the administration has the right to pull a resolution. I thought once it shows up, council has to vote on it unless there is no objection. It seems like there was an objection. What was the vote on that when it was removed? I think that some very valid questions have been raised here, and so I thought that there was.
Ms. Galloway.
Yes, ma'am.
It's my understanding that the administration has the right to pull a resolution if they want, and they had asked to have this pulled.
Through you to the attorney, where is that at? There should be an ordinance that says that. And Madam President, you even said in the last meeting, you said that they wanted to drop something if there was, and I'm going to order that without objection. And it seems like someone raised an objection, and when that happened, it was going to be taken to a vote, and then we recessed it. Now you're saying these things to us. But if that is in fact the case, where is that legislatively, whether it's by ordinance, whether it's in the charter, where is that? I'm just asking a question because I think that I have a concern too when we recess a meeting, and I get that our staff is saying you guys voted on some things. I think that they need to keep things on the agenda that is the same, and just like they did a great job on the part. I really appreciate it, even under resolution, when it says, no, during agenda changes on November 23rd, Councilwoman Worthing asked for a special order. That is, in my opinion, that's perfect record. And so when we just start seeing things that are removed, I think that just causes the confusion that is now happening. Our staff cannot just remove something and not be able to tell us emphatically, on the record it stated this. We just can't keep our records like that. And so I just would like to hear from our staff, what was it that caused that to be removed? Did it not require a vote? What was the ordinance? Through you to Attorney Wheeler, if they in fact have that, where's that guideline at?
Attorney Wheeler, are you on the line? Attorney Wheeler? Let's wait a minute. Her call may have dropped again.
Madam President, this is Davina.
I'm here.
Davina? Wait a minute. First, let's hear from Attorney Wheeler and then Davina.
Yeah, I was on the phone. I was on the line. I was just muted, so I heard the discussion. So you're asking, I don't know specifically what you're asking for specifically as far as you're looking for an ordinance, you said?
I'm asking for whatever guidelines it is where if something shows up on our agenda and then the administration can just pull it without the council voting on it or being, removed, because usually we vote them up or down. The administration has asked that this be dropped, and then a motion is made by a council member. It is seconded by another council member to drop it, and that's been the process. So since we're now saying, according to President Fields, that the administration has the right to pull a resolution back that has already come before us when that hasn't normally been the process by which we operate on the council, again, dropping, voting on the drop, where is it that what is being shared by the president is supported?
I need to look at the rules. I'm looking at Rule 6.1, so let me take a look here. But I remember I don't recall from the last meeting. I know it was requested that it would be removed, but I don't remember from the meeting verbatim. I think the council staff would need to give their memory of what happened at the meeting a week ago. But in Rule 6.1, it says matters shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the City Council by action of the Council President or the chair of any meeting or at the request of the mayor or clerk prior to start of the meeting. After roll call, the presiding officer shall ask for any additions or changes. Any changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. Then Rule 6.2, any agenda matters that require official action at the meeting for final adoption, i.e. the resolutions, budget amendments, grant acceptance, must be accompanied by the appropriate documents. I don't see anything in this particular section.
Point of information.
But I don't know about the last meeting. So, like I said, we'd have to go back to the last meeting to know what happened.
Point of information.
Just a moment, Ms. Wheeler. What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Through you to the speaker, are you aware that this was the same meeting and agendas had been approved? And do you remember you asked that the executive session be dropped, and they wanted to do that without objection, and we had to vote on that?
My memory could be wrong, but it was for both. We wanted them both off of there. So I don't know how it came up, but both were brought up during the last meeting. I just don't know in what sequential order, but both of them were brought up to be adjourned.
President Fields.
Ms. Galloway, would you like to hear from Davina now?
Yeah.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the dropping of the executive session came before the agenda item on resolutions? That's, I think, all we dealt with.
Madam President, if I can hear from Davina or Janelle specifically on what the record shows.
Davina?
This is Davina. Specifically, if there was a vote taken or any motion made, Janelle would have to tell you that for sure. What I wanted to say was that as far as the staff is concerned, we don't arbitrarily make decisions to include or remove anything from the agendas. We only operate on what has happened in the meeting. Like the two add-ons, they were part of the agenda changes, and I remember specifically asking about that second one because you had talked about the first one being added, and we do add it on so that we can then share it with the public because they hadn't seen the resolution as an add-on. So once you vote on, we would if you hadn't talked about it or made a vote on it, we wouldn't have done it that way.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Through you to Davina, wouldn't it be fair to say that we're on the same agenda? That same agenda brought them on as add-on number 1 and add-on number 2 as the designation, not given the authority to give them numbers and put them on. We approved them in the same meeting. This is the same meeting as add-on number 1 and 2. They should come back in that same form, shouldn't they?
Again, once you voted to add them, then we give them numbers so that we can keep track of them easily. To call them add-ons, then we can't put them in the agenda rota, so to speak.
You'd have been able to do that after this meeting.
Point of order.
But you did vote.
What's your excuse me?
I'm sorry.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway?
Madam Chair, I have the floor. Can't use a point of information to take the floor.
This is correct, Ms. Galloway.
Can I please have the floor back? I understand everything that Davina is saying, but in a recess, and so maybe we need to outline how recess should be done. And yes, it is true that once everything is voted upon, they would have to give them numbers. But if we were still in a meeting, technically like we are, even though we're 7 days later, we are technically in the same meeting. And so if, in fact, when we recess, we're going to change and shift some things, then we need to identify that now. But I would strictly like to go through you, Madam President, to Janelle to find out exactly what that motion was and what the vote was to drop that resolution.
There was no vote.
So, Madam President, through you to Janelle, how is it that it was removed from the council agenda without a vote of the council?
I really think Davina would have to answer that.
You know what, Madam Chair? I don't want to go back and forth with our staff. There was no vote. It showed up on our agenda. It's not on our agenda now. If there was no vote that was technically made, then that resolution should still be on the agenda, whether we drop it and allow it to go on the next agenda, whether we postpone it to the next agenda. But if we can't show anything for the public record, Davina is saying Janelle would know. Janelle is saying Davina would know. And so can we deal with that resolution tonight, whether we drop it, postpone it to the next meeting or whatever? Madam President, I'm asking you now.
Are you asking me?
Record keepers are saying, our record keepers are saying they don't have it, Madam President. And so we don't do our agenda items like that.
Would you like me to respond?
That'd be perfect.
Okay. Well, I don't think it is really clear in our rules, okay, although Rule 6.1 was interesting, that apparently the presiding officer has to agree to any agenda changes. So apparently if there's any agenda change that I vote no on, then that agenda is not changed. So thank you for pointing out that rule.
That's not.
But I would, Ms. Galloway, I have the floor. I would say it's currently not on our agenda. It's clear that they wanted to bring it back on December 14th. So I would say since it's not on our agenda, we're going to move on. And if you're through speaking, I would like
I
to
appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Mays has appealed the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? He's
Madam
appealed
Chair.
the ruling of the chair. Is there a second?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Davis.
I second.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis seconds that. Is there any discussion on the appeal? My appeal first is that it's not on the agenda. The administration has in the past dropped things from the agenda, and they asked to drop it. We just drop it. I think when they bring the resolution, they have the right to drop it. If council brings a resolution, we have the right to drop it. Nowhere does it say we have to vote on it. It's clear that Janelle and Davina have been telling us repeatedly how this works procedurally, and some council members don't wish to listen to it. So I would say that it's not on our agenda tonight, and I would like to move on with other council people's discussion on the master resolution. Who else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam
Chair,
President.
Galloway.
Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays. And
Yeah,
then
Madam
Ms. Galloway.
President. Madam President, the majority vote of the council means a whole lot. That's the whole kit and caboodle. I distinctly remember when they wanted the executive session drop. We've had discussion about separating the two. They wanted a drop. You said without objections. I say anything happen on a council floor must be done by vote. And we voted on the executive session. We hadn't even got to the agenda on the resolutions before you adjourned the meeting. Had we got to it, we might would have properly dropped that too, but you don't see a vote. and the media, I'm not going to look stupid in front of the whole city that's tentatively waiting because we recess after we voted on an agenda. And when we vote, that agenda should stay the same until we come out of recess. A chair is overrode by the council. We voted on an agenda. You interpreting that rule 6.1 wrong. That don't tell you that if you vote no and 8 people vote yes, you got authority over 8. You is going to be a handful as you interpret these rules. That ain't even the spirit of no 8, 9-member body that you got that type of power. This stuff is still on the agenda. That's why I separated it for the record. And you done tried to move on, and they done told you it was no vote on it to take it off the agenda. It was a vote to not have the executive session. We never got the resolutions. And so I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do for the people I represent. And I'm going to make sure one way or another, this water crisis litigation, which the clock is ticking, tick, 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 tick. I'm not putting this off to no December the 14th, and the whole state of Michigan is watching. That would be ludicrous. I'll be voting no on your move on without it. It ain't been no vote to move it, and you ain't got that type of authority. You interpreted the stuff wrong, my friend. You know, I'm going to pray for you, because that's what you're supposed to do. Pray for those who try to vilify me. That's what my God in my church taught me. This has been ridiculous. We could have been through with this meeting, or halfway through. You've been doing it. It ain't me, and you ain't going to vilify me.
Council President.
Ms. Galloway, you have the floor.
Thank you. And just for the record, it's interesting because Coco told us in Rule 6.1 where that last line, agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. She told us we needed to remove that because in Section 7.1, number 3, under order of business for regular meetings of council, it says request for changes and or additions to the agenda. In parentheses, it says council shall vote to adopt any amended agenda. So you don't have that authority. And so if we're going to talk about what Coco told us was not correct, it was that last line that you said that Attorney Wheeler brought to your attention, because it actually was contradicted in the council rules of order for the meeting. Again, number 3, request for changes and or additions to the agenda. Council shall vote to adopt any amended agenda. That's under our rules. The second thing is, Council President, you just have to be fair. There's no way. Usually you will say if our clerks don't have it, then it's almost like it didn't happen. And so I don't want to put our clerks on the record. I don't want to have them, be in the middle of anything. This council had this resolution on the agenda that was recessed, and it should still be on there. And so what we will have is a correction to those minutes. We will have a vote of whether that agenda item is dropped, postponed, or failed. And that's what an open meeting is. It is for council to take action, and this is a highlighted item. And so I'm looking forward to us deciding one way or the other what this will happen. And so I will be voting to support the appeal, because the chair does not have the authority to just move on, especially since our clerks make it clear that they don't have any supporting voting documentation that this should have actually been removed from our agenda.
Would anyone else
Madam
care
President?
to speak on the Ms. Worthing?
Yeah, it's interesting because Ms. Galloway always says, well, we haven't adopted the new rules. We haven't changed them. So Coco probably did advise us to do that, but we haven't changed them. So it's not set in stone, and that's what's frustrating about our rules, very frustrating, and it should be changed. But until then, the president has that authority because they're contradictory.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Does Ms. Worthing realize that that rule is invalidated by the very Rule 7.1 that says council shall vote to adopt any amended agenda? It's not that Coco said that it should be dropped because it contradicted the council's authority. Does my colleague realize that?
I realize there's two conflicting rules, Ms. Galloway, and you're not the end-all, be-all, like you think you are. So at this time, this is another waste of our time. I apologize once again to the residents of this city that we can't just simply say it was dropped at the last meeting and let's move on. This is on the next agenda. I remember this being dropped. I'm sorry, Mr. Mays, told the media one thing and he was incorrect, but that's not my problem, and it's certainly not his constituents' problem who would like to see this meeting go along, and we're not going to discuss it today. It's on the next agenda. Let's move on and get what's on this agenda done. I will be supporting the chair.
Would anyone else like to speak to this appeal?
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I understand that this item 248 that's not on the agenda today was on the agenda the last time. But the administration has actually, before in the past, requested that an item be removed, and we've done that. So, and I realize that this is an important issue to a lot of people, and I really would like to discuss it as well because I think there's been some bad information put out to our constituents. But it's not on this agenda.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Through you to Mr. Winfrey, wouldn't this be the same agenda that we already voted on, and should it be on there?
Through you to Councilman Mays, should it be on there? It could or it couldn't. I think that as I said before, in other meetings that we've had, the administration has requested that we pull something, and we pulled it at their request. Now all of a sudden, now we're not going to pull it because...
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
And Mr. Winfrey, I'll just listen, but my question is, we're just getting to them asking us to pull it. We recessed.
That's not a
We're there now.
Not a question.
Isn't that a fair statement?
Question. Mr. Mays,
when you say
out
is that
order.
a fair statement, it's a question. You have to let me finish my question.
Through to Councilman through you to Councilman Mays, yes, it's a fair statement. Sure, it's a fair statement, but I'm saying we're spending so much time on this thing. And if they would request, if whether they requested it or not, if they asked somebody, because that's what I thought I heard our staff say is that that the administration had requested that we remove it until we'll pull it from the agenda until the 14th.
Point of information.
I guess, Madam President, just forget it. I'm done.
No,
okay.
I have a point of
Mr.
information.
Winfrey. What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
My point of information to Councilman Winfrey is, isn't it important that we have a clear record?
Mr. Winfrey said he was done. Is anyone else like to speak on this appeal? No, then I would like to finish up. First of all, this is a great illustration of how people are abusing point of information. Mr. Winfrey, who was trying to make a simple statement, was interrupted 4 times by people who were trying to take the floor. They were trying to steer the discussion the way they wanted it to go instead of what Mr. Winfrey wanted to say. That's how this council is abusing points of information and points of order. And I'm going to read because Mr. Mays thinks that I am interpreting something. I'm interpreting nothing. It's clearly stated. And to Ms. Galloway, I want to say that the two rules, and I'm going to read both of them, are not in conflict with each other. The first rule, point 6.1, matters shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the City Council by action of the Council President or any presiding chair of any committee of the Council or at the request of the mayor or clerk prior to the start of the meeting. After roll call, the presiding officer shall ask for any additions or changes to the agenda. Agenda changes or additions need to be approved by the presiding officer. That couldn't be clearer. That's not my interpretation of it. And whether Coco had pointed out that there's kind of conflicting language, I'm going to go to 7 point, where was it? 7.3, I think it was. 7.1. Okay, just a moment. Can you tell me what section of this that was under?
Number 3.
7.1? Number 3. All right. Rule 7.1, number 3. Requests for changes and or additions to agenda council shall vote to adopt any amended agenda. That doesn't preclude or conflict with the presiding officer has to approve additions or changes to the agenda. Council can vote on them, but if the presiding officer doesn't agree, that agenda change doesn't happen. So that's not a conflict in that rule. As with many rules that we have that need to be gone over thoroughly.
Point of information, President.
What's the point of information, Ms.
So
Galloway?
you're saying if a vote of your 9 council colleagues, this is my point of information. You're saying that if this council votes 8-1 to approve a change in or addition to the agenda, you have the authority to say that that vote doesn't count? Is that what you're saying?
According to Rule 6.1, and you are very explicit on following the rules, so you can't just add your own interpretation. That's what Rule 6.1 says. But regarding the appeal, which is what we're talking about, this is not on the agenda. The administration had asked to have this dropped. They've indicated that they want to bring it on December 14th. On December 14th, it's a new meeting, and we will again have public comment and public speaking. Meanwhile, there have been many fact sheets delivered and town hall meetings, virtual meetings, to answer and ask questions. So I think that I'm correct in saying this is not on the agenda, and we need to move on to discussion on the master resolution. But so if you vote yes, you agree with the chair. If you vote no, you agree with, I think it was Mr. Mays. Roll call.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Mr. Guerra? Mr. Guerra?
Janelle, are people muted?
I've got to check that. We got a lot of people
Well, check
on the
that
line.
first, please. Go back to Mr. Davis and just check and see if he's muted.
Yes, he was muted.
That's why I couldn't even get in on the vote. I tried to speak in that appeal. Wow. But no.
Oh, I just got unmuted too.
I'm very sorry. When you come in muted, it's hard for me to watch and take notes and do everything I'm doing, so I apologize. Mr. Davis said no. Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. The chair is sustained. So, does anyone else who's not spoken yet want to discuss on the master resolution?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis?
I really wanted to speak on, well, I was muted, but I can't do it now, but the master resolution, if it was possible, like Councilman Mays stated, it was on my last, when we recessed, 200488 was on the actual agenda.
Excuse me. You're out of order, Mr. Davis. That matter.
Point of order.
You want me to read this?
I'm
going to read this before I recognize the point of order.
That's
Refraining
wrong. Point
from
of order.
speaking adversely on a prior action not pending. In
Point of
debate,
order.
a member cannot.
Was muted.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. The chair is speaking. In debate, a member cannot
I
reflect
appeal the ruling of the chair.
on any prior act of the society that has not been pending.
You must cease
unless a
talking.
motion
You're out of
is
order.
considered
Point of order. I
or
appeal the
amended
ruling of the
pending,
chair not to cease talking and recognize a
or
privilege
unless he
motion. I
intends to
appeal.
conclude his remarks by making or giving notice of one of these motions. Mr. Mays,
did it
you have
anyway.
to allow the chair the ability to chair.
Point of
You
order.
cannot use a point of order
To interrupt the chair.
interrupt. To
Point
interrupt
of order.
everyone and anyone. What is your point of order and what rule number has been breached?
The charter of being fair. The man was muted.
Right.
Leave him alone.
Illegally muted.
Your point of order is denied,
Wow.
and it's denied.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's an appeal to the ruling of the chair. Is there a
Second.
support for that motion?
Davis, second.
Mr. Davis seconds that motion. Okay, I just read this, and I'm going to read it again. And I tried to read this to Mr. Davis because he was out of order when he was speaking. Robert's rule says, and I just read this a short while ago, 393, refraining from speaking adversely on a prior action not pending. That
Point of
matter
information.
had been...
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, I'm sorry. I thought Councilman Mays appealed a point of order and you didn't cease talking. Can you please clarify for me?
I'll clarify for you. The chair has to have the ability to chair. If the chair is dealing with a speaker who is out of order, okay, the chair has to be able to speak to that speaker to tell them why they think they're out of order. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to read Robert's rules. But you and Mr. Mays continue to use points of order and points of information to take the floor to interrupt everybody. I was just trying to explain to Mr. Davis what's in Robert's rules about refraining from speaking adversely on a prior action not pending. Because we were under discussion on the master resolution motion, we had already dealt with that issue that he was speaking to. So he was out of order for speaking to that. Anyone else like to speak to the appeal?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Madam President, it doesn't matter to me, but I'm conscious of who votes what way and who the players and the people are. We're all council people. I'm 62. I think Mr. Davis older than me. But I do this not just for Davis, for myself, for Winfrey Carter, Griggs, Galloway. I do it because it's my nature. It ain't trying to delay a meeting. It's trying to get you started in your first or second meeting on the right track. No doubt in my mind you've done me wrong. We cannot discriminate. If Mr. Davis tells you he had technical issues, the courtesy of the chair to a colleague, let the man weave in what he want to weave in and say he's got that right now. He's been voted in right now. You in a meeting electronically. You see, they was muted because they couldn't even vote. He had said when I spoke, even before the vote, he tried to get in. And so now to deprive him of something, and I'm going to bring it up during council discussion, the water litigation, unless you say that's out of order, you can't even discuss it because we illegally removed it from the agenda. These votes, when you tally them up, the power of the council can vote wrong. But as far as me being on this council, I don't just fight for me. I fight for what's right. And it's right to let a person who was technically muted, and I believe it. I don't believe him and Mr. Guerra lying. And Janelle told you it's hard for her to keep up. You're being totally irrational toward your colleagues, and it ain't cool. If my heart is good trying to help whip you into shape, and it take a couple points of order, a point of information to have this next year go a certain way, I don't live microscopically. I want you to cut this mess out and be fair, even in electronic meetings, to your colleagues. I ain't going to just fight for me. I'm going to fight for what's right. You dead wrong. Let that man finish his conversation when he get the flow, and you just chill out a little bit. Because stuff you be saying be off point, it be argumentative. Be a good chair. Indulge.
Anyone else?
Yes,
Are
Madam
you finished, Mr. Mays?
I wasn't even done, but go ahead. That's how you is.
Mr. Mays, are you finished? Are you finished with your discussion on the appeal?
If I wasn't, you was out of order for me hearing your voice, and Eva too. Hope I was done, but I wasn't. But, you know, y'all showing out.
Apparently you're finished with your discussion on the appeal. Ms. Worthing?
I would really love to know how much time Mr. Mays and Ms. Galloway has wasted with the points of orders, points of information, and appeals. I think our City of Flint residents deserve that information so they can make wise choices when they vote in November. Also, you know, I would like the record to reflect that Mr. Mays said, I'm whipping you into shape, talking to Ms. Fields, the chair. And he has people call in and talk about Kate's tone. There may not have been a tone when Mr. Mays said that, but it was really derogatory, rude, and it's constant. And not only does the chair have to endure this, but council members have to listen to this, and so do the City of Flint residents. It's not right. It's wrong. And I just want to encourage the president. What they're trying to do is break you down and just prove a point that you're not a good president. You need to be whipped into shape. And we made a wrong choice putting Miss Fields in as president. No, we did not. Because I'm hoping this will be cut out in the future. It is worse than any of my middle school classes I have ever taught. They are way more mature than this council. I would rather teach my sixth graders all day long than have to sit here and listen to grown adults act less than a sixth grader. Shame on you. Thank you.
Madam President?
Would anyone else like to speak to this appeal?
Madam President?
Ms. Galloway, didn't you speak once?
I didn't.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't even have anything to say but this. Councilwoman Worthing wasn't relevant to the appeal, and you didn't say anything to her. She talked about her kids. She talked about this council in a derogatory way, and you didn't say anything to her. And I'm pointing that out because you're saying you're being fair. But it sounds like your ears are attuned to certain council people and not to all of them.
Would anyone else like to speak to this appeal? Hearing none, I would like to.
Madam President?
Mr. Winfrey, would you like to go?
Yes,
go ahead.
Just briefly. When my colleagues were able to get back, and they said that they were both muted, I would really like to see some leeway in there, because we know that we've all had that issue with being muted, and I would just like to see us give our colleagues an opportunity to kind of chime in, even if they were muted. That's happened to me before. I've actually got done with what I had to say and went to mute myself and pushed the button and was disconnected. So any of those things can happen in an electronic meeting. I would just like to see us be more lenient towards our council people, because I believe Councilman Davis, I believe Councilman Guerra, I believe them both. I believe they both were muted and wanted to not be muted or wanted to say something. So I'd really ask the president to just indulge them a bit more and let them speak. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Then I would like to speak.
Madam.
First of all, oh, wait a minute, Mr. Griggs, you've not spoken. Go ahead.
Just wanted to make a point that I've been muted. Thank you. Never.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? First of all, I'd like to say to Ms. Galloway, okay, apparently you didn't hear how far I let Mr. Mays go on during this appeal, talking about things that were not relevant to the appeal whatsoever, including his multiple derogatory comments to me about whipping me into shape as a chair. None of those comments that he makes continually throughout this meeting that are derogatory to the chair are appropriate. None of them. And to Mr. Winfrey, I appreciate your kind nature, but I would like to say, I just read Robert's rules about you can't go backwards, okay? And I was hoping that Mr. Davis would understand. How about if, Mr. Davis, you can't go back on something that's already been voted on and settled? For example, how about if you started talking back on, appointments? Would that be appropriate to discuss under a motion under the master resolution? No, it would not. I am not trying to silence Mr. Davis or any other council member. I am trying to chair this meeting to move the meeting forward, even though every member is being continually interrupted with faulty, dilatory points of information that interrupt speakers multiple times. I was just trying to get Mr. Davis to understand you can't go back and discuss something that had already been decided and voted on. And I would have said that to any council member that brought that up. So, yes, Ms. Worthing went kind of far afield, but Mr. Mays certainly went as far afield as Ms. Worthing, and I didn't stop him. So I am being fair. I'm being very fair. So, I believe that you can't go backwards. You can't handle items that are already addressed and voted on and discuss it in a motion going forward. I'm going to read one more time from Robert's Rules under decorum in debate. Refraining from speaking adversely on a prior action not pending. In debate, a member cannot reflect adversely on any prior act of the society that is not then pending, unless a motion to reconsider, rescind, or amend it is pending, or unless he intends to conclude his remarks by making or giving notice of one of those motions, which I don't believe was the case. So I am being very fair here. And I know we're having some difficulties with muting, unmuting, and I'm trying to give everybody an opportunity and their full time. But Mr. Davis was wrong to be discussing a motion that had, during a motion, not that motion, but something that was farther back in the agenda that had already been decided. So, roll call, please.
Madam Chair.
Oh, first I would like to say, if you vote yes, you agree with the chair. If you vote no, you agree with the appeal.
Call the Madam Chair, call for the orders of the day.
Ms. Galloway, that's not appropriate. We're in a roll call on an appeal.
But the appeal needs to be clear, Kate. I asked you a specific question on what the appeal was, and you still have not clarified what the appeal was.
Well, you were out of order by taking the floor and saying that. I'd like to point that out, first of all. But the appeal was that Mr. Davis, should not be addressing a motion that was already on the floor, that had been decided on earlier. So, roll call. If you agree with the chair, you vote yes.
Point of information.
If you don't, you agree no.
Madam President, point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway? We're not...
Can you please have the clerk read what the appeal is?
Sure, although you just broke the rules by taking the floor on a point of information when I had asked for roll call. You are aware of that, Ms. Galloway. But I will ask, even though you broke that rule, I haven't declared you out of order, but I will ask for Janelle to please read what the appeal is about, because it's easy to get confused because this appeals and dilatory motions, point of order and point of information, continue without cease, and it's not easy to keep track of them as much as I am trying to. So, Janelle, can you please read what the appeal was?
That Mr.
And
Davis
I will correct myself. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I had the same thing you did, that Mr. Davis was off topic. He was talking about something that had already been addressed.
Thank you. Roll call.
Mr. Mays.
No.
Mr. Davis.
No.
Mr. Guerra.
Yes.
Ms. Fields.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Mr. Winfrey.
No.
Ms. Galloway.
No.
Mr. Griggs.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. The appeal wins. So I guess, Mr. Davis, you have the floor again, and against, contrary to Robert's rules and everything else, apparently you can talk about anything you want to on the agenda.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
He got the flow. And if you want us to say that every time you vote wrong, give us that chance. Just give him the flow. We don't need that.
Mr. Mays, I'm not going to waste time with your point of order. I'm just going to ask Mr. Davis to please take the floor again.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. But let me just say this, and I'm very frustrated and disappointed because it ain't often this community look at $641.2 million, $2 million. And this is a settlement with a lot of misinformation floating out in this community. Without a public hearing, the public not been invited to get the knowledge they really need to make a right decision. And this is a perfect opportunity for that. And that's why I was so adamant about this. They should be inside of any question that they want to have answered. We should be the body that give them proper information. Now, I'm not going to rehash nothing like that. I understand what you said going backwards. But come on the 12th of December, when the public speak, they need to speak accurate instead of speaking misinformation. This is the opportunity to take a few minutes for them to listen to us, give them proper information, even though it's on agenda or off the agenda. So I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to have a 5, 20-minute, or 2-hour discussion on this water settlement because this is $400.2 million in this community, and nobody have accurate information, and it's not right to know the truth about this money in this settlement. Thank you.
Madam President.
Mr. Davis, we already have a motion on the floor. You can't make a separate motion while this motion is on the floor.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Mays?
That's not a contrary motion. He can make a motion to suspend the rules. And I'm trying to second it.
Well, it's my understanding that you can't make a motion while you still have a motion pending. You have to settle that motion first.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Oh, yeah, you can make motions when motions on the floor. You can make a motion to postpone. You can make a motion to drop. You can make a motion to suspend the rules. Are you sure you're right?
Well, I'll consult some of my parliamentary stuff to check. Just hold a moment.
Point of information. Wouldn't you be better off consulting us? I'm waiting for you to answer there a second.
Mr. Mays, I've asked you to please wait while I consult the rules. Can you refrain for just 2 seconds before you call another point of information to take the floor? To suspend the rules, you cannot interrupt. It needs a second. There is no debate. You can't amend it. It requires a 2/3 vote, and you can't reconsider. So I'm going to ask Attorney Wheeler for a ruling on this. Can you make a motion to suspend the rules when a motion to approve the master resolution is on the floor? Attorney Wheeler?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Ms. Fields, may I ask you a question while she does that?
No, Mr. Mays.
If I say point of information, can I ask you? Trying to be polite here.
Is it a dilatory point of information? Or is it
no, I wanted to know while she do that, can I ask you a simple question? Think about this. If it's a 5-minute rule on a motion and he make a motion to suspend the rules, wouldn't that be proper? I mean, this is just common sense.
Mr. Mays, I told you I'm waiting for the city attorney's opinion. Could you hold off long enough until she can give that opinion?
So So what I'm looking at is Rule 18.2. So I'm just starting there because since there's a motion to postpone, definitely, I think we have competing motions here. So let's see. So the city council may decide to put off consideration of a pending motion to a fixed definite time consideration. I need to read through this. Give me 1 second.
Ms. Wheeler, there was no motion to postpone. There was a motion to suspend the rules while there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I got it. There's a lot of sections on motions, though. I'm just reading.
We will wait patiently.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Madam President.
I'm not recognizing anyone until Ms. Wheeler has clarified this.
Madam Chair,
I have the right to not recognize someone while I'm waiting for the clarification on the rules.
Okay, this is Angela. So I'm looking through the rules, and like I said, right now I'm not finding where it talks about one motion on top of another motion. It like I said, what I'm reading right now is not pointing me to that right now. I do not have an answer for you at this moment. It really talks about incidental motion and other motions. So it doesn't talk about one motion laying over the other motion. So like I said, I don't have an answer for you right now.
Point of information.
There's your point of information, Mr. Mays.
Through you to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, have you looked at the part that talks about suspending the rules that says you can't interrupt? But he made that motion to suspend the rules when he had the floor. And it just, does it make common sense that you can make a motion to suspend the 5-minute rule when you got the floor? That don't conflict.
What I heard was not that particular motion, but it was I think it was a motion to have discussion. And like I said, I'm trying to follow all this, but I think what I heard was there was a motion by Councilman Davis to then have discussion on the water.
To suspend the rules. No, suspend the rules.
No, wait a minute, but I thought I heard that as well before that one. There were a couple of different motions that were going on. So if somebody can clarify about the other motion, because I know I heard another motion as far as to discuss the actual litigation this evening.
Excuse me. Mr. Mays, you don't have the floor. You can't continue to ask Ms. Wheeler questions. You only
point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Is it your understanding, Madam President, and would you clarify? I heard Mr. Davis move to suspend the rules. I want her looking at the right thing. Do you remember if he made that motion, Madam President?
Ms. Wheeler, for your information, there's a motion on the floor to approve the master resolution. When Mr. Davis was given the floor, he then made a motion to suspend the rules. I don't think it's proper to make a motion, a new motion, while a motion is pending. Because it wasn't a motion to amend or, it wasn't any of those things. It was just a motion to suspend. And I don't believe you can do that until we vote on the motion to approve, the motion that's already on the floor.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway.
Madam President, under the section that says suspension of the rule, a suspension of the rule is not it doesn't contradict any of the rules, and therefore there are only two points under suspension of the rules. Are you there in your book?
Just a moment. I was, but then I closed the page.
Because you read it into the record,
Rule,
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway, are you referencing Rule 2.1?
Yes, ma'am. You read it into the record, Madam President, and it's very simple. And you read it, and then you looked for the attorney to give you something that you consistently say if it's not in the rules. And this is the thing. We've wasted 15 minutes waiting for the attorney to find something. You've gone through the rules. There's nothing that said, and this is a motion that can be made with any of our debates. This is a vote up or down, Madam President. We should be past this. Either there's 6 votes to suspend the rules or there's not. And then guess what? We're done. But instead, we're trying to force some rules that are not there. Rule 2.1 is simple. The rules may be suspended on the vote of 2/3 of the council persons elect. And all we do is there's a motion, there's support, there's no debate, and so therefore we automatically vote, and then we know within less than a minute whether or not the votes are there. So I'm with the floor. I'll make
well, Ms. Galloway, I'd like to say that doesn't address the question I've raised, and I'm trying to get parliamentary clarity. Okay,
but you don't have that.
You
keep saying that.
You're interrupting me, Miss Galloway. Please don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. You're out of order.
I have the floor.
No, you stop speaking, Miss Galloway.
I'm done. You are unfair, Kate.
Miss Galloway, I'm going to withhold my personal opinion of what you are, okay? I would like to say that it does say you can vote to suspend the rules. It doesn't clarify whether you can make that motion while another motion is pending. And this really illustrates the need for a parliamentarian, because sometimes it's not easy to find this information. But I will say there's another way to handle this too. Once the master resolution is dealt with, okay, Mr. Davis can be free to make another motion.
You don't have that right, Madam President. You don't have the right. This council.
I believe I do. When it is not clear in the rules or parliamentary, I believe the chair does have the right to make that decision.
You don't. You are making up your own rules.
You're just taking the floor, Ms. Galloway, and arguing with me.
Point of information, point of order.
It's one or the other, Mr. Mays. Which is it?
Point of information, to be polite. My point of information would be, have you asked for a second to his motion? Are we in an appeal, or are we waiting to see if you're going to ask for a second?
It's not a proper motion, Mr. Mays.
It's a point of information to you. Okay, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Mays has appealed the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? Is there a second to his appeal? Is there a second to his appeal? Hearing none, the appeal fails.
Madam President, I said I support that before you said the third time.
Well, I didn't hear you, Ms. Galloway. So apparently there is a second to the appeal to the ruling of the chair.
Madam
I'd
President.
like to say, just a moment. We now have appeal to the ruling of the chair. I'm going to speak, and then I'll hear Ms. Worthing and Mr. Guerrera. Okay? I am simply trying to chair according to council rules and parliamentary rules. It's not clear in council rules. We really don't have the time to try to find it in Robert's Rules, which is a 700-page plus book. Okay? But I believe it's improper to take a motion that is not related to the motion that's on the floor until we have resolved the motion that is pending. That's why I would not hear Mr. Davis's motion at that time. So, Ms. Worthing and then Mr. Guerrera.
I would just like to say that I will be leaving this meeting. I apologize to my constituents, but it has become a clown show, and I just refuse to sit here while two members try to obstruct city business by calling points of orders, points of information, are rude. This is awful. It's a disaster. And the chair is doing the best job that she can, and I would support you if I stayed, but I'm not willing to stay for this. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Guerrera?
Yeah. I kind of shell-shocked. All right. Well, the simple fact is, I agree with your idea that is you shouldn't be able just to interrupt like a regularly scheduled conversation that we're talking about with another completely different conversation than what the subject actually is. However, with the suspension of the rules, I did always think a motion was always able to be made to suspend the rules as long as you stated what rule was going to be suspended at any time. And I know it's usually done to suspend like the order so you can actually speak more than 5 minutes once a motion's been made. I've never seen it really done to put a conversation, though, in the middle of it. So I mean, personally, I'm kind of torn on where that motion would go then if it's not in the rules at all, because I would always assume it's always in order to suspend the rules. However, and to Mr. Davis, I totally want to have that conversation today. I totally do. If that's a new business or if that's I thought it was a special order to discuss the subject matter of it, not necessarily just the motion. But so I totally do want to have the conversation. I want the public to be able to be informed about that. But I think it's always in order to suspend the rules, though, as long as you have the support for it. But I don't know if it's right to just put a conversation in the middle of another motion. So I'm completely torn. I honestly have no idea what even to say. And this whole meeting has just been a bunch of bickering and arguing and points of order, and nothing's really getting done. So I'm going to stay tuned, and I'm going to try to listen to what else is going to happen. But I'm just kind of confused on that's the point where we even are.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I hope you hear me, Mr. Gary. I'm not confused at all. And I'm just really, I done said it 3-4 times, and they can characterize it, but I done said it prayerfully, and we'll pray. Told you that earlier. When it comes to sharing the meeting properly in order that we can take care of the city business expediently. Now, you know me, I said here at 1 o'clock. We going to whip through these resolutions. They can say all they want about slowing the meeting down with points of information and points of order, but these are some basic rules. And we've been voting in the majority of the council rules. Mr. Davis can make a motion to suspend the rules, and I got the right to second it. In discussion on that, if it is some, it might not be none. but then you can amend it to a specific rule. I was conscious of that, but the debate here was she saying he can't make a motion to suspend the rules, which includes the 5-minute rules and anything else. So I'm familiar with what you're saying, but you got to be familiar that the suspension of the rules is not a contradictory motion. And as much as Ms. Fields deal with motions, she can say you want to clarify the motion to suspend the rules to resort to the 5-minute rule or any of the other rules specifically. She didn't do that. She just said you can't make a motion to suspend the rules on top of a motion. Oh, yes, you can. If that discussion is going a certain way on an important topic, I can make a motion to suspend the 5-minute rule. That answers the question. So you can wiggle and struggle and vote with her again if you want. It's no skin off my nose. Ms. Worthing can leave early because she leave early anyway. Any excuse people can say and make on this public record, but the public is way smarter than folk give them credit. It's a lot of parliamentarians out there other than Coco. I used to have to be the parliamentarian for Local 699. I'll be voting no, because that no means he can put a motion on the floor. And that no means we can wiggle through it and deal with it. And as a chair, a good chair who know the rules, it takes time to learn them. Took me a long time. If she want to say you mean the 5-minute rule or any particular rule, she could have said that before she asked for a second. This appeal says she's dead wrong, telling this colleague that you can't put a motion to suspend the rules because it's a motion on the floor. You can put a motion to postpone. You can put a motion to suspend the rules so we can talk about stuff longer than 3 or 5 minutes. You can put a motion that's incidental as long as it don't conflict with the motion. So that's the rule. And I'm thinking with people being on the council this long, people should know that. I'm no ways tired because these little tug of wars here, even though people can change and vote differently every day, I'm going to stay the course and I'm going to politely until they get outrageous. Ms. Worthing getting a little outrageous to me politically. Ms. Fields been outrageous toward me. I'm going to defend myself, my ward, the people I represent, and I'm not going to shy away when it comes to you, Davis, Griggs, myself, Galloway, and the majority rule. I want to see what kind of council we got in the infant stages of this so-called fair presidency. Thank you so much.
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Anyone else?
Madam President, I just want to say I won't be, I'm going to be voting to support the appeal only because this was a simple thing. The body would have had the ability to vote on this. And so, what in my opinion, even though you read it, it didn't have enough to you. You couldn't find it in Robert's rules. Normally, Robert's rules don't supersede council rules, and council rule is very specific. It requires a support, it has no debate, and it requires a 2/3 majority. That means 6 council people. That's it. But instead of allowing that to happen, you've held us here all this time asking Attorney Wheeler to look for something which she shouldn't have to look for because we have our council rules. And so I won't be supporting what you said because it's a simple motion, and a suspending of the rule complements any of the motions that we have on the floor. And Councilman Garrett is very right. Normally it's very specific, which rule. And if I'm not mistaken, I heard my colleagues say very simply, I make a motion to suspend the rule to have a 5-minute discussion. And we've talked about this for 30 minutes instead of just doing the right thing, which is asking was there support. If it's no support, then it dies. If there is support, no debate, vote 2/3 required. And so I won't be supporting the decision of the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. I think that was your second time speaking on the appeal, but I wasn't sure, so I let you speak. Would anyone else like to speak to this appeal? I'd like to say that, Mr. Mays makes a lot of comments about the rules and how I'm chairing and how I need to learn the rules, etc. I'd like to remind Mr. Mays that he was removed as finance chair because he was abusing his authority as a chair, and he doesn't know the rules.
Point of order.
And just because
point of order.
I'm in the appeal, there is no point of order. There is no point of order during an appeal.
Madam Chair, you need
there
to
is
follow
no. You're out of order, Ms. Galloway. You're out of order.
Point of information.
There is no point of order during an appeal, and there is no point of information during an appeal. I would like to say that council can vote this up or down. Okay? That's fine. That's what council does. But the hypocrisy in me holding this up and trying to clarify a point of parliamentary inquiry is pretty ludicrous, especially the people who are complaining about it. And I'd like to say that a motion has to be in some way complementary or part of the motion that's on the floor. A motion to suspend the rules is a whole motion apart. It's not complementary. It's not to postpone. It's not to, it's nothing to do with the motion that's on the floor. So, once again, I'm going to work real hard to get us a parliamentarian because some of these questions, we have experts, and I will find us one way or another. And hopefully we can limit our time on these because just because someone tells you what the rule is, as Mr. Mays is fond of doing, we also know that Mr. Mays just makes up rules. So, we now have a roll call on the appeal to the ruling of the chair. If you say yes, you agree with me. If you say no, you agree with Mr. Mays. Roll call, please.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing, if she's still there? Mr. Mays?
I believe she's gone.
Okay. Mr. Mays?
No.
Vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 6, what? Say it again.
2 yes, 6 no.
Vote is 2 yes, 6 no. Okay, the chair's ruling fails. The appeal wins. So back to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, you made a motion to suspend the rules. Is there a second? Is there a second to that motion?
Point of order.
What rule has been breached, Mr. Mays?
I just want to know a point of information, a point of order. If you're going to entertain it.
Mr. Mays, it's one or the other. They are not the same things. You called for a
Okay.
point of order.
Point of order.
And I've asked you what rule has been breached. I've asked for
That's
a
one of the
second
proposed
on the
rules.
motion.
It ain't in there yet, Miss Fields. That's one of the rules you and Eva is proposing. So don't hold me to that. We ain't voted to pass that yet. May I finish my point of order?
What is your point of order? What rule number has been breached?
That ain't been voted on yet. Y'all got that in these new proposals. You remember that? So let me
Mr. Mays,
finish
that's
my point of order.
Basic parliamentary procedure. I cannot provide a ruling on a rule being breached when I don't know what rule number you're saying has been breached.
just so you know, that ain't been voted on. Can I say point of information through you to the maker of the motion? Will you allow that?
Well, Mr. Mays, we're in the middle of asking for a second, which you so often remind us.
I'm exercising a privileged motion. Do you know what that calls for? Everything stops.
Mr. Mays, go ahead with your point of information. Go ahead.
Do you, the maker of the motion, Mr. Davis, do you want to zero in on a specific rule, or are you saying all rules?
Specific rule to have a discussion, more than the regular 2 minutes or whatever. I feel we deserve to give the community proper information.
I can support that motion.
The motion's been made to have 2 minutes of discussion.
Nope. Point of that ain't what he said. He said more than 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. That's what he said. That's what he suspended.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. The motion that was on the floor that Mr. Davis made was to suspend the rules. I have asked for a second. That's what he said. That's what the motion was. Janelle, could you read the motion back?
May I have the floor to second the motion? And I'll second that he said more than the 2 and alluded to the 2 or 5 minutes. That's the specific rule. He just made a motion, and I so second.
Yes.
Mr. Mays, that is not the motion. Janelle?
That is what he just said. We clarified.
You're out of order, Mr. Mays. You are out of order. You were trying to change the motion through using a point of information. That is incorrect. You can't do that. Janelle, could you read back Mr. Davis's original motion?
His motion was to suspend the rules, to have a discussion on the water lawsuit litigation for 2 minutes, 2 hours, however long it takes.
That's correct.
Well, I don't know what rule that's suspending. Mr. Davis, can you tell me what rule number that is? If you're not asking to suspend all
Point of order.
Rule number
Point of order. Point of order.
Timely discussion.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
We've clarified the motion. I'm trying to second it. It ain't a motion he made until it's properly second, so are you going to answer the second on his motion for time? That is clear what it was. She read it back. I'm telling you, he done told you. Is there a second? If so, I'll so make the second. I second his motion.
Fine, Mr. Mays. You've seconded a motion that I have no idea what rule is being suspended. But it's been seconded. Is there discussion?
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
There's no discussion on the suspension of the rules.
Ah, okay. Well, then roll call.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The motion fails because it takes a 2/3 vote or 6 to suspend the rules. So the motion fails. So we're going to go back. I believe, Janelle, Mr. Davis still had time, and he had the floor.
Yes,
well,
ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just
You're
really
welcome.
think it's imperative. Thank you. It's imperative that we let this community know what's going on with this money that's coming in, and we haven't gave them opportunity to listen to this body other than, us going or voting to go into executive sessions that way when they get a chance to go to the actual podium for the public comment, they'll be accurate of what they're saying. They'll have not misinformation, but correct information, vital information that they can hash over with their families. This is too much money for this to come into this community, and nobody really know what's going on, and we never had the discussion. So I really thought it was fair to have some kind of conversation about it today. Thank you for indulging.
Madam Chair,
welcome, Mr. Davis. Mr. Guerra.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to say,
ma'am.
I guess, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Davis, I have no ill intent. I'm not hearing this conversation. I think we can have this conversation in new business. I just didn't think that it was right to have it right here in the middle of the other motion. So I hope that we can still have this conversation today, just not during the middle of these votes. So I do think the public does need to hear from that. So, yep, that's it.
Okay, we're actually discussing the motion to approve the master resolution. Is there any more discussion on the master resolution?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Galloway? Have you spoken once? I believe you have.
I have.
Janelle,
not, I actually separated my one resolution, and I haven't had any discussion on any of the master resolutions.
Okay, go ahead.
And actually, all I wanted to do is call the question.
There's a call for the question on the master resolution. Mr. Guerra?
Second that motion.
The motion has been seconded to call the question. There is no debate, and it requires a 2/3 vote. Roll call, please.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. To call the question, roll call, please, on the approval of the master resolution.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The master resolution has been approved. That takes us to our first separation, which was requested by Ms. Galloway, Resolution 200482. Is there a motion?
Point of information.
What is your point of information?
Madam President, 200481 is first. I didn't separate it, but it's the first resolution that's separated. And normally we go in order, not based on who separates first.
Doesn't matter to me, Ms. Galloway, but I think I was perfectly within my rights to call 482 first, but if you prefer, I'll go to Resolution 200481, which was separated by Mr. Mays. The City of Flint opt-in pay-as-you-stay pays program. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I would move that we approve 200481.
There's been a motion to approve 200481. Is there a second?
Madam President, Councilwoman Galloway.
Ms. Galloway?
I'll support that motion.
Motion has been supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I think, who described this from the administration? Who described this, and what is the need for us to pass a resolution if the county is going to implement this through you to whoever can answer that?
Madam President, I can answer that.
That's Stacy Cake.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Part of the act was that you have to opt in order to be part of that program for the local jurisdiction. So that's what this is doing. We're opting in to be able to do that program.
Okay, and describe the deep. Beg your pardon?
If we didn't opt in, we wouldn't be able to use this program.
Okay, so I'm a vote in favor of it, but specifically, again, this allows the residents to go over to the county, and once they get over to the county, because the county held taxes, I know because I had to pay some, the county held taxes in abatement during the COVID-19. They held, I think, 2017 and 2018 maybe, I don't know, in some cases. But this is 2 years worth of taxes is in this program, or 1 year? Do you know?
I believe it's the total taxes owed, but I'm not positive on that one.
Okay, and that formula for the total taxes owed, I heard a formula earlier that said something. What is the formula that you know, regardless of whether it's the total years or the last 2 years? Give me that formula again if you can understand my question.
No, I need clarification on that question, please.
Okay. They said something about if you pay something, you get certain amount off. It's just helping you.
What they're going to do is look at what the total amount owed and what the taxable value of the property is. I believe they're using the 2017 year or 2018 year to see what that dollar amount is. If those taxes, like say you owe $10,000 worth of taxes, but your taxable value is only at $7,500, they're going to drop what you owe to that $7,500. So you're basically writing off $2,500 for the people. And then if they're able to pay it within 60 days, they'll get another 10% off of that, so it'll drop it another $750.
And this was initiated.
They have to meet our hardship exemption. They have to apply for that and have it granted.
So that's another caveat. What is the qualifications as they stand for hardship right now? What would they have to meet?
It's the federal guidelines, and we increase it, I believe, by 25%, and then it goes up in number with how many people are in the household.
Yeah, but state what the formula or amount is. Say for a household of one, what would the amount be? How do you get there?
With the federal guidelines. Hold on.
But what are they? Okay, I'm patient. You got that inquiring Councilman Mays on the line. I think it's going to be a certain dollar amount for a household of one, a household of two, a household of three, that type of thing.
That's correct.
We be talking to the public, Stacy. I do some of this stuff intentionally. But I don't just play games. I just want them to know. And I'm glad you brought up the hardship, because people who ain't qualifying for the hardship at the city can't go to the county for this program, correct?
Correct. So this year the guidelines for one person was $20,000, 2 members $22,500, 3 members $24,520, 4 members $29,600, 5 members were $34,700, 6 members were $39,800, 8 members were $50,000. Then each additional member is $5,200 after that.
Okay, so $20,000 for one, a council member make 22. That's the number for 2. So I better get ready to drop about 1,500, but like it's hot. I'll do that. Thank God for my Social Security that kicked in last month. I'm 62 now. We set you say the federal guidelines set that. Do we have any discretion in our local guidelines that we can do anything with, or are we stuck to those federal guidelines?
No, actually, the federal guidelines are lower. We actually increase it by 15%, and that's the way it's been for years.
Yeah, I always knew that we had.
Mays? Mr. Mays, I believe your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
Thanks, Stacy.
You're welcome.
Would anyone else like to speak on this resolution?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Stacey, I got just a quick question. How similar is this program to Step Forward? It's over at the county, right? This going to be a county program?
Yes, it's handled through the county since it's back taxes.
So also, do the county qualify for the funds as well? Is it the city? I know this is a city resolution. What about the county residents? Do you know?
Well, it goes by the jurisdictions in that county. So if we pass it, all the residents of the city of Flint could possibly qualify for it. But if no one else in the county passes it, it won't affect them.
Now, how delinquent would a resident be to qualify?
I believe
2 years delinquent, 1 year?
Possibly 1 year. I believe it's 1 year delinquent, 2 years.
And that's over at the county, not the city, right? Correct.
Correct. Yes, the county.
You be a year delinquent in the city, then it go to the county.
Correct. Yeah, we
Wow.
only hold current year here.
Okay, now no other qualification stipulation files, insurances, and I know you got to show proof of income and all that, but it ain't that much to show. One more question: what about the value of their home files, the tax cost? Some people in houses that they went on, they refinanced it, and now their house ain't worth nothing. Will they still help them folks?
Yeah, the value of the home absolutely has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
They only look at the taxable value to see if that is lower than what they owe.
Oh, good.
And even for the hardship, we don't take that into consideration.
Very good. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I'm done.
Would anyone else like to speak on this motion? Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please, on Resolution 200481 for approval.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The resolution passes. That brings us to separation 200482, approval, City of Flint temporary policy prohibiting in-person work for employees based on feasibility of work activities. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Ms. Galloway?
I make a motion to approve 200482.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis?
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there discussion?
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway and then Mr. Mays.
Madam President, through you to Attorney Wheeler. Attorney Wheeler, we couldn't say anything, but I wasn't really clear. I've looked through the packet, and it's saying here that it is based on Neosha, but I'm not seeing some clarifying information on job tasks, remote tasks, in-person tasks. So
does Miosha have something outlining which positions fall under this feasibility of work activity?
No, it's supposed to be something that's determined by the employer. So the feasibility has to be done by the employer to know which job task can be done at work. It's not a cookie cutter situation. So, but obviously, if somebody digs ditches, it's not a remote job in that sense to work at home. So you have to go by the person, the department, to make those type of evaluations to see where they can be done. And basically, this is based on MIOSHA, Michigan Occupational Health and Safety, which is basically the same thing as OSHA, but on the Michigan level, to make sure that doing everything we can on the short term for those who it's practicable for them to work from home, that they're able to do that. If it's not, then of course, obviously they cannot. It does not. What we have to do in all circumstances, no matter where the person is at, is as an employer, we continue to make sure that we do basic infection prevention control, and this is a part of that.
So do we have any guidelines whatsoever? Because it's saying that we're adopting what Miosha is saying, and it says on here that the policy that's being adopted. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the policy says. It's based on the MIOSHA emergency rules. That's what the first paragraph of the policy says. It says, in accordance with the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, Michigan Occupational Safety and Health Administration general rules and emergency rules, coronavirus 19, this policy is being enacted. It's under rules, specifically under those emergency rules, Rule 5.8, 5 subsection 8. The rules don't tell you everything. You have to put things together. You have to read it and interpret it. And so it's not going to tell you everything about every job. That's what the employer is supposed to do.
Well, I get that, Attorney Wheeler, but I'm being asked as a legislator to make a decision based on information that's not here. And so I don't know.
What do you mean information that's not there?
Well, you're saying 5.8, but I'm not seeing that. That can't be my time because I asked a question and Attorney Wheeler has been talking.
You want me to answer?
You're saying that it's based on 5.8, but I don't see 5.8. Am I missing it in my packet?
No,
Wait a
it's not
minute,
in your
Wheeler.
packet. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Wheeler, I'm just asking that both Attorney Wheeler and Ms. Galloway allow each other to finish their sentence before they break in and start speaking again. Thank you.
Attorney Wheeler, you keep referencing a 5.8, and I'm saying I don't see that in my packet. Am I missing something? I'm just trying.
No, that's not in your packet.
Oh.
No, that's not in your packet because what's in your packet is to approve the policy. The policy is based on the MIOSHA rules, general rules, and emergency rules. So if you want a copy of that too, I can send you that as well. But that's what this policy is based on.
Well, wouldn't it have been helpful for us to have it so that we could have some sort of, because it's saying this is in accordance with.
Yep.
And yet we don't have anything to relate. Do you understand my question at all?
No, I get what you're saying, but I think you're saying it as if we were trying to withhold something. And the thing about it.
You can stop. Attorney Wheeler, I want you to stop. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I simply said I'm being asked to answer questions, and you're referring to something that I don't see in my packet. I have no reason to think you would be trying to withhold something from me. So please.
But I just said I would provide it to you. But I just said I would provide it to you, and you said, wouldn't you? Yes.
Attorney Wheeler,
please,
I was just
ask you again, Ms. Galloway and Ms. Wheeler, please be courteous to each other. Let each other finish speaking before you start speaking again, both of you. Thank you.
So, Attorney Wheeler, I would like to see that. I'm not saying that anything is withheld. What I'm saying is that I'm asked to make a decision on something that is referring to a document and or some guidelines that I simply didn't have. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm stating a fact. So if you, in fact, would send that to me, I would appreciate that. Madam Chair, I am all set.
I'll send it to you right now.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, the fact that we do not have committee meetings is a factor, and it was demonstrated hopefully in the last resolution and will come to light in this one. This is one that's really important to me because from what I can gather, the city council is authorizing the city administrator, Mr. Edwards, to do all things necessary to adopt a temporary policy prohibiting in-person work for employees based on feasibility of work activities. Then it says, note, the city intends to follow all recommended health and safety guidelines. This is my position. This is a resolution that we planning to put in place. I get that. But we got a law that's already in place that dictates that when the mayor wants to implement these COVID-19 policies, that if he implement them, he or she, in this case he, should convene expediently with the council. Now I'm telling you, the mayor have not convened once under that law, and we've been in this emergency from March to now going into December. It's illegal. We shouldn't have to piecemeal policy. We should be right in the middle of it in a public discussion in an open meeting based upon law. Now, my information tells me we had an uptick in street maintenance. I don't know what the numbers is. I asked in the last meeting for the human resource director on a public record to give me a call and said my number, 810-922-4860. Ain't heard from him yet. I had Flint Beat call me and asked me had I heard from him. I said no. This is outrageous. We should be having special meetings on this type of stuff. We have a duty to protect the public health and safety and the public health and safety and the welfare of our employees. Some of them, in my opinion, are essential, whether it's police, whether it's fire, in this field. I hope you understand. I can move to postpone this, and it's not a contradictory motion. I can move to postpone it to a time certain in a special meeting Wednesday. I won't go like you from Monday to Monday. I'll get some productive work out of the days in between. We had an emergency. All on CNN and the national news. It's an uptick. California, they so concerned about it, they done really took some extreme measures. We have a duty and a responsibility not to piecemeal this thing together and to protect city employees. I asked in the last meeting, could we have Sam Moona here, the union guy, over some of these employees? I just called him, and that's why I had to call you, Janelle, to get back unmuted. Colleagues, I had been muted trying to get Mr. Moon on the line. He told me I could call him, but he didn't pick up. He might see it and call. This is serious business. I got information from the media that I couldn't even get by requesting it in a council meeting. 40 employees, COVID-19. Through you to Mr. Edwards, Madam President, from March to now, do y'all have a number y'all throwing around as to how many employees have been testing positive for COVID-19 in the city of Flint?
Is that to me, Mr. Mays?
Yes, sir.
Yes. We have a regular COVID team that we maintain in City Hall, and we are constantly in discussions talking about where COVID exists, what the situations are, all of that. I mean, the team meets to discuss what's going on in departments. The department heads are regularly reporting their COVID situation, people off or otherwise because of COVID, or because of suspected symptoms or any of that. All of that is being reported to the administration. I'm directly involved in that COVID internal group that we have, that we hold meetings weekly to discuss whatever's going on. And any department or division persons or supervisors or head of that, they don't wait for that to provide that information. They know that it's already set up for them to talk directly with HR about any known possible situations that arise. So mechanisms are in place to keep the administration abreast of these situations that are going on. Numbers are no different than numbers that are being reported. So I don't know how numbers per se will help you. I understand your question, but I don't know how those numbers will really help you. It is our ability to, work with as we find these problems or these issues that occur and they're brought to our attention, we act on them. We can't do anything about employees as they leave the workplace because often that is the situation. It's something that someone enters with, and unbeknownst to us, it becomes a known situation. At the point it is known is the point at which we act. That's why we're asking for these policies. COVID is new to everybody, and so we're all dealing with it based on CDC guidelines. We're following all of the regulatory situations, whether it comes from the state or the federal government. So the administration is doing everything to follow the correct protocols for addressing COVID situations. But no matter how much you talk about it, that doesn't negate the fact that people will bring it into the workplace.
Mr. Edwards, I asked a simple question. Do y'all have the numbers? And gave you an example of a number I got from the media, and it was 40 total. I've also heard 17 in the street maintenance here lately. I simply asked you a question and ain't heard the answer yet. Do you have the numbers? And if so, you say you don't know what good they'll do me. Well, I'll tell you, for an example, they'll do me some good when I vote to shut City Hall down, partially, fully, or what? Don't that make common sense to you that numbers can help me, whether it's 2, whether it's 40, whether it's 100? You just ain't answered the question, and you say you don't know how the numbers will help me as a policymaker. Are you sure that's the answer you want to give me publicly?
I'm 100% sure that's the answer I want to give you, Mr. Mays, because what you're doing is an overreach. You're telling me about how you're talking about shutting down and how you want to, would move to shut down City Hall. And what I'm telling you is that we're following all the protocols and guidelines based on dealing with this pandemic and the situation. I'm saying, what do numbers? Yes, I do. I still will maintain the same statement that I said. I see no problem with that. You want to know the number? I don't know if the number is exact.
Muted. The recording has started.
Come up if I got something to do with it under council discussion, and so will the COVID-19 policy for City Hall. Let me say this. I gave you an example of what I might do. When I seen COVID hit, I'm going to give you another example of what I might do.
Mr. Mays, your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
Sure, and I'll pick it up under council discussion. But Mr. Edwards, let me say this. I might be testing proactively at City Hall, city employees versus testing at Shiloh, Bethel, when my wife, the state rep, is getting played for where she bringing the testing to. That's another example of what I might do. So I got a bunch of ideas, and we're supposed to discuss them by law in a public meeting with the mayor and not you. And so I can go on and on.
Unmuted.
Dr. Mamie Rules is keeping us from saving folks' lives.
Mr. Mays, all right, your time is up.
I move. Hey, Madam Chair, you said wrap up.
Mr. Mays.
So can I wrap up by moving the postpone?
Muted.
You're out of order.
You said wrap up by moving the postpone it.
I asked you to wrap up an hour
So
ago.
let me wrap up with a motion.
No.
I'm wrapping up with a motion to move the postpone until Wednesday in a special meeting.
Your time is up, Mr. Mayor.
I appeal the ruling of the chair on this important matter of people's lives. I appeal.
There's an appeal to the ruling of the chair on the fact that Mr. May's time was up a minute ago. I gave him time to wrap up, and he wants to just keep talking regardless. Is there a second to Mr. Mays' appeal? Is there a second to Mr. Mays' appeal? Is there a second? Hearing none, his appeal
This
fails.
session is no longer being recorded.
We have to wait a minute until Janelle, tell us when we can resume. Janelle?
The recording
Yes,
has
ma'am.
started.
I had dropped, but I'm here.
Okay, so we can resume. All right.
Yes.
Would anyone else like to speak in discussion on this
Point
resolution?
of information.
What's your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Through you to Janelle or to you. You said my 5 minutes was up in this, the Edwards. Y'all was counting his time and mine. Hell, he spoke. I didn't speak for 5 minutes. I went straight to him.
I was pausing as necessary.
Beg your pardon?
I was pausing when Mr. Edwards was talking.
Okay, and so I talked 5 minutes is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to discuss this motion? I would. I'd simply like to say, I'm going to read what the actual resolution says. Approval, City of Flint, temporary policy prohibiting in-person work for employees based on feasibility of work activities. I believe if any council person is truly concerned with the spread of COVID at City Hall, they would want to approve this policy because basically it means that anyone who can work at home will be able to work at home, but those essential services, those workers, unfortunately, you can't lay a pipe if you're not actually there. So if
Point
you're
of
concerned
information.
about the spread of COVID, what is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Shouldn't this policy have come to us months ago before people died?
This is Angela. May I respond?
Go ahead, Angela.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Ms. Fields, you saying you had the flow. Council people can get the flow. What are we doing here? I did a point of information to you and not for somebody else to get the flow. You keep the flow. You're throwing us off.
Mr. Mays, I'm aware that my chairing isn't up to your standards, but I know that as a chair, I have the right, when the city attorney wants to weigh in and you ask me a point of information, I can defer the question to the
She
city
can
attorney.
say point of information, point of order if she got
You're
a seat, but
out
she
of
can't
order,
just butt
Mr.
in.
Mays. That's your first
So was
warning.
she.
You're out of order. Ms.
I
Wheeler, would you
appeal the
like to
ruling of
respond?
the chair.
Mr. Mays has appealed the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? Is there a second to his appeal?
Madam Chair, I second.
Is there a second to his appeal?
Madam Chair, I
Was that
second.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, yes.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, the appeal to Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays asked a point of information. I couldn't answer Mr. Mays, so I wanted to defer to the city attorney who asked to weigh in on this legal issue of this policy. So I wanted to hear from Mrs. Wheeler. So that's the appeal. So if you agree with me,
Madam
I have the right
President.
to ask Ms. You're out of order, Mr. Mays.
I thought you were done.
I think the appeal, was the appeal on that or the appeal on that I gave you a warning?
That's what I'm appealing.
Mr. Mays is appealing the warning I gave him. I gave him a warning because he didn't have the floor. It wasn't his turn to speak. He'd asked for a point of information. I deferred, and he just kept yelling. So Mr. Mays was out of order, and that's why I gave him a warning. So would anyone
Madam
else like to
President.
speak on this appeal? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, I think the record will show after you didn't answer and Ms. Wheeler chimed in out of order, I appealed the ruling of you giving me a warning and saying I was out of order. You must cease and stop when a point of order is called. And all of this is happening quick. The point of information was to you, the speaker. Ms. Wheeler's status as city attorney is no greater than mine when we're in a council meeting. If I holler out while you talking, you're going to check me. You're going to say, you're out of order. You barely want to deal with points of information and points of orders. Ms. Wheeler don't have that standing as a council person to do a point of information and point of order. She have to sit and listen. She might have information, it might be pertinent, but you can't interrupt the speaker. In that case was you to try to get the floor. You got to hold her to the same standard you hold me. I'm just as important as her when I'm in a council meeting. And if I start saying when you're talking, Miss Fields, you're out of order, you can't interrupt me. She can't either. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You can call on her, but she ain't in the middle of our discussions and debates. You wouldn't even let me wrap up and put a motion to postpone. I wouldn't care if it's Mr. Edwards. I wouldn't care if it's Ms. Wilcox, or I wouldn't care if it's the city attorney. They can't just interrupt the speaker and then you discriminate and give them all this lovely latitude. But with me, a person with standing, you let me say Ms. Fields. I got to try to say a point of information, point of order, because I got standing to do that as a voting member in a discussion on a motion. You wouldn't even let me have the courtesy to move to postpone and set this important discussion up in a special meeting. But yet and still you're going to let somebody interrupt our meetings whenever they want by saying Miss Fields. They ain't out of order. They is out of order. This is a council meeting. And so I appeal because I'm trying to get you to see that my point of information was to you. I then followed up, trying to get a point of order. You steady over talking me. You out of order. You out of. Now she was out of order. And you going to treat me and council people just as you treat these big shots. In this case, Miss Wheeler. They don't have superior status not to be held to our rules. So I don't want no warning because I'm trying everything I know to communicate and represent over 8,000 people and employees who I know some have died and caught COVID, and I'm getting a runaround. And it ain't going to happen. I'm going to just keep talking on this important issue. This is serious. And the mayor got a duty by law to be here. So I'll be voting no. So you don't even listen to privilege motions. You just, whenever Ms. Wheel or somebody you want to talk, you treat them differently. Discrimination and different treatment is illegal. It ain't just nothing we come up with. It's illegal. You just said, Ms. Wheeler, you out of order.
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Would anyone else like to speak? Janelle, can you hear me? My phone cut out earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to remind Mr. Mays that I had the floor. Mr. Mays interrupted me with a point of information. I am not obligated to answer Mr. Mays' point of information. I can if I want to, but I don't have to. But Ms. Wheeler indicated that she had an answer to Mr. Mays. So, being that I had the floor, not Mr. Mays, who only called a point of information, I, the chair, had the floor, I deferred to Ms. Wheeler to answer that question. So, Mr. Mays just kept talking over me, wouldn't cease talking, even though he'd already had his point of information and he didn't have the floor, so I gave him a warning. So, roll call, Janelle.
Ms. Galloway?
Wait a minute. If you vote yes, you agree with the chair. If you vote no, you agree with Mr. Mays.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey? Mr. Winfrey may have dropped.
Did you text him to get him back? Or see if he's muted?
Okay, he's back. Mr. Winfrey, we're voting on the appeal.
Yes, I'm sorry. My phone just dropped. It just went off. But I'm going to decline because I didn't hear everything. I'm going to decline. I missed some of that discussion. I'm sorry.
Okay, then the vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
3 yes, 4 no. Just a moment.
Point of information.
Just a moment, Mr. Mays. I have to announce the vote.
That's why I'm saying point of information, point of order. Before you announce it, that's what I'm doing.
Mr. Mays, don't interrupt when I'm trying to announce a vote.
Point of order.
It says a majority or tie vote sustains the decision.
Point
of
of
the chair.
order.
Mr. Mays, you know what?
Cease talking and ask my point. You out of order. You should be removed.
I'm going to take a deep breath here, okay? I am trying to do this according to the rules, according to council rules and Robert's rules. You won't stop interrupting with dilatory motions long enough.
Point of order. Can't interrupt. Point of order. Cease talking. Point of order.
You cease talking.
That ain't what the rules say.
I believe that
point of order.
3 yes and 4 no means that the appeal
Point of order. You need to remove yourself. A point of order is a privileged motion.
Mr. Mays,
Everybody
you are
cease
out of
talking.
order. You are out of order. You are not the
I
chair
appeal
of
the
this
ruling
meeting.
of the chair.
He's appealed the ruling of the chair. Is there a second to his appeal? Is there a second to his appeal? Is there a second to his appeal? The appeal fails. So, Janelle, would you remind me where we were? I believe I had the floor, and I was waiting to hear from Ms. Wheeler.
Point of information.
That's correct.
What is your point of information?
Madam Chair, did I hear you say that a majority rule or tie means that the decision of the chair passes?
No.
So the
yes,
chair's
a tie.
ruling.
Yes, that's on page 258 of Robert's Rules.
There was no tie. So your appeal failed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your decision failed.
Correct. But I still have the floor.
Attorney Wheeler?
Ms. Galloway, are you
I'm asking
contesting
a
that I
question.
had the floor?
I'm asking a question. If your appeal failed, where does that bring us to?
It brings us to I have the floor, and I have the right to ask the city attorney for her opinion on this. I have the floor. I have the right, just like you have a right, and have used it multiple times to ask the city attorney questions. So I am now asking the city attorney a question. Is that okay with you, Ms. Galloway? Is it? Well, I'll then proceed. Ms. Wheeler, did you have something you wanted to say regarding this resolution?
Yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know that this MIOSHA rule just went into effect October 14th. So it hasn't been around for months or any time. It just went into effect October 14th. And we worked vigorously on it in conjunction with the Human Resources Department and administration and with Don Lewis to get this to a point to present to council. Also, with regard to this, we are required to have a policy in place, and all employers are required to have it in place. And just so you know, under the MIOSHA statute, the MIOSHA's rules, they can cite an employer for failing to produce a remote work policy. So we wanted to make sure that we got this done right away, and so we don't want to come under any penalties. We think it's a good, solid policy, and it's been vetted internally, with HR and Don Lewis. So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Well, I would just like to say in conclusion here of my time that for those who are saying that they are so concerned about employees and COVID, I can't see why you would oppose this in-person work policy based for employees based on feasibility of work activities. I would also say that unless you are an expert in MIOSHA law, that perhaps council members like me can take the word of the attorney that this is something that's required and we would be in violation of MIOSHA if we don't pass this policy. So, would anyone else like to discuss this? Does anyone have any time left or a second term, Janelle? I can't remember. Janelle, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am. I'm looking at my notes. I think Mr. Mays is really the only one that spoke on this particular one.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to discuss this resolution? Hearing none, roll call, please, on Resolution 200482.
Mr. Griggs? Mr. Griggs? Oh, he may have dropped. I'll have to check that.
Okay. Please text him.
Okay. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain for the reason that we're not vetting this stuff properly in the middle of COVID-19. Employees have caught it and died, and I'm limited to 5-minute discussion on serious policy as to how this city should work in a pandemic, and the mayor have illegally not showed up according to law yet. And so I abstain for those reasons, and that my abstention demonstrates that until we have a serious, long conversation about the operations of City Hall, I cannot be a part of this farce.
Mr. Griggs did drop, and he's back. Mr. Griggs, we're on a roll call for 200482.
Yes.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Ms. Galloway?
Madam Chair, that's the direction of the president.
I beg your pardon. What are you saying?
Councilman Mays was in a summary of his vote, and the clerk just went from that over to Mr. Griggs.
Mr. Mays had finished, Ms. Galloway.
Is Mr. Griggs voting after Mr. Mays?
Well, he came back on the line, so I asked him what his vote was.
Yeah.
Yes, come on, you guys. Point of
I mean,
order.
is that really worth trying to hang this up again, Ms. Galloway? Let's just take the vote, okay? We're in the middle of the vote.
President Fields, be orderly. He can get at the end. He's not after Councilman Mays.
He was called first, and his call had dropped, so she just went back to Mr. Griggs.
Now you're being courteous for drop call.
Point of information.
Ms. Galloway, we're in the middle of a roll call vote. Proceed,
Point of
Janelle.
order, point of information.
Janelle, go ahead and come back to Mr. Griggs at the end.
Okay.
That ain't how it works. Point of order.
We're in a roll call. There is no point of order during a roll call.
But what you just get, Miss Galloway?
You're out of order, Mr. Mays. One more time, and I'm going to remove you from the meeting. You can't just take the floor. And you can't take the floor during a roll call with a point of order or a point of information. Once roll call starts, we have to complete the roll call. You spoke at length on your vote about abstention, more than giving a simple answer, and we're moving on with the roll call. Janelle, come back to Mr. Griggs, please, at the end.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 abstention.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 abstention. The resolution
Point of
passed.
order. Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Madam President, it's clear in the rules we got a rotation. And that rotation is important, and it's a rule. And in order to suspend that rule, you have to do the same thing for Mr. Mr. Davis in his discussion that you let Mr. Griggs back in on a vote. Him and Guerra was mechanically kept out. Discrimination and different treatment for people who vote like you and look like you is wrong. It's illegal. So my point of order is you discriminating in front of us with maybe Davis just happened to be black and Griggs was white. But when he had electronic malfunction, you done prove you treat people differently and letting them get back in the loop. I oppose that, and it's wrong. It's illegal. It's blatantly discriminatory.
Mr. Mays, I disagree with whatever you're saying. I would like to move on now to special orders continued. The special order is 200469, special order abatement nuisances. A special order is requested by Councilperson Davis to discuss nuisance abatement and how to close businesses like liquor stores and gas stations that allow people to congregate and violence erupts. Mr. Davis. Janelle, is everybody on? Is Mr. Davis muted?
I'm checking.
Yes, I was muted. And thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. But like I was saying, the habitual offenders at these liquor stores and or gas stations, we need to deal with them because some people are doing good businesses in their store. It ain't like we want to run away tax dollars. But I would like to see an imposement of closing liquor stores, the sale of liquor at 9 o'clock. Because that's late enough in our community as other communities such as the township and other places. And, you know, we ain't going to earn respect, we demand it in this community. And as well, the blighted raps and stuff, we need to put teeth into our ordinances. I know it's going to take time. People want it to happen overnight, but we can get here overnight. And now I'm starting to see more compliances from a lot of these liquor stores. I got to give credit where credit due up at Paradise. They're doing a lot better, and so is other businesses. So I like to, you know, give them their kudos, but we really want to have them the sales of liquor. Everything else is fine after 9. But, you know, we don't want to run them away, but we want them to respect this community and not just fleece it and take money back to the suburbs wherever they come from. So, you know, but the habitual offenders with the loitering and that don't do nothing, where it takes city resources, polices, and all to patrol their businesses, cannot work. That's not our responsibility to babysit businesses. So long as they complying, we have no issue. And so far on this side of town, I've seen a tremendous change in a lot of these businesses over here. But stores such as Riviera got to get it together. The one down there by University Park is a beautiful example of how a community corner store should look. The Blue one, Dados, or whatever the name of it in the 5th Ward. They're doing excellent. But that's all I got to say at this time, and we'll move from there because it got late. But this $640 million is very important, and we need to really get to that tonight. Thank you for indulging.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I would say to the council, in particular, Mr. Davis, you know, one of the issues with the stores was folks loitering. And I talked to store owners, and they called police. I even looked at the study that the city of Flint say they did, where they showed so many calls from stores, and it was only a percentage based upon the call that residents get for police. It ain't just store owners who can't get police to break up folk loitering. It's residents who can't get police. I must remind you, council people, and I must remind this community that when we tried to move, when we had it, $24 million in a fund balance, and I've made a motion to move $1 million or $2 million to put more police on the street to break up some of that mess at stores and the service residents. 6 council people voted no to do that. That's one of the tools you have to use in this. And 3 voted yes. Ms. Galloway, Ms. Winfrey Carter, and myself. So think about that, council. Some of us are proactive. We don't want lottery. We put more police on the street. We want residents not to have to wait 3, 4, 5 hours. We would put police on the street. Now check this out. Not only is the lottery an issue, I can remember under the Weaver administration, Chief Johnson talked about cameras. I'm hearing the mayor bragging on something we didn't talk about before he got here. And I sure wish he'd put a camera on Russell Street, because I don't know where the camera's at catching Blight. I heard him on the radio saying Paul Herring captured it. But Paul Herring can't sit on no telephone pole all over the city. So we've had discussions about spending money for Blight. The vote on the Blight money, 6 no, 3 yes. That was an issue around the stores. Was it junky? Was it blighted? Was people hanging out? And yet and still, you had the same 3 people vote yes for cleaning up Blight. Winfrey Carter, Galloway, and Mays. And 6 voted no, and now the $24 million is gone. But I hear the mayor on the radio talking about front-end loaders. We knew about front-end loaders. They borrow them from street maintenance. So it just don't make sense to me, and I'm going to make it make sense to the people. Before I vote the shut stores and run them out of business, because small business people is catching heck in the middle of this COVID-19. The federal government giving them loans, the governor asking for grants and loans, grants and loans. I'm not going to put nobody out of business and ain't asked them, can they stand it business-wise? To close at 9, to do this at 9, I'm not going to vote in favor of it without a discussion. I know I had conversation with one council person, Mr. Winfrey, and we've been trying to talk, and we'll continue to talk with store owners. I'm friendly toward business. I want business to grow. I want white people, black people, young and old to own businesses in the city of Flint. I don't want people to have to go to Burton and Mount Morris right across the street to do business and we shut down. We'll be a ghost town, in my opinion. We'll have boarded up gas stations, boarded up businesses, and ain't even vetted it and thought through it right. So unlike my special order that once I was illegally removed was dropped, unprecedentedly dropped. That's that 1702. What is it? Kenwood or Linwood, the 8th Ward. I'm going to bring it up under council discussion, but I heard all kind of conversation when I was illegally removed. A special order shouldn't be on there more than a week. A special order, this, that, and the other. Ain't no rule. Ain't no rule unless we call it Kate Fields rule, and then the majority of council dropping other people's special orders. So I'm glad this special order is on here. I hope it stay on here, or we call a special meeting. We can't make law and policy without committee meetings. We can't make this important decision on COVID-19, closing businesses, without a public meeting. We're supposed to allow public comment. And it's a lot of different things on the table. And then you got a group that don't want to meet but once a week. We'll recess a meeting. You meet on Monday, you got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday to pick up a phone and call and talk about these important issues. And I just can't for the life of me understand how the public is letting folks get away with this, making COVID-19 policy piecemeal, ain't meeting. They can't hear the discussion. I guess the discussion is going on with Ms. Fields going to Neely's office, going talking to Mr. Edwards and them, and the public ain't even able to hear the important discussion. Now I would ask that we invite store owners, call a special meeting, do whatever it takes to get feedback before we jump off into some policy that we ain't even discussing as a group properly. It's called vetting things properly. And it ain't no reason not to do it. I'm not a lazy council person. I took an oath of office to protect and serve the residents. I don't care if I have to serve these people and meet for 4 hours this day, 3 hours that day, 2 hours that day. It's just what the job entails in these trying times. And I'm very disappointed that folks is getting checks refusing to talk about important issues. Now, we'll see how this one go when we get to council discussion. We'll see who here to discuss the $600 million settlement. I hope Linwood is on the line because I got all y'all numbers who say they hadn't been unmuting y'all for weeks, and I say I want you to chime in. So I don't want to mix apples and oranges, but it's relevant to special orders that's kept and special orders that's wrongfully dropped by majority of folks who vote together. How dare you guys minimize these serious discussions? And I'm glad it was in a special order. For all those who don't know, this allows us the chance to speak more than 3 minutes. And I know it's killing this field on these important issues. I'll be listening close to the proposals, Mr. Davis, but I really want to vet them, and I really want input on the record from what some of these store owners are saying, because I'm talking to them, and you might get a different opinion depending on who you talk with. It's an issue. They want to clean up some of this store stuff just as bad as we do, but they can't get no police, cameras. It's a way to do things. Bright. It's a way to do it. But you can't vote no on the investment to do it and then close them up. Put them out of business. Some serious issues need to be discussed.
Are you through, Mr. Mays?
Ms. Fields, when did you get so polite to me? Did you hear anybody talking?
Would anyone else like to offer discussion on this special order?
Madam Chair, Sandy here.
Mr. Guerrero?
Yeah, just real quick. Mr. Davis, I think this motion has great intent, especially for one of the areas where we see a lot more of a higher crime rate, where we can directly relate that a lot of the times with areas of liquor stores, especially late at night. However, my biggest concern with it would be shutting down an entire store, where sometimes people do use these stores to go get something to eat, sometimes late at night. Maybe they're using it for other reasons. So maybe it's similar to the ordinance that we have done emergency ordinances for. Maybe we can test out a 9 p.m. Alcohol cutoff only, so it's not
Point of
affecting...
information.
Yes, sir.
What is your point of information, Mr. Davis?
Madam Chair, I think my colleague don't understand. I was saying stop the sales of that liquor at 9, not close the store. Thank you.
Oh, okay, that's perfect. I think that's exactly that's right up. I appreciate the information, Mr. Davis. I think, though, however, we may see that it might not actually affect it in the long run, or it might affect it. So my suggestion to you and the council is say maybe we can do one of these emergency ordinances based on the high crime rates we have in the city for a 60-day policy, and then we can see in that 60 days if the sale of liquor stopping at 9 p.m. actually does affect a reduction in crime. That way we're not making a drastic decision without having any statistical analysis based on any research that it might not actually work. So I think maybe a 60-day policy to see if it does actually affect the crime rates might be the best route to do. And if we do that, Mr. Davis, I have no problem supporting this motion. I think that we can get the rest of the support of council to at least test it out and see how it works. And if it's a good thing for the community, I think we can definitely stick with it. And if it's not, then maybe we'll have to look at maybe cutting it off even earlier or cutting it off later, just depending on how the results come in after we do that motion. So,
Mr. Guerrero, I have a point of information for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand there is no motion on the floor, and in the ordinances, which will come up here shortly, okay, there is an ordinance that is proposing to close stores at 9 o'clock. Do you understand there's no motion on the floor for what you just stated?
Yeah, I understand it's a motion, but I'm saying that my concern is with the motion that about this subject matter is that if we do an ordinance that's going to be longer lasting, I don't believe the ordinance tonight is an emergency ordinance. So I do through you to Mr. Davis, this would be effect until further notice, correct, if the motion passes?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, so that's a concern for me because it's changing the hours without having any research behind it showing that it would actually prevent positive stuff is a problem for me. So if we do it for the first 60 days and it's effective, then I have no problem sticking with it. But I just think that making such a drastic change into the, how stores operate in the city and how much maybe it will do positive things to the city, but maybe those businesses, maybe that's their main point of revenue. Maybe a lot of those businesses won't be able to survive, and we'll know after maybe 60 days, whether this is going to be a good thing or a negative thing for the city. So would you be, I guess I can't, do you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Davis, would you be willing to do like a 60-day trial run to see how that goes and how effective that may be?
Well, anything would be better than what we have now, Councilman. But yes, we could see. But my main concern.
Point of information to both Mr. Guerra and Mr. Davis. Do you understand that I'm telling you that this discussion should be held under the introduction and first reading of Ordinance 200489? You're discussing something that isn't even on the floor right now. But you should have an opportunity.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Madam President, in all due respect, this discussion is on the floor in a special order about the discussion of this. And so don't limit this.
What rule has been breached? You've called a point of order.
That's the special order rule and what's on the floor. When a person has the floor in a discussion, that you breaching it. Let these people talk.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. I am perfectly able to say what I said. You cannot call a point of order every time you just want the chair to quit talking. A point of order is when there is a breach in the rules. Can you state any rule number we can reference?
Yeah, if you want to indulge me like you indulged Miss Will, I will. If you want to take it that far, I will. You gonna indulge me?
Sure, I'll indulge you. I'll give you.
Okay, then let me give you the rule. A motion is on the floor. It's been a special order is being discussed. The special order say we discussing Mr. Davis's policy on liquor stores. They don't have to wait till they get to no ordinance to discuss this, and you shouldn't be interfering with it. So is it wrote in our rules about a special order? No, I don't think it is. But what is in there?
You are out of order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, man.
Here's appeal to the ruling of the chair. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second.
Davis.
Councilman Davis.
There's been appeal, and it's been seconded. I would like to say that I was simply trying to point out that Mr. Davis's special order, and let me read it, what this special order is for. And I'm the one who granted the special order and talked to Mr. Davis at length about what he was trying to achieve with the special order. It's requested by Councilperson Davis to discuss nuisance abatement and how to close businesses like liquor stores and gas stations that allow people to congregate and violence erupts. I was trying to point out to my colleagues that pretty much after liquor licenses, there is an ordinance that under discussion, it's exactly to talk about limiting liquor sales. So they were discussing limiting liquor sales. They were not discussing abatement of nuisances, which is different. And so Mr. Mays couldn't cite a rule. It's a dilatory motion. He is abusing the point of order. Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, thanks for the delay. That when we discussed the nuisance last time, we looked at nuisance because of what Ms. Wheeler had said. Mr. Davis clearly in his discussion talked about the sales. Mr. Guerra is clearly talking about the same thing Mr. Davis was talking about. And I was simply saying, wait your turn. Don't keep interrupting them. And you keep saying my points of information, but you might have did one by saying that they know that, but you had did it once and then you interrupted doing it twice because they didn't concede on their discussion they was trying to have amongst each other, not with you. They know what they're doing. They grown. And it made common sense to me, and I was enjoying the discussion. And we'll get to the ordinance later. But right now we're in a special order, and we clearly define nuisance to be all of that at them stores. This is his special order. I don't care how many private meetings you had with him. I'm listening to a public discussion. And I was like, point of order. Quit interrupting them and leave them alone and let them talk. They can do this in a special order rather than get boxed into your 5-minute rule on an ordinance motion. This is the perfect time for us to talk, and we can talk again. That's the rules on a special order. It ain't for you to tell them that something is coming on down the road. You didn't tell Eva word in that on her special order. So you being wrong. And I'm going to call a point of order and a breach of what we know the rules to be on the special order and give them some latitude and let them talk. Quit trying to cut them off and get to an ordinance and box them into a 5-minute conversation. And I'm not out of order. I'm calling a point of order on you for interrupting and doing that. You out of order. But you don't realize it. And if the point of information is dilatory, then you had already told them once. And now you're dilatory telling them a second time. You're just mad and don't want them to discuss this special order and probably don't want us to chime in on it after they finish. So I'm not out of order. I'm using everything to say, let council people talk. I know you ain't usually here this late at night. You want to adjourn it to next Monday, but let these people talk. If you leave, Mr. Davis will chair the meeting. We done been up late when you and Eva and them been at home. So let us have this meeting on this important business. And so I'll be voting no that I'm out of order for saying a point of order on how we do things.
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? Then I'll speak last. The point of order is a breach of the rules. I don't know how many times I have to say this. It's in Robert's rules. It's in our rules. In order to know what rule has been broken when somebody calls a point of order, they have to tell me what rule has been broken. Mr. Mays failed to be able to give me a rule number so I could read the rule. So there was no breach of the rules. Mr. Mays is the one who's out of order by abusing points of order. And I was simply trying to explain to my colleagues that their discussion, which is a worthwhile discussion, is coming up shortly on the agenda. But under this special order, language does matter. We're to talk about nuisance abatements. Mr. Davis had told me he wanted to discuss how to close problem businesses. So that's why I granted this special order. If he had told me he wanted a special order to discuss limiting liquor sales, I would point out to him it's already on the agenda under first reading of ordinances. And so why would you duplicate and just spin wheels and waste time again? So Mr. Mays is out of order because he cannot cite a rule. He is abusing the point of order. Roll call.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
4 yes, 4 no. The appeal sustains the chair. There's a tie. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak that has not spoken on this special order?
Chair Cantino here. I think
Madam
I still have the floor.
Madam President, I haven't spoken, and I was before Councilman Guerra before, but he called his name and you called him as well. So I'd like to speak on this one, please.
Okay. Well, Mr. Guerra, if you still have the floor, I think you were correct. I'll let you have the floor, and then Mr. Winfrey.
Yeah. I just wanted to finish with I took the abatement as a reduction, so the reduction of hours. That's my intention on that, and I thought that's maybe what Mr. Davis thought as well. But I mean, the reason I wanted to speak on that issue was that maybe even in the future when that ordinance does come in, what I'm talking about wouldn't be the same ordinance, because mine would be an emergency ordinance that I'm trying to enact for the 60 days before I would vote for the other ordinance. So I don't know if I'd have to go a different route. So hopefully the rest of the council listened to what I had to say. Hopefully I could try to convince you guys to vote for that policy. And Mr. Davis's idea is a great idea. So thank you, and listen to what Mr. Winfrey has to say now.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Mr. Winfrey.
Yes, ma'am. Just briefly, a while ago, I can't remember what council meeting we were in, but I had challenged my colleagues to let's call in some of the store owners in our and gas station owners in our wards and hear what they have to say, because I think this is a good opportunity for us to make partners out of these folks, those that are willing. And I was really encouraged by, I believe it may have been in the 2nd or the 5th ward, one of the merchants said that it would definitely hurt his business closing at 9 o'clock. Stop selling certain things at 9 o'clock or closing at 9 o'clock. But if it will curb crime, he was all for it. I thought that that's the spirit of partnership. And I think that there may be other store owners or merchants or gas station owners who are willing to be a part of this community and be partners with the community. But we have to show them that they just can't come in here and make their profits and allow loitering and all kinds of old foolishness going on. We need their help. We need them to be partners. And so I would like for us to have a special meeting where we have some of the merchants to come in. And, of course, in every meeting we have the opportunity to let our constituents chime in. I think it would be a good idea if we would allow or invite some of the merchants to come in. Now, there are some merchants that I don't care how much we try to get them to be partners, they're just not going to do it. They're going to try to operate the way they want to operate. And those are the ones that I think we really need to target and not just close them up at 9 o'clock, but probably shut them down. So looking forward to this discussion. Looking forward, I wrote a letter and I sent it to Councilman Mays, and he made some corrections. But I would really like to see us get these gas stations and convenience stores or whatever in council, and let's talk about what the community is complaining about and how they can help.
Okay, Mr. Winfrey, are you asking for a special order or a special meeting? A special order where we can invite?
I want to see what's best for my colleagues as well, because I don't want this to just happen in the 6th ward. I want this to happen in all quadrants of the city.
Well, how about this? I will ask at the next meeting, since we don't have any, a special order where each council person is invited to ask selected merchants in their community to weigh in on this issue. Is that satisfactory?
That's satisfactory, and I'd like to have input from other council members as well.
Well, they would in a special order, Mr. Winfrey.
Okay, Madam President, that's a good deal. Okay, that's a good deal. Thank you, Madam President.
Just a moment. I hear Mr. Griggs.
Yes.
I think I spoke too before Mr. Griggs said something. I said, Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry, Miss Winfrey Carter. I couldn't hear you. There was kind of overlap. So Mr. Griggs and then you, Miss Winfrey Carter.
Okay, the last month and a half, I've been taking kind of straw voting from 5 of my 6 neighborhood groups. They have voted. I've asked them for their input, and it's been about 60% to stop sales at 9. The other 40% was to close the stores at 9. And I got input from 2 stores. And they don't mind, they want the sales to stop at 9 in the evening, but they don't want to close. So that's what I've found already. I'm sorry everybody else didn't do that, but that's speaking for Ward 8. And the way the ordinance reads right now, the stores will close at 9. So I'm gonna look to the rest of the city council on this next resolution or first reading to see what the rest of council says, because it's almost 50-50 for me. Well, it is 60-40, but anyhow, I've gotten enough input from my constituents in Ward 8 to know how to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to hone in on what Councilman Winfrey said as far as I think it would be feasible for us to, invite the store owners to our meeting. Just so that they can weigh in and let us hear what their issues and concerns are before we do anything. I'm just not, I don't think it's right for us to make a decision without gathering all of the information. So I'm with Councilman Winfrey to let's have them come into a special meeting or a special order so that they can weigh in and perhaps we can then make a stronger decision, because I'm not quite sure I want to do that right now without hearing from them. So I think we should do that. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Winfrey Carter, I agree with you. That's why I ordered without an objection a special order for the next council meeting on December 14th to have a special order, and I have invited all council people to invite whatever merchants they want to speak on the issue. But I do think we should try to limit debate time, but we can decide that next. Now I'd like to say it is after midnight. I know we have council members that have to report to work the next day, and for that reason, I am making a motion to recess this meeting until December 14th, which is a Monday, prior to the regular meeting, which is also December 14th. Is there a second?
Madam
Is there a
President?
second? Mr.
Madam
Griggs?
President, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. There is no discussion, no debate.
Point of order.
And it requires a majority vote. What is your point of order? What is your point of order?
Madam Chair, you made a motion to do a postponement. Is that what you're doing?
No, to recess this meeting until Monday, December 14th, prior to our regular council meeting on December 14th.
So you
There
didn't
is
give
no
a
discussion.
time. What is prior to? I know there's no
5:30.
discussion, but it
The
has
recess,
to be.
the recessed at 5:30, the regular council meeting to commence whenever this meeting then adjourns.
But point of information. We already have a normal scheduled meeting at 5:30. So how are you saying before? That means you're changing our regular council meeting.
Because, Ms. Galloway, we haven't posted for that meeting yet.
But it's
All
part
we
of our
do-
yearly. We put it out in January, President Fields.
Ms. Galloway, there's no discussion. Okay, that's my motion. Roll call.
Mr. Davis,
No.
Mr. Guerra,
No.
Ms. Fields,
Yes.
Ms. Woodbury-Carter,
No.
Mr. Winfrey,
No.
Ms. Galloway,
No.
Mr. Griggs,
No.
Mr. Mays.
No.
Vote is 1 yes, 7 no.
The motion to recess fails, so at this point, I am turning the meeting over to the Vice President to chair. 6.5 hours of a meeting is about as long as I can focus on the issues and handle this crew, frankly. So,
night.
Mr. Davis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, y'all give me a second and let me get up to speed, and we're going to continue on down the road. How about that? If it takes all night. So y'all sit back, boil you some coffee, pop some popcorn. We finna do some city work. What's next on the agenda? Councilman Mays or Councilwoman Galloway?
Liquor license, sir.
We down to liquor license. One moment, let me get up to speed. One moment. Okay. Madam Clerk, there is no liquor license?
There are none.
Introduction and first reading of ordinance.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Galloway.
I make a motion. Well, I want to hear what the body is. I want to know how we want to do 200-489, 200-490, so I can make a proper motion.
Okay, anybody want to weigh in on
Mr.
200-489? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we postpone 200-489. We postpone it until after the meeting in December.
There's a motion to postpone. Is there a second to the motion to postpone?
Mr. Vice President, this is Councilwoman Galloway.
Yes,
I support
Councilwoman
that
Galloway.
motion.
It's been properly second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President. Mr.
Councilman
Vice President. Yeah, Mr. Vice President. I think we want to get everybody involved. I don't know if there's 5 votes now. I think the best course is to postpone it. And so I'll be voting yes to postpone it until that meeting. We'll probably then call people in. It's first reading. We could move forward now, but I don't think the votes is there. We got 7 left. You need 5. I can see 3 with me, maybe not. So I'm going to support the motion to postpone. Let's not waste time and see if we can do that.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Chair. Griggs.
You got the floor, Griggs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not going to vote to postpone because we're not really voting on anything. It's just first reading. And I think it'd be good to have the first reading. The way the ordinance is written now is to close the stores at night. And I don't know that, I'm not sure what the other council people want to know, but this may be the best time to maybe take a vote to amend the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Any more discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I'll use this as my second round, and, I ain't got no problems with it. But, Mr. Griggs, we on ordinances. You don't just amend ordinances easy like that. So this one needs to be postponed, and we got to take a close look at it, or you jeopardizing it failing today.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other discussion? Anybody else got any input? Well, I guess I was.
Mr. Davis, this is Janelle.
Janelle, go ahead.
I just want to clarify when it's postponed to. Is it to the December 14 meeting?
Yes.
Janelle.
Councilwoman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we could put it on the December 14th meeting because we're planning to have that special order on December 14th, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman Griggs.
Yeah, I'd like to check with Ms. Wheeler to see if the can be changed where it says hours of operation and sale of alcohol could be changed to give us a choice. It maybe change it to sale of alcohol without calling it hours of operation. I'd like to ask that question to Ms. Wheeler.
I see what you're saying. That would need to be. Go ahead, Attorney Wheeler.
I was wondering, I didn't hear what he wanted changed specifically.
The hours of sales of liquor. It says hours of sales of liquor. I think, Mr. Griggs, clarify what you're saying.
It says hours and sales of alcohol. And I'm wondering if we cannot get rid of the sales or hours and only call it the sales of alcohol to end at 9 p.m.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I have Attorney Millhouse. He's on the line as well. I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll make that change. I'm sure he'll make that change tomorrow. Yep.
Well, don't we have to vote on that, Ms. Wheeler?
Well, my understanding is that you guys have a lot of other things you're going to do before you actually move it to first reading and
yes.
Having that special meeting on the 14th. And my only thought is this, and I don't know if the council, like I said, I know it costs to publish and other things. That's really going to be more of a council question, but it might be good to have it in its final form before you move it to first reading, so for publication purposes. So, but of course, it is your decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, is there a way you could call for a vote to eliminate the word hours and only call it sales, and see what the rest of the council wants to vote?
Well, like the attorney just stated, this here is just first reading of the ordinance.
Yep.
But I can see what the consensus of the body.
Yeah, because she said it'd be.
I don't know if that's proper.
Point of information.
Yeah, that's Councilman Mays. Clarity. Go ahead.
Point of information. Do Mr. Griggs realize if you change the wording, the first reading, it's going to be messed up? I know you want to change it on the front end, but don't nobody really want to do that type of detailed law right now. You take the time to, get it right. So do you really understand what an amended ordinance entails?
Yes, I understand, and I've already got the vote of my constituents behind me. So, like I said before, I'm sorry everybody else didn't collect information from their constituents and stores. But if you don't want to vote on this, then I guess we'll leave it alone and wait for couple, 3 more weeks.
Mr. Davis, this is Janelle.
Janelle, you got the floor.
Mr. Griggs, the way you could handle that is to say, I'd like to amend the ordinance and say what you want it to say and then vote on it. And that way you have everybody weighing in.
Okay, thanks.
Point of order, Mr. Vice President. You can't do that right now, Janelle. We got a postponement motion on the floor.
That's correct. Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk. Janelle, on postponement.
Okay, I'm sorry. The motion is to postpone, so you'd need
Yes.
to amend it when it comes up for first reading next time.
Well, if I may, Mr. Vice President.
Yes.
No, Janelle, he can do an ordinance and change it. This still can be on here. It can be dropped. A new one can be on the new one. It's a way to do it. But, you know, it'll get done if that's what he wants. We on a motion to postpone.
Whatever.
Point of information.
Councilman Galloway. Councilwoman Galloway.
I'm asking that our clerk would respect some of the discussion that's happening with the council and mute herself if she feels like she's not in agreement. It's inappropriate for her to be on the record as the record keeper during legislation discussion saying whatever as if she doesn't agree. It's inappropriate.
I apologize.
All right. Well, Madam Clerk, let's do roll call on postponement of the ordinance 200489.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Briggs?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. I entertain another motion for 200490 ordinance.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes.
I would move. I ain't got my glasses, so I can't see the number. You can help me with that.
200490.
90. And this is for first reading on an amendment to the ordinance chapter 24 dealing with housing, Article 1, International Property Maintenance Code, etc. So I move that for first reading, and we'll learn more about it as we go. I so move.
Got a motion on the floor.
Sir,
Yes.
Mr. Vice President, I second that. Thank you, sir.
It's been moving properly second. Any discussion?
Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Mays.
Through you to Miss Wheeler, where is this coming from? And give me a little caption or something quick on it. And the public, or whoever can.
Yeah, this was, and actually, I do have Attorney Harold Millhouse on the phone as well, but let me see if I can just see if he's there.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with hearing Millhouse if that's who you had assigned to it.
Yeah, absolutely, since he's on the line. I don't know if Janelle, if you see his number there, if he's unmuted.
If not,
Hello?
if y'all be a bit, okay.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's the question?
Okay, this ordinance for first reading is an ordinance dealing with Chapter 24, Housing, Article 1, International Property Maintenance Code. We gonna probably approve it for first reading, but I wanted a little brief synopsis. What is it? It says removal and disposal process regarding evictions.
That's just you know how the landlords come through the city and during evictions they just sit folks property or belongings out and it just leave it there and it's a mess. So actually it's for to cut down on that and to avoid all of that and trying to just tighten up on the landlords to treat these neighborhoods in the city that the folks that they're evicting, treat the neighborhoods with some dignity and respect, or treat the city with a little respect, because they just toss it and stuck cleaning it up.
So what is this ordinance saying they should do with it? Move it out and take it with them?
Well, no. Actually, what the ordinance is, the purpose of the ordinance is to say to give more responsibility on the landlord, because even without the ordinance, the landlord should have the responsibility to take that property. He really legally he should take it somewhere and store it and put it up for a short period of time, because he could transfer that cost on to the tenant. I mean, that's the cost of doing business. And instead of just dropping it on the curb and leaving and getting somebody else in that apartment or that dwelling, have him take that property and put it in storage, notify the tenant where's that, and he needs to pick it up a certain amount of time and hit him with that bill too, because he's taking him to court. Well, he took him to court, but this portion is like good luck getting paid, but that's no longer going to be the city's responsibility. It'll be the landlord's responsibility.
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to vote for first reading, but I might not vote for adoption and second reading because, they might raise the rent. But regardless of what they do, we negotiate with contractors on garbage. And this is part of the discussion for residents, including landlords who pay taxes. We negotiate let me finish. We negotiate multi-million-dollar garbage pickup. I remember clearly, Rizzo and Republic, what sits out at the curb in an occupied house that paid taxes. I wouldn't care if it's John Doe resident that said couch, beds. We want them picked up. That's what we're paying for. That's what they're paying taxes for. So I look forward to the discussion, but I'm not going to be convinced yet that we can start doing this. These garbage people can pick up an eviction, and I don't think I'm going to pass that cost on to the landlord to tax people for getting evicted. So I'm glad I asked what it was. I'll vote for first reading, but Attorney Millhouse, we cool. We work on law. You ain't convinced me yet.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
So you can feel free to stop in.
And you can feel free to try to convince me now if you want to, but I ain't convinced yet.
It's too long
All right.
for me. This night has been way longer than I expected or anticipated. So, no, I'll do that later. You can do your first reading. I can tell you now in paragraph A there is a typo, but that's still the first reading, so it can be fixed. No big deal.
Well, you better fix it now. Don't you mind to go first reading again? I don't know. I ain't no lawyer. So where's the typo?
Councilman Mays,
I'm sorry, what was that?
We can make the change and send it over to Janelle. Prior to that, it's just a typo.
So it actually is just instead it should be on tour, but that's a M. It should be an N instead of a M. On tour.
Okay, well, you know I ain't too high on the ordinance, so I'm not going to do an amendment to try to fix it now. I don't care if it fall apart. Mr. Vice President, Councilman Mays is quiet. Thank you so much.
No problem at all. Any other discussion? Any more discussion on the ordinance? Well, roll call, Madam Clerk, for first reading.
Well, before you do that,
Carter?
I got to add something.
Yes, Attorney Milhouse?
Yes, it's something that, okay, because if you guys are doing the first reading, that means that it's pretty much, this will be the ordinance, right? Then to add something to it would be a bigger problem.
Amended.
To amend it, right.
Mm-hmm.
Because during the time of drafting the ordinance and pulling this part together and doing the research, I ran across another issue that I just didn't have the time to talk with Angela about, but I was going to. And because
Mr. Vice President,
Councilman Mays?
What I'm hearing, and you can stop me, Attorney Milhouse, for the sake of time, and you tell me and y'all can deal with it. But shouldn't I make a motion to postpone this? Because it sounds like it's going to have to go through first reading again. Attorney Milhouse seems like you want to add another change. Am I hearing that right, Attorney Milhouse?
yeah, but
Okay, well, we can approve it for first reading, but if something changes, it's going to have to go through first reading again. So it's neither here nor there.
okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
So
we're going to
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Carter.
I have a question for Attorney Milhouse. Attorney Milhouse, I'm looking at 24-5C, and it says it shall be the responsibility of the landlord to properly remove or dispose of property abandoned or left behind by tenants, and landlord may access. I'm going to stop there. Shouldn't we, now I was told too, and I'm piggybacking off of what Councilman Mays said as far as Republic does pick up the loads that landlords sit out on the curb. I would think that we would want to say also that it would be the responsibility of the landlord to properly remove and or call the trash collection service to dispose or properly, I think we should put something in there in C to that manner. What do you think?
Well, I think that could be done, because the problem is when Republic or the garbage come along, they only come once a week. And landlords, they evict 7 days a week, I guess. So, and if they come on Monday and they evict on Tuesday, that's going to be there for an entire week, unless, like you said, unless they call someone to come out there immediately. Otherwise, it's going to be scattered in the neighborhood.
Right. And I thought that it was their responsibility to call anyway. You know, I drive around the Fifth Ward, and I report the big piles that landlords sit out. But I think we should make that one of the points in this ordinance, that they have to call on that day, and perhaps we can see if the garbage collection company could pick up that day.
And let me just say this. Let me add something, though, because you have to understand too that these people, they're getting evicted, and they leaving because they can't afford to stay. But not only can they not afford to stay, they can't afford to take that stuff with them, and they have good intentions on coming back to get it. That's why it's the responsibility of the landlord not to put it on the street. It's to put it in storage, take it somewhere and sit it and tell the tenant this is where it's going. And I didn't say do it for free, because they will have to, they can pass the cost on to the tenant, but everything that these tenants leave in these houses isn't garbage. This is their life.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So maybe we should postpone this and let's put some more teeth to this.
Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
Councilman May.
No, I wanted her to finish.
Councilwoman Carter.
I'm done.
Okay, Councilman May.
Mr. Davis, I appreciate your indulgence, as you say, and latitude, and we getting ready to vote. But Mr. Millhouse, tenants is given 30-day notices. Then you have to go back and get a writ of restitution. They be seeing this coming. So Ms. Winfrey Carter is right. We got bulk pickup. So all we talk about, I want to help the tenants, and I want to help the landlords. So we on the right track talking about it, but keep in mind, this ain't something that just catches a person by surprise in one day.
Madam, Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Councilwoman Galloway.
So are we willing to? I make a motion that we postpone this until the next meeting on the 14th.
That motion has been made.
I thought I thought the motion on the floor was to approve for first reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're already on the motion.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
So I make the motion to postpone to the next meeting.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes, Councilman Winfrey.
I second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Okay, I guess we'll move on down. Second reading and enactment of ordinances. Discussion item 200442. Discussion item state of emergency statewide and locally. Is there a motion on the floor? There's a motion.
Mr. President.
Councilman.
Mr. Vice President. Okay, so there was no second reading and enactment of ordinance. Now we down to discussion items. And the discussion item that's on the agenda is one that I asked for that would deal with the executive orders and the emergency and stuff. I guess when we get to additional discussion items, we'll talk about the $641 million. But let me go back to Mr. Edwards, through you, Mr. Vice President, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, you was talking to me, if you're on the line. I asked you a specific question, and you didn't know why my mind wanted to know how many people in what departments, as I look at policy on whether to close, partially close. You just kind of jumped the gun and got excited because I'm talking about policy to close. And it's more to it than that. Policy to test employees proactively rather than just a thermometer check. Mr. Edwards, if you're starting to get my drift, can you answer why the mayor avoids following the law and coming up discussing this with us? Do you know?
My only statement, through the chair, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Mays, the mayor has amply accommodated any request that has been put before him. When he was asked to come, he did come. So I'm not sure, what the intent or what you're actually saying here.
Okay, I'm going to try to make it a little clearer. I was here when the mayor came, and I was here when Ms. Fields and others tried to allow him to use all the time he wanted to give an update. And then he went from the update on the policy that I requested him for to want to talk about blight interrupted. And that ain't what he was brought up here for. So he might have came in for a person who don't understand politics. He politicked the heck out of us on my request to discuss the state of emergency ordinance, the law. Do you understand what law means? The law say I don't have to discuss this with Mr. Edwards. I don't have to discuss it with Angela Wheeler, but the law dictates that the mayor should convene expediently. Mr. Edwards, do you think it's expediently if we ain't had him convene a meeting from March to November? Do you think he's acted expediently? And have he convened a meeting with us on this subject matter that you know of?
Well, to answer your question, you
questions.
Questions.
I asked you two.
I start with the expediently. I believe he acted responsible and as expediently as he could under the COVID situation and circumstances.
To convene a telephone meeting. Finish the sentence. Expediently convene a electronic meeting. You think he convened one?
I'm hoping you'll let me finish so that
sure.
I can get a statement out.
Sure, we got a good chairperson now. Go ahead, finish.
Well, I am. I'm planning to if you give me the opportunity.
Sure.
Yes, I believe that he effectively acted expediently under this COVID situation to bring about information, correct information concerning what was happening as he was asked to do when he did come to council. His interpretation was to bring information that would help council understand what the circumstances were and what the decision processes were that he made. So he brought an update based on his understanding of why he was there to help council understand the progression of where we're at today.
I don't want to interrupt, so I waited till you got quiet. You haven't answered how many and what departments. You ain't answered yes or no. Have he convened a meeting expediently? You just keep talking about when we had to try to get him up here, and then Mr. Winfrey went and talked to him because Mr. Winfrey didn't want to subpoena him, and then he came, not on a meeting that he convened, on our request, and he filibustered, in my political opinion, didn't want to answer questions, but talking about he giving an update, and it's council people who helped him. We got a committee called Governmental Operations, and that means we got a lot to say about how the government operates, in this case, City Hall, on a regular day. But in an emergency, he has a duty by law to make certain policy and rules and then convene a meeting with council expediently to see if we're going to modify them, amend them, change them, or whatever. It's similar to what was happening on the state level. That's what this special order is. I'm saying to this community, to Mr. Neely, just as the legislative branch said in Lansing, you're not going to make policy on and on and on for a year and take over the legislative function. The law ain't even wrote that way. We gonna keep our legislative function to make policy, law, deal with curfews, amend them, change them, and adopt them or rescind them. And so right now, you got a council who the majority don't seem to understand that. They sit back, letting one elected official issue out policy, and so far it ain't been good. Now, I don't blame the COVID on no elected official, but what I do say we got a responsibility to do is to put our heads together and do the best we can. Now, I'm just one here, and I already know from March to November that I've been waiting to say, can we get any test kits in City Hall? We got a variety of test kits now. You got nose, saliva, some of them coming back faster than others, and we ain't talking about that yet. But all over the national news, people talking about testing. When we have to test somebody, and I remember talking about this back in March, April, May, or June. I say it was a doctor's office down there. We used to have a nurse or something on site. I say it's worth spending money to get somebody on site to administer testing. I've said repeatedly, Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church is closed, and the mayor himself bragged that his wife got with Gretchen Whitmer and brought testing to a closed church. I want to test people that y'all dictating and mandating that they have to work. I didn't vote to turn it over to you as to which employees stay home and which employees work. I want to go on detail with that. So this council, the majority, just gave you the authority that y'all been had on dictating who work from home and who don't. Y'all also was dictating with y'all policy, them thermometers being used. I got information that some of them thermometers was laying in drawers, not being used, particularly in the first round, and in the mayor's office himself, thermometers. I know when y'all hired that company that Darrell Buchanan is associated with to start thermometering people in the dome. We don't know what's happening with people like myself who come up through the parking garage. I'm telling you, Mr. Edwards, you can talk about me and avoid my questions and don't answer it and filibuster me all day long. I'm intelligent to know. It's just a lot of talk, no specific answers to my questions. And based upon what I'm getting from Amy at Flint Beat, y'all giving the media answers on numbers. So it ain't going to be good, Mr. Edwards. I'm still asking in the next meeting, but it ain't my job. The mayor is supposed to convene a meeting expediently. He ain't convened one yet. From March to November to March, if it's after 12, we'll be in December. That's appalling. And my information say 10 elected heads is better than one, and it's the law. People done died. We done had an uptick the first round, the second round. So far, it sounds like it's worse already when I factor in street maintenance. And I'm telling you, from police to fire to water to finance to legal to street maintenance, I'm ready to discuss way late who should work, who shouldn't, and protocol. I don't even know if we're doing tracing right. I don't even know if we arguing about the vaccine yet, but we ain't even got through the basics as it relates to essential frontline workers. I heard that they're going to include police and fire with doctors and nurses as it relates to the first batch, as it relates to the vaccine. So y'all, in my opinion, ought to be ashamed of yourself for a councilman to talk and ask politely, and ain't going to be polite for long, to have the mayor come up according to law, and y'all going to filibuster me and these people and blatantly ignore the law and don't think it's on y'all hands that folks done died and had an uptick in City Hall. I couldn't even sleep at night if I filibustered Councilman Mays for, let's count the months, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. I counted 9, but I'll take away 1 or 2 and say for 7 or 8 months, this man is violating the law. I don't know what he's telling the city attorney. I don't know what he's telling Kate Fields, but I know what I know. He's illegal with folks' lives, with policy. This law don't say that he send policy up through Clyde Edwards or a city administrator. This law don't say he send policy up through Ms. Wheeler, the city attorney. It say he is to convene. This is an emergency. Even the governor got sense to start talking to the legislative body in Lansing, but the Supreme Court forced her. This council is the Supreme Court for local law. And I'm going to say to you, Mr. Winfrey, to Mr. Guerra, and to Mr. Davis, and if I can get through to Mr. Griggs, I'm telling you, y'all hands is going to be the same as his if you don't order him up. And when you ask a person for 7 months to come up in an emergency and they don't show up, you subpoena them. And you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. This man on the radio Saturday talking about telling the public to beware of people with a dark heart. Now, ain't that crazy, referring to folks with a dark heart, me and others? And only God gonna judge a person's heart. You can't see if my heart is dark. My lungs might be black because I smoke, but I ain't letting no mayor or nobody else tell the public about a dark heart. You know, I'm hip to all of them sayings when something ain't being done right by him, a dark heart.
Yes, Councilman Guerra.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, are you aware that I'm going to get off the call? So I just want to make sure you have a quorum, but I'm going to get off. Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Mays. I didn't want to hang up and then me not be there in the next vote. So I hope you guys have a great night.
Have a good night.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, I had no problem with him interrupting me, telling people he leaving in the middle of the COVID-19 policy discussion. And ain't nothing I can do about this. I could make a motion to subpoena him and keep him here in a special meeting to discuss this policy. And I know certain employees who I can name, who I done talked to. From the water department, one of them talked to me with tears in her eyes. I was at a funeral this past week for an employee, and I had a group of employees standing with me, and Sam Moomer happened to be there at the time. So I'm living this, and he can leave. He can never vote to subpoena the mayor. The vaccine can be out. The mayor could have broke the law for 8, 9, 10 months. I care, and the employees who've been affected care. And I'm telling you, I don't want to keep hearing Ms. Fields talking about we got to protect our office employees. Our office employees, one sits down here, the other one sits in the middle, and the other sits farther. But COVID-19 don't have to happen in the workplace. It can happen away from the workplace. These people deserve the right to stay safe just like me. I've been in my home working from the home. And I think we got a duty to assess things and put stuff in place and don't rely on one person that Mr. Edwards try to protect wrongfully when it talks about 10 elected officials making policy in an emergency. This is appalling. Now, I'm going to move the subpoena Neely again, and I so move for this issue.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a second.
Mr. President,
Yes, Councilwoman Carter.
I support that motion.
It's been moving properly. Second, any discussion on the subpoena of Mayor Neely? Any discussion?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Davis.
Vice President, can I say something now, please?
Yes, Councilman Winfrey.
Yeah. Listen, as our colleague said, COVID-19 is serious. But again, I am not going to kowtow to anybody for a belief that I have. I believe that we all ought to be able to talk to the mayor talk to us, we talk to each other, and we get what we need to do what we need for the citizens of this community. And ain't nobody going to talk me out of that. But I truly believe that we don't have to subpoena the mayor in order to get him to come. Now, the last time, Councilman Mays, I noticed how you phrase it, and I don't have a problem with you phrasing it the way that you want to phrase it. I know what I said. I said then, and I say now, I don't believe we have to subpoena the mayor to get him to come. All we have to do, I believe, is to ask him to come and tell him specifically what we want. The last time that we had him here, I asked him exactly what was said at the meeting. This is the reason why we wanted you to come. And I believe that we can do that again. I think to subpoena him is, in my mind, a disrespect. That is because, and the reason I believe that is because if we ask him to come and then he don't come, then we can subpoena. But if we ask him to come and he comes, and we tell him specifically, here's what we want you to do, here's what we need, here's what we're requesting. And then when he comes here, we allow him to do that. I don't believe we have to subpoena him. I don't believe that, and nobody can make me believe that. And listen, after this vote, Mr. Vice President, I'm going to be leaving. I've got to be up early in the morning for work. So that's my opinion. That's my feeling. I just don't believe that that we have to subpoena him to get him to come and talk about what we need him to talk about.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion?
Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, for Mr. Winfrey's hearing, whatever term I use, I'm elected. And I've repeatedly asked him to come. And if he ain't heard it directly, he should have heard it through his city administrator. It ain't no doubt in my mind he know for 8 months I've been requesting it. But at the beginning, I say he was scared because I was talking about how him and Gleason illegally cheated in that election. And then I was also talking about that press release he put out on me as it relates to Murdoch, which was just a lie. And so now I filed suit. I don't care how you vote. And I don't care if it takes 8, 9, 10 months to make you a believer. But I took an oath of office to live up to the charter and to law and ordinances. The ordinance say by now he should have convened. Councilman Mays didn't say it. The ordinance don't say I have to keep begging and asking him for 8 months. The law says he shall convene expediently. So I don't know where you coming from, and I don't know what kowtow means, just like you don't know where I'm coming from. But I know exactly where I'm coming from, and everybody listening. And I don't care if you, Santino Guerra, Kate Fields, I know he appointed you in the 6th Ward, and I go to church with him for 40 years. So I don't know what's the strongest relationship. Somebody who you know from the 6th Ward, who you have a relationship that appointed you, or a 30 or 40-year church relationship when people lying on me in a press release. So I'm going to go with my church relationship. When I see a mayor lying and fooling people, refusing to follow the law, and colleagues who have took an oath of office to uphold the charter, uphold the law, this emergency is maybe, God willing, winding down. And you still talking about, I believe if we just ask him. Well, who is we? It took you before, and then when he came, he said that he had told you he was coming to give an update. I done made it perfectly clear I'm already updated on the status of the city. I'm updated on how many employees. I'm updated on what department. What I want to do is make law and policy. One, I want to talk about on-site testing. Two, I want to go over which departments is working and which ain't. Remember, earlier, people didn't realize it, but I wanted hazard pay for folks, and we got that. So, Mr. Winfrey, anybody listening to you and listening to me who ain't read the law, and if you ain't read it, read it. He's in violation of the law. We done asked for 8, 9 months. Nobody can show where he done convened the meeting expediently to discuss curfews, closing the city hall, testing, thermometers. He's just doing it. How many months and how many deaths and cases do it take for you to believe that he ain't coming? And then how will you have to learn that when he did come, he filibustered, and I don't know if you helped, but Kate Fields and others, Mr. Mays, let him talk. He went on, and then he says, "Are any questions?" When I tried to ask questions, he went to Blight to give an update on Blight. So he know what we calling him up here for, and I'll tell you again if you talk to him, to discuss the government operations as it relates to the state of emergency law that he's violated for over 8 months.
Someone said
Point
something?
of information.
Yes, Councilwoman Galloway.
Are we timing, because we have a motion on the floor, and I know it's been well over 5 minutes. And so my question
Well, this
to
was
you,
discussion. I kind of gave latitude, but Councilman Mays, you're gonna wrap up.
I'm done. My point has been made over and over and over for 8 months, and people dying. My point is made. I hear what Mr. Winfrey saying. It'll be 14 months before he votes to order somebody to do what the law says found. And Mr. Winfrey, I'm just being just as frank with you as you being frank with me, and people watching and looking. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I hear you, Ms. Galloway. But this is an emergency, and folk has died, and I've cried at funerals. I know them. I got a duty.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other discussion? Any more discussion?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry.
Yes, Councilwoman Galloway.
Thank you. Councilman Mays, I hear you loud and clear. And we just can't go through this anymore. Even in the last meeting, it's interesting that you said that, because in the last meeting, when Mayor Neely did come, he alluded that what he was speaking about was clearly defined to Councilman Winfrey. And I remember specifically that Councilman Winfrey went on the record to say, I don't care who says it, it doesn't make it true. And so, but Councilman Mays, I can't go through this anymore. I'm not going to vote to subpoena Mayor Neely. He's not going to come. It's interesting because exactly what he's doing is what the governor did. And unfortunately, the only reason why what happened with the governor was even addressed is because somebody had the political will to take it to court. And because we don't have that, we're just spinning our wheels. I know you do it for the record. I just can't do it anymore. He's going to do whatever he wants to do until things change on this council. So I just want you to know, as my colleague.
Point of information.
I can't do it. I'm done.
Point of information. So that means every time Case Fields or the mayor breaks the law, you give up and just can't do it no more. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is it doesn't matter that he's breaking the law. There's not enough political will on this body to cause him to do it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Galloway. Well, any more discussion? That's it. Madam Clerk, roll call on subpoena of Mayor Neely.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
1 yes, 5 no.
Point of order. It was 2 yes. And the chair can call it, but you said it wrong. I voted yes, and Ms. Winfrey Carter voted yes. It was more than 1 yes. And then the chair, you called it after she tried to get it right.
I apologize. It's very late. Yes, it's 2 yes and 4 no.
Okay, thank you, Janelle. We're down to additional discussion items.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, everybody. Councilman Mays.
Yeah, this is the one where I don't care if Mr. Winfrey leave. I don't care who leave. I'll talk about it at least briefly and as long as need be, because we're running a time clock on this $640 million proposed settlement. If they try to get a yes vote tonight with what's left, they won't get it. And I'm very familiar with this settlement to some extent that you got a clock running. When they file them proposed settlements with the judge, it's going to be an objection period. And the objection period allows plaintiffs, the city of Flint, and anybody to object and say specifically what we want it to look like. And if the judge rules in our favor on the objections, she don't have to accept that proposed settlement. If she don't rule in our favor, you can appeal to the United States Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals and the settlement attorney fees and everything is held up into the Sixth Circuit rule. Now, I'm going to say this. We had a intent to sue letter. I've asked about it for months, where we should have filed a third party or a countersuit or combination thereof against the state. So they can't get me excited saying we want to join the state settlement, put $20 million, and we off the hook. You should have filed a third party lawsuit or a counterclaim, and then they would settle for that, and you'd be off the hook, possibly. So that didn't happen. And just like I'm talking about all these other things that should happen in this city, they fall on deaf ears. Now we at a point where the city's position, I was going to try to convince this council to object. Think about it, council. Wouldn't that be something if the city's position was to object, or the council's position? Because the executive branch, who wasn't in some of the trenches with us, bringing in lawyers and fighting, they done folded. They saying, forget the voters. The voters is 30 or 40,000 adults who ain't included in this settlement. The only adults included in this settlement is 15%, and the 15% adult category is people with personal injury documentation. Now, you had civil rights violations. The state's own agency, the Civil Rights Commission, ruled race was a factor. When do you need personal injury documentation for race discrimination? In some cases, you get punitive damages. When do you need personal injury documentation for embarrassment, humiliation, and emotional distress? That's the 15%. It requires personal injury documentation, bodily harm. That's ludicrous. The 3% is property damages. They alluded that water bills and property damage. But see, what they ain't telling y'all is this. 3% of, for example, $400 million. Because if attorneys get 33 1/3 or whatever percentage, the judge give them 33, 25. Let's just say $400 million, 3% of that, do the math. You might be at 12, 15 million. And you got 31,000 property damage grown folk claims because they got water bills. Do you know when you divide 31,000 into 12 or 14 million, them people that vote for y'all to represent them going to be mad when they only get $633 or something of that nature on the 3%. Let's go to the children, the minors. Listen to me close. 64% or so go to children 6 and under. 6 and under. And if you listen close, 5% from maybe 12 to 17 is just like that other 3%. How many kids do you have possible from 12 to 17 splitting up that same little money? While the 64%, how many of them you got, 6 and under? Remember, from 12 to 16, that might be 10%. So don't let that award or settlement proposal for minors fool you. Then you got to ask the question, and the parents for the minors must ask the question. Have they told us yet, is it going in a trust fund or an annuity, or do them parents get the deal a little bit? Ain't no way, with the way Kate feels and colleagues done took this off the agenda, wasting precious days and weeks for us to get answers publicly for the public to hear. Am I in favor of putting it off to December the 14th? That's ridiculous. I ain't never seen nothing like this in important business, but yet some like to say the council ain't taking care of business. I would ask for a special meeting on Wednesday or Thursday of this week to just discuss this and the COVID-19 policy. But I don't know if people are going to have the political will, as you say, Ms. Galloway, to show up. You ain't got the political will right now to subpoena the mayor in the middle of the emergency, and he's been missing in action for 8 months. I'll be tripping off of the mentality and the political will of my colleagues sometimes. So you don't have to believe me. I've been studying this settlement for months. And when it came out, it's the same percentages I've been studying for months. Don't ask them lawyers what percentages of the $600 million. Ask them to estimate how many adults in each category, how many kids in each category. They keep telling the community, until we see how many people submit a claim, we can't tell you what the amounts will be. Oh, they can sure enough predict and tell you. They can tell you how many adults ain't covered, how many adults might fall in the 3%, how many children 6 and under. They can tell you how many was 12 to 17. But it sounds good when you say 600 million, 400 million, until you start breaking down them percentages and doing the arithmetic on your calculator, folks. When you see them $300 and $600 checks, it would be embarrassing nationwide to accept this settlement. And they tell you, well, you know, the EPA and, you know, the engineering companies. When have you voted on a hope? These lawyers got a duty and a responsibility to try to take care of anybody. They done rushed in here and then agreed to settle, leaving thousands of adults out who is the voters, and then left them kids out. When you look at what 5% is, 64%, 6 and under. And if you listen close, they say when we find a category of people, let's say the 6 and under got a blood lead level of a certain amount. That whole group, they say, get the same amount. Another group of kids, certain amount. Ask them what amount will people who done died of Legionnaire's disease. You know who it is, Mr. Davis? Miss McBride, an adult.
Right.
Stay right down the street from me. I know her. Know her mama. I was at the funeral. You were there. Yeah. What is the Legionnaire cases get? Because if the death cases, what they get, 50, 100,000, if they all get the same. What do Robert Williams get, who lost his legs at McLaren, who got documentation? Until you figure out what they get and how many of them it is, and they can estimate this. They can't tell you what the split gonna be. We already know the money ain't enough. Now, Mr. Neely, who was a Johnny-come-lately because he sure wasn't paying attention, in my opinion, as a state rep, he's saying a cliche. This $600 million is the floor, not the ceiling. Well, guess what? $20 million from the state and $20 million from McLaren ain't the ceiling. I know McLaren sure do want to get out for $20 million. You cut my legs off and make me die of Legionnaires. Hell, I want the whole $20 million for me and my family. Or if you got 10 deaths and they get $1 million, that's $10 million. McLaren sure should hop on it. The city of Flint, they selling. This will take us off the hook for $20 million. But they didn't countersuit. They didn't do a third-party claim. So I'm proud of any council person who stayed for this beginning conversation. I done tried to do all I can do for this city and the council and ain't got the support. So I see if any of my colleagues set up a special meeting on this $640 million in the next 2 days, and I'm telling you, it could be 2 agenda items: the COVID-19 policy and law, and the $641 million. Watch when I read these headlines tomorrow, because I know media people was telling me we'll be in listening to the council meeting, and then I get in here, hear no vote on taking it off the agenda. I hear a chairperson think she a dictator and can just move stuff. I hear staff and others can't find the records where the executive order was dropped, but we didn't ever get to move. And correct me if I'm wrong on taking no resolution off the agenda. As a matter of fact, I heard it wasn't no vote on it tonight, but we had voted on the agenda as it is. So the Lord blessed everybody with different brains. My job is to look out for the least of them, not only the least of them in the community who don't have this voice to vote, but the least of them on the council, where I pray for the Lord to give folks understanding and the political will. When I first heard the term...
That's Councilwoman Galloway?
This is Angela Wheeler.
Oh, okay, Attorney Wheeler.
When I get a chance, I have the attorneys on the line for the case, and
He dead out of order, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. But you know, you allow it, I'm allow it, but that's dead wrong and disrespectful. But whatever, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead, Mr. Davis. She dead wrong. We done sat and listened to them in podcasts, Zoom meetings. Couldn't interrupt and say nothing. They done had plenty of time to talk. They say Neely set up the meeting. Don't interrupt me with no mess when it's our meeting, Miss Wheeler. You're dead wrong. Disrespectful. I was, believe it or not, I was about to wrap up. Just wait your turn. Mr. Davis, I like the way you're chairing, and I'm going to like the way I'm doing it. I'm going to be quiet and listen and see what's being said. I've said a lot, but I really don't appreciate that, Miss Wheeler. You're doing too much.
Attorney Wheeler.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I do have the attorneys on the line for the case, and they'd love to talk about it when we were called upon. Attorney Rick Berg, Sheldon Klein, Bill Kim, to talk about this and present information. So they've been waiting this evening, and they'd be glad to do an overview and answer questions for the council. So they're on the line.
Ms. Wheeler, I said and looked at them at the 2:00 meeting. Mr. President, if I may, let me ask one question before any other council person and they get started, because I done listened to them attentively, records it. The one question is to Ms. Wheeler and them. We filed an intent to sue letter months back. Stacy was the city attorney. I've asked repeatedly, why did or did we not ever file a third party or countersuit? Mr. Byrd?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I have a few things I'd like to say, and I will answer that question.
And can you tell me how long you've been on this case when you answer the question, and did you know about the intent to sue letter?
I wrote the intent to sue letter along with Bill Kim. So I've been.
And we never sued.
Mr. Mays, I really, really would like to have a chance to just say a couple of things.
Oh, you're going to have more than a chance, but I just hate when people don't answer the question and then say, I'll get to it. Go ahead. You're going to have more than a chance.
All right, very good. I'm not going to go over the mechanics, because you've all seen the agreement by now. You've heard the mechanics. Some of you may have watched the Zoom meeting. I'm going to make 4 points, okay? 4 points. First, as counsel for the city, we had one goal, and that was to get the city out of thousands of lawsuits. The city is a defendant. The city has been sued along with the state and along with engineering companies, along with others. It has been sued, meaning the plaintiffs want to get money from the city. I mean, and if they win, there will be crippling liability for the city. It will be millions upon millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars that the city would be exposed to in liability. We have avoided that. We have succeeded in avoiding that possibility of subjecting the city to millions or billions of dollars of liability by negotiating this $20 million settlement, which, by the way, the city is not going to pay for at all. It's all insurance money. So the choice here, there are two votes, the vote up or a vote down. If you vote in favor of the settlement, the city is out of the lawsuits. It doesn't have to pay for lawyers anymore. It doesn't have to pay to go to trial. It doesn't have to pay to settle cases. It doesn't have to pay judgments. If you vote down, you are voting for the city to stay in the lawsuits. The city will stay in these lawsuits for as long as they take to be resolved, which will be years. The state will be gone. The city will still be in the lawsuits with the engineering companies. When judges
point of information.
When or if this is not
Tim, I did a point of information.
1 second, attorney. What's your point, Councilman?
I'll answer all the questions at the end, I promise.
You don't rule this meeting.
1 second. Councilman Mays.
Attorney Byrd, I think it's more than just up or down. There's objections. It's a third way to do it. Is that a fair statement? And then if I can finish, if you say it'll cost us millions and billions, then why are you selling for $600 million?
If I'm going to get to all these, I have already in this presentation.
On the back of Google Home.
Somebody's phone is muted.
So there are two choices. Either the city stays in the lawsuits or it doesn't. If you vote in favor of settling, the city gets out of the lawsuits. If you vote against, if the council together votes against settling, the city stays in the lawsuits. And what happens when all these lawsuits pile up and there's too much is the city, as a matter of law, has to impose liability on the property owners. The law is that when a city has a judgment it can't pay out of current funds, it must tax the property owners. So if $10 million in the paper today, it said there was an $8 million settlement that cost everybody $150. Suppose that's 8 $1 million settlements or 8 $1 million judgments. How many people do we have? 800, 8,000, 80,000? If you get to 80,000, $8,000 $1 million judgments, that's $8 billion. Okay, that's what's going to go on the tax rolls when you start mounting up $1 million judgments. So if the city stays in the case, that's the exposure that it has. Okay, secondly, this city council has no authority at all about what the state does. The state is going to pay its $600 million. McLaren's going to pay its $20 million. And if the city doesn't pay its $20 million and join the settlement, the state is going to go forward without us. They're going to settle no matter what you decide. They have already negotiated for 2.5 years with the plaintiffs' lawyers. And these plaintiffs' lawyers are good. They are some of the best class action plaintiffs' lawyers in the country. There's probably 7 or 8 great big firms that have been representing the citizens of the city of Flint for the last 5 years. And they negotiated hard and long with the state to obtain that $600 million. And you know what? The state is probably paying more than it wants to. And you know what? The plaintiffs' lawyers probably got less than they wanted to, and they compromised. Why? Because it's a better alternative than the risk of going to trial and not knowing what they're going to get. You know, it's possible. It's possible that the state would win. That they could prove, you know what, it was all the engineers' fault, or it was all the city's fault, or it was all the EPA's fault, and the state gets off the hook, and they wouldn't pay anything. But they're not doing that. They're settling. They're paying $600. Just like you've been through enough settlement discussions in this council to know what happens. 99 out of 100 lawsuits settle, and this is one of them because it's a better alternative than going through trial. That's how compromises work. So if the city council votes down the settlement, it has nothing to do with the $600 million. There's nothing that the city council can do about that. That settlement will go forward, and the city will end up staying in the lawsuits. My third point, that the citizens are not bound to the settlement if they don't want to be. By agreeing to this settlement, you are increasing the settlement pool by $641 million. But if by $641 million, by another $20 million. If a particular resident doesn't want to be in it, they can opt out if they believe that's in their best interest.
And then they have to go get some new lawyers, don't they?
They will have to get their own lawyers. That's correct.
I know. We know what it is.
Well, okay. Maybe not everybody does, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, but you're talking to counsel. You're wasting my time. I asked you a specific question, and you want to get to it last.
Well, I didn't.
You done forgot the questions I asked you.
I didn't think you were the only one in the room. No.
But I got the floor. You gonna have a chance with others. Do it in order. I asked you a question. I didn't ask you about objections. Point of information, point of order. Go ahead, Ms. Galloway. Take up for him.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I'm only going to have about 10 more minutes to give to this. When we originally talked about this, we said that we were going to have a short dialogue. There hasn't really been a dialogue, but we've been talking about this for about an hour, and it hasn't been all council people weighing in. And so I would ask that this is too much to continue on. It's 1:35 in the morning. And so we are not going to get all the answers answered tonight. And so I'm asking my colleague, Councilman Mays, to wrap up where we're going. Because
Ms. Galloway, I asked this man a specific question, and he ain't answered them yet, and then gave a long diatribe of what we know. That's the issue.
And that shouldn't be the case, but we need to wrap up.
He needs to answer the question.
If you don't mind,
we done heard his summary. We know this thing somewhat inside and out. He must think we stupid. I asked him, can we object as a city? He says two options. I say the city can object. You know what an objection in that time period is, sir, if we chose that option?
I'll answer your question. The city can either choose to be a part of the settlement or choose not to be a part of the settlement. It cannot object on its own. The citizens can object on their own. The city either approves the settlement or doesn't approve the settlement. The city can't take a position that objects to the settlement as a municipality. The citizens can. The citizens can object, or the citizens can opt out. Those are two different things.
And what is that time period on the objection? Have it started yet?
No, because there hasn't been the lawyers. Lawyers are in the process of filing their objections to the lawsuits now. Those will be filed soon. The lawyers that want to object to the lawsuit are preparing them and are filing them in the next few days.
So you a lawyer representing the city, and you done told me on the public record that we as a city can't instruct you or ask us to object or ask you to object on behalf of the city. I'm going to find out if that's true. But I'll accept your answer and I keep this in mind, and then I'll yield to others because I already know some of this stuff. I'm telling you as a plaintiff, as a resident, I can object, and I can get lawyers to object. And I know that if people opt out, They got to go get their own lawyer, and all this money and lawyer we done put in, they done come up with a settlement, and you are part of it. Take this, but you can opt out, and then, you own your own. So Ms. Galloway is right. This is serious business, and you want to give the same information you gave on the 2 o'clock thing that the executive branch set up, Mr. Neely, and now you're on the legislative side, and you want to give me a long diatribe rather than just answer the specific questions. Mr. Davis, Ms. Galloway, y'all fooled with him for a minute, and he still ain't answered why he didn't file a countersuit since he wrote it, or a third party. I don't understand it for the life of me. That was the leverage.
You answered 2 questions. You asked me 2 questions. I answered the one first, which is, can we object? I was going to go on to answering the second one, which I will do now. The state does not have any liability to the city. It was fully investigated. It was fully investigated throughout the early part of the case. We looked at every possibility that there was to see if the city could sue the state, and it cannot. There is no right to sue the state on the part of the city. The notice of intent to sue letter was sent immediately because time was running out. You have to send that within 6 months. There's a 6-month statute, and at the time that we became engaged, it was March of 2016. The water crisis had been going on for much longer than that, and so it was sent in an abundance of caution.
Sir, you gave me your legal opinion. I'm gonna let you go to the others. You can sue whether you win or not, but don't tell me you can't file pleadings and sue. It's called a countersuit, a third-party suit. I'm not that dumb. You don't know if you're gonna win or not, but yeah, you filed an intent to sue. You could have filed the suit, and then you wait to see if you win. And while you at it, talk about all of the civil rights claims that we done won in certain motions to a certain extent. So it's way more knowledge here than what you know. Y'all go ahead and talk to me. You ain't even got to worry about me right now, sir.
All of the civil rights things have been dismissed. The judge dismissed
They ain't been dismissed. Now, I was on the phone with Napoli and Skolnick last week. It was motions. That's not true. From what I'm hearing, I'm getting contradictory information from lawyers. And you giving me contradictory information. Come on now. Then go ahead and talk to them. You losing my confidence. Don't worry about me. Talk to them.
I'd be happy to take any more questions.
Well, my colleagues, they stressing it is late over in the morning, but I'm about to try to do a motion to recess this to Thursday meeting. That's Thursday on the 3rd. At 5:30 p.m. we recess and bring this discussion back because it's really important. And if we could get all parties involved back on the phone Thursday at 5:30, if we could get us a quorum. Any of my colleagues in agreement with that?
Mr. President, I'll support that motion.
So, anyone second? Could we get a second?
Mr. President, I'll second that. Do we have enough people to vote?
I'm hoping we have a quorum. Janelle?
Yes, you still have a quorum.
Oh, we do?
Good. Well, before anybody get off the line, I would like to make sure we could make this motion to recess before we lose our quorum, and hopefully get the secretary to actually post the meeting.
So we at the end.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Mr. Davis, we at the end of the agenda, and you want to recess it at this discussion on the $640 million and pick it back up at this point Thursday at 5:30.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. We really need Mr. President. Talk to him, Congress.
Why don't we just do a special meeting? We're at the end of this meeting, right?
Okay, well, if we could finish the discussion, I just wanted to make sure we had time to get quality answers for this community because it's so late, and I'll be here all night. I don't care.
Me neither. But why don't
what
we
everybody want to do?
a special meeting for that purpose?
Yes.
I move that we have a special meeting to talk about this settlement lawsuit on Thursday at 5:30 p.m.
That's very
Mr. Vice
good.
President, I'll support that.
Well, point of order. We got a motion on the floor already.
Yes. Yes.
And so,
Point of information.
Yes, Councilwoman Galloway.
Isn't it true that a amended motion is proper?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's proper, the motion that's been made and properly seconded for this body to decide on that. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So are we in discussion, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I would appreciate a special meeting instead of a recess, only because one, we're at the end of this meeting, but two, it gives the public the ability to speak. And so I'll support a special meeting.
It's a special meeting instead of recess. Absolutely correct.
Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, real quick. I wanted to go with the recess and come back in on this subject matter to get to the bottom of it. I'm telling you, if we go public input, which I'm all in favor of that, and I'm in favor of doing a special meeting on this subject for public input, but I'm telling you, these people have been doing podcasts. We need to get to the bottom of it. We need to pinpoint these answers and questions, and I'll research it by the time we get back. But I want to hit the ground running Thursday at 5:30, so we would have to sit and listen to 50 people, and then people say, it's been late. We've been here 2 hours. You got an opportunity here. I'm for special meetings, and I do a special meeting on Friday and listen to the public all day. But it's time to get to the nitty-gritty because of these lawyers is just talking, and they avoiding specifics and trying to sell percentages, and I want to sell raw numbers with the number of people in each category. So it's an advantage to the recess. I'll be voting for the recess, and I'll go in a special meeting any day of the week at any time for this matter. And I'll listen to the public till the cows come home. But the public done voted for me not only to bring in lawyers, not only to talk to lawyers in no detail, but to question lawyers with the detail I know on the record. You had a good idea to recess and come right back in on this before people start talking about how long we've been here.
Well,
yes, Councilwoman. Yes.
I'm flexible. I'm flexible, but I know it's 1:45, and I think we should be making some strong decisions right now, as I am to my end. I'm about to hang up. So
okay, well, don't do that just yet, but I think we need to make the motion to recess.
Okay. So
deal
do
with
we
the
need
motion
to withdraw the motion, Mr. Chair, and vote on the recess? Because let's just get it done.
Yes.
That's the motion on the floor.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor. Did you ever? Okay. So this is a recess.
Yes.
So can we roll call vote this?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody. I'm sorry. I'm not going to chair. I'm sorry. It's.
No, you're fine. We're just trying to get it done. Janelle, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Is this on a recess?
Yes. Thursday, 5:30.
Galloway? Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
This meeting is recessed till Thursday, 5:30.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.